a buy definitely coming in for Copenhagen Flames, and they should have enough to work with. They should be able to easily afford whatever weaponry that we're going for. Frolic debating whether he goes for the AWP, but just the Kevlar, which he will be going for. That means no utility for the man. And Godsend, man, they can close this out 8-7, Adam. This could be huge. Bear in mind, 5-0 up was Copenhagen Flames initially, and now Godsend on the verge of going to the second half with the one-round lead. That is just massive.
Oh, Michael Lele, nice. Up to 50, but finally got won a battle against Sicko. Not exactly the most favourable fight there, Sicko, you know, taking a long-range battle against an AWPer. Especially in that kind of angle. I feel like vertical aim is probably the most difficult within CS. One of the more difficult to manage mechanics.
Indeed, I do believe it's one of the few shooters where, you know, vertical aim isn't really much a thing. And I've noticed this with many players, you know, who play CS transitioning to other games, especially arena shooter-like games, where you have to have awareness of, you know, your vertical awareness, basically, and they do tend to struggle with that. I personally struggle quite a bit when I try playing, getting my hands on.
We don't even have different sensitivities for different axes, right? It's always the same sensitivity no matter what, because it is such a
I really thought about that. It's just true. Frolic, he doesn't care about verticality or horizontality. Is that a word? I don't know. All I care about is the fact that he's just landing shots with it all. Finds 2. As he tries desperately to ensure that Flames at least have the one-round lead going to the second half. Zen opening up the door towards Decon is pretty much announcing his presence, and Frolic still scoped in towards controlled room area, being quite a nuisance indeed. 20 seconds, they need to get the bomb down, but they're already 2 men down.
Ooh, Barley wants to kill, but his teammate has just fallen. There we go. Takes away Crystal. Round's going to be done here. It does leave Zen all on his lonesome. A great recovery from Godsend overall, but Copenhagen Flames will still head into the second with the round lead. It's time for a break, though, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we'll have the second half ready for you.
the night I hear him talk, coldest story he ever told. Somewhere far along the road he lost a soul to a woman so heartless. Oh, oh, how could you be so heartless? Oh, 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 how could you be so cold as the winter winds when it breezes you? Just remember that you're talking to me. You need to watch the way you're talking to me. Oh, I mean, after all the things that we've been through, I mean, after all the things we got into. Hey yo, I know of some things that you ain't told me. Hey yo, I did some things, but that's all me. And now you wanna get me back and you gon' show me. So you walk around like you don't know me. You got new friends, well I got homies, but in the end they're still so lonely. In the night I hear them talk, cold as stone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL 1 Road to Rio. It's time for the second half, and immediately a headshot coming through. Sticko, a little too much off the top.
Yeah, I just literally just tune into the game and it's insta one tap from Queenix. He is a raid boss with the round, the mini raid boss. He's got a P250, P250 with the Kevlar and refresh, as well as it's a double mini raid boss. I did not notice that, but then though, a lot of players out. He finds one, almost finds a second, and that's a right call. He falls on back, doesn't stick around. Lele, meanwhile, find it. Recreate what he did early on, and he's making it work. In fact, refresh with the TK. Things are just falling apart, but now it's all on Lele. 1v2. He's got a kid, no Kevlar, so aim punch is going to be a problem. He's trying to go for the double pick.
Oh no!
Looking for the final kill, but refresh denies him. A valiant effort from Lele, but Copenhagen Flames, they needed the round and they make it work.
Well, that's a big step up. Copenhagen Flames need the pistol. Get off to a good start with the P250s. Yeah, not the cleanest of rounds, but they do get it done in the end. Refresh, kill his own teammate, but ends up winning the round anyway, so we'll forgive him. We'll let it slide. And it's 9-7. Copenhagen Flames into the lead. And staying there as well. Obviously, they picked up the 8th round at the end of the first half, and while picking up that extends their lead further. Now Crystal, further back with the Deagle, spamming away, dropping Notius to 9 HP as he hides and cowers in behind the vent, hoping that more bullets don't fly in his direction.
I love how, after all the damage, the remaining 5 bullets just completely miss him.
Yeah. It's just kind of, they go around to get a picture, but he has been a distraction for his team though, just runs straight down secret. Zen does manage a kill on towards Notius, but 4v4, even trades back and forth. The T side should be overwhelming this B-bomb site any second now with the bomb plant. They're just making sure that they're careful, but in being careful, they've allowed Godsend to rotate all 4 players in towards ramp, so this could be chaotic.
This could get, the moment the Molotov gets dissipated, they haven't tossed in a second Molotov, so you're going to see CD just pushing in already a CD inside control. Bomb gets planted. Now Queenix might not be expecting this player to see who's walked in, and that is Crystal with a Deagle, and he's going to find himself a free frag. That is such a big blunder coming in from the T's. Queenix with the Magnum could do some trouble though, but the AK-47 hands the Crystal. That's going to be lethal. Finds 1, 2, and 3. 1 remains Frolic in a 1v3. He finds 1 with the Khalil. 2 more to find.
Oh, well, the Deagle's coming back in. It's Madden, and there it is. Godsend walk away, and they steal the round. Copenhagen Flames come into it with the better buy. Godsend have pistols sprinkled across the board, but they still walk away with the win. And I think that's just actually a little bit too much caution from Copenhagen Flames, who were scared to run in towards the B-bomb site. They wanted to make sure it was empty before they run in, and well, that just allowed Godsend to rotate all 4 players down in towards the ramp, and they still had to plant the bomb at that point. So Copenhagen Flames almost their own enemy there.
Yeah, I mean, they had another Molotov, which they didn't toss it in time, so the Molotov faded away while the bomb was getting planted. No one is spotting towards ramp, and that allowed Crystal just bunny hop his way inside the control room. He finds 3 kills from there. He catches a player towards fence who's looking the wrong way, picks up an AK-47, 2 more kills. That's it, round's done. That should never have happened, and that was such a big blunder by Danes. And a very, very quick round coming in for Godsend, a complete eco mop-up. And again, Flames have only themselves to blame for this. That was a round they should not have lost.
Well, 9-9. And we talked about this on Inferno, the fact that Copenhagen Flames have a tendency to throw away the rounds they should be winning. And when you're an underdog, that doesn't really go too well. It doesn't bode well at all. You're gonna have to win those rounds. Especially in such a close affair against Godsend. As soon as they take any momentum, they're gonna run with it for the next few rounds. So Copenhagen Flames have to win this. They have to win this next round to rectify their previous mistake.
You have the arsenal to work with. It would be unfortunate for Copenhagen Flames to fall, because looking at the scoreboard, it's a very distinctly different picture. If you look at the fragging department for Godsend, Michael Elliott, Madden, Zen, and Sticko have 12 frags each, and Crystal and 9 just trailing by 3 frags. And then for Copenhagen Flames, we have Queenix, Nodius, and Hooksy. We're below 10. They're 9, 9, and 7. Refresh and 14, and her Farlig on 22. He's like by far topping the leaderboards on both the sides. So we don't want it to be a one-man show right now, right? We want the rest of them to step up, but it goes to show, we're talking about the individual players in Godsend, and all of them are individually very gifted indeed. They're all potential frag stars, and for Copenhagen Flames, right now, they need to be relying on the teamwork. They need to be relying on their protocols. They are still the underdogs here, and looking at that second round, the second half, where they were just so trepidant going to the lower bomb side, they need to they kind of need to grow a pair, Dinko. Let's put it simply that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they have to do it here. This is certainly a ballsy call to go. 17 seconds left on the clock in towards the site. Well, Madden is going to punish them for it. 2 picked up. Michael Lele as well. This round is done. Refresh, the last remaining player. Not enough time to recover the bomb and get it planted. And no time for the kills either. He will fall away. You get 10th round on the board for Godsend. All he needs to do is stay alive and not die after time. And that is at least a small victory for Refresh, but the round still goes in favour of Godsend, and Madden just holding on, getting the 2 kills that instantly annihilates any of their chances.
M4A1 at that range, you would have expected them to like maybe find one that get taken down, traded immediately, but of course doesn't happen. And yeah, this is looking. Wait, Refresh just go for the buy. Yeah, I guess he'll have enough money. It won't be the best buy in the next round. May have to just make do with an AK-47 and Kevlar, but with no utility. But he's gonna go for the hero AK buy. We're just curious. The rest of his team going for the full eco. He's gonna be the hero here. It's literally a full eco. They have Glocks, and everyone will Refresh is the only player with anything to work with, and he's gonna have to lead the charge here. He's gonna be leading the way. AK in hand, goes for the spray. Does a bit of damage, doesn't quite get the kill. The rest of his teammates just gathered around him like little gremlins looking to pick up the kill. He does the damage, but they're walking straight to the slaughter. It's going to be the M4A1 of Mod, and then he just finds 2 before he gets taken down, and this might actually work on out. That hero AK buy from Refresh, if this works out, Godsend, oh, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Well, Zen back it away. It's going to be the lineup for Michael Lele. He does manage to kill on towards Refresh. Nodius holding on in towards the control room. He heads his way towards the bottom of the stairs. Every entrance, but Michael Lele slipped on by. The Magician appears behind. Now Farlig on. It's only Nodius left into a 1v3. The defuse has been tapped. There's not the full commitment. Crystal bits the peak, and he will go for the defuse as well. 11-9 on the board. Godsend will get it done. Money in the bank though for Copenhagen Flames, but it's not enough to get close in rounds and get the bomb plants. Now they have to start winning them, and this more than most.
Indeed, they have to. Yeah, Refresh. I like that. I like who went for the Galil. Definitely a gun that was buffed a while back, although they said they haven't. It hasn't really. I don't know. It hasn't. It's a good. anti-eco gun, I guess, and T-side, especially in the second round, but apart from that, haven't really seen it being used that often, but I like how Hooksy's dropped the AK to refresh, and instead he's the one wielding the Galil, but here we have a full buy now for Frolic with the AWP, his weapon of choice. He was quite deadly on the CT side with a zoom banger. This time around, we'll be looking to get that opening pick. He will have to duke it out rather, against Sticko. He does opt to go towards ramp, but by the looks of it, they're slowly inching their way towards the lobby. There's a lot of time to work with and a lot of utility as well in the hands of the Danish side. Not really finding anything here. You can see the CTs, they're not really showing their hand, they're taking the time, just delaying them. Tossing the nades, their molotovs. Opening flames. Just, they're very comfortable playing this one late as well. My worry here, Adam, is they take two. This has happened a few times in Inferno, it happened in Dust 2, it's happened in Nuke as well, where they just leave for like 20 seconds and they just run in like headless chickens, and hopefully that doesn't happen here.
I feel like some teams run the clock down. I'm not saying it's just the company and Flips do this, but I do see a lot, like some of the lower tier teams, they run the clock down just for the sake of running the clock down, and there's no real reason to do it. In a lot of the systems, it's not like they're doing anything off the back of it, but this is certainly a late push, trying to start them with information, but Madden's going to line them up. There's 2 kills picked up from the site, and it's just rinse and repeat. Madden just sits back, patiently waits. When they inevitably run in, he's there with 2 kills. Now it's Farleak, a 1v2 required of him. He'll tap the bomb, it has the right read. Sticko knows that he hasn't gone for it. It comes back in towards the lobby and swings for the clutch. It's going to be 12-9. Godsent, 4 away from victory, and Sticko, he was just about to walk into his death against Farleak there, but makes the right call to back away.
I wonder how Sticko knew there. What, did he scope
he made a step or something? Because it didn't look like Farleak had even made a slight step.
Yeah,
maybe Sticko just very making the right call.
Right call, maybe, you know, his sixth sense tinkling. But yeah, Mr. Sticko does manage to clutch that one out. It looked scary there for a second. Farleak, we definitely know what this guy can do. Right now, he's doing 24 frags as well. But Copenhagen Flames, they come close. But no cigar. And Godson slowly but surely starting to run away with this one. 1-5 in a row. It was an 8-7 half in favor of Flames. That 1 round lead is a distant memory at this point. Godson looking so very good. And Madden, man, this guy's almost everywhere, isn't he? Like, that HUD hole, like, he gets 2 kills, he crouches down, he trusts in his teammate playing behind the bomb site to get the player peeking out, and he just does such a good job, not just taking the dupe and staying alive, and then, oh no, he's out in the open, but he still managed to stay alive at 4 HP. In fact, he digs at Hooksy as well, and Hooksy, scared away, and Zen somehow survives, and look at Madden with the plays. This man's a madman. And of course he gets a kill as well.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
I mean, if you're betting on anybody to do that kind of play and come out with success, it would certainly be Madden. You put your money on. He's certainly a solid player, shown that he can have smart aggression and quite a high success rate. Malik throwing the smoke towards outside. It's going to be a wall of smokes being deployed towards outside. Michael Lele playing for information from the secret stairs. We'll start to realise no one's actually coming over here, so Goldson can just hold their players inside. With under a minute left, Copenhagen Flames don't have any map control really, and also they're starved of info. They don't know where anybody's playing from, and don't know that they're completely bamboozled towards outside. Everyone knows what's going on here in Godsent.
Hit again, Madden once more. It's going to be a throw on this side, and he somehow just finds himself in the perfect position. Looking for more. Frolic though, Tech 9 hand, but he's barely alive, and Crystal will tickle him to death. 13-9.
Everyone's favourite torture technique, of course.
Tickle death, dude. Listen, man, I'd rather, like...
I hate being tickled.
Yeah, me too. I'd rather just get shot. If it
Yeah, me
comes
too.
down to
If
it,
anybody's
right?
going to tickle me to death, I'd rather just be, like, shot in the head. Well, that would be... If you're going to die, I think being shot in the head's not the worst way to go, because at least it's quick, right?
Yeah, at least it's quick, unless the person misses.
Yeah. That's morbid, but we'll move back
It's very
on.
morbid.
Let's move back onto this this game. So, Copenhagen
Listen,
Flames
it's a quarantine. We've been at home for a while. It's okay to be a little bit at times,
yeah,
I guess.
and the internet in the UK is slowly dying, so, you know, at a certain point we'll literally have nothing left to live for, Blair, so,
No food, no water, nothing to drink. That's fine. But internet dies. That's it. That is literally
done, yeah.
the end of civilization right there.
I don't know what I would do. I might actually have to. Well, there's nothing else to do. So, yeah. It is the end. Well, 13-9, Copenhagen Flames did go for a tactical pause, talking over some of the approaches that they could bring into the next few rounds. Not exactly going to be a perfect buy in this round. They're saving money in for the next, so it's going to be 14-9 most likely on the board here for Godsend, and then we'll see Copenhagen Flames start their last stand. Well, Godsend are looking like the team that are going to walk away with the win here in the series. Copenhagen Flames have to prove me wrong.
Prove a lot of people wrong. Tech 9, man. Oh, it's gonna be 3 frag for him. Looking for more, but the Tech 9 will win that dual hooksie though. Not allowed to escape. Michael Ele with the nade. Takes him down. 3 Ts though. Unfortunately. Actually, it might work on their favor. They do realize, I mean, they don't realize, but there's no one towards ramp. The fact that they spotted 2 players with secret has managed to draw the rotation from the CTs, leaving ramp exposed, and Madden should be careful. He's dropped down. They've definitely heard him. They might be going for the double peeker. They will indeed, and they will get the kill, but not before he does find a frag for himself.
Winix up towards the top of the ladder. Molotov comes in immediately from Godsend to prevent the peek over the top. They're just going from bad to worse for Copenhagen Flames in this round, but we'll see if they can wrap together a few more kills. Going towards lower bomb side wouldn't be the wrong call. Be positive one with Cricket already. Lately just being aware of the heaven peak. Still is in such a good position. He should be at least getting 1 kill in this position. They line up for him. There's the first. Now he confirms to the last remaining players there. His teammates can get their move on and get back into the site. Fireleague already confirming the bomb plant, but winning this round is certainly possible from this guy. He's an incredible player, but just the deagle as he stands on default. There's the kill on the Michael Ele, and he pulls it off on Sticko. The clutch comes in, and Fireleague will get a 10th round for Copenhagen Flames.
How many times has this guy just come in clutch for his team, right? 1v3, deagle in hand. The patience from that guy not to panic. And then 1v2 gets a bomb down. He can hear both of them running down through the vents, and he just has the patience of a saint, just nerves of steel, just walking all the way to the silo, and then he just catches the first player off guard, and then of course finishes off with a body shot onto the final player as well. So well played, and with that, I do believe he is now 2 frags short of dropping a 30 bomb in regulation here. And he has been the difference maker for Copenhagen Flames. They're still in this game because of this. Despite the fact trailing by 3 rounds, the fact that they're 10 rounds right now is because of the heroics of Fireleague early on in this game.
The thing about this though, and this guy he's another incredible Danish player that can all. What's going on with this country? They just keep pumping out good CS players.
It is ridiculous. It is. Are they like what, the 5th best team in Denmark right now?
So we have Astralis obviously number 1. Number 2 would say North, and then Heroic. They've kind of fallen off a little bit.
Mad Lions.
Mad Lions are certainly up there, maybe even 2nd, I would say actually. So it's between North and Mad Lions. I think Mad Lions definitely take 2nd place. Then North 3rd, 4th is Heroic, and then 5th Copenhagen Flames. Pretty nuts.
Pretty nuts, and they're competing against some of the better teams. They've already beaten Contact, the ex crazy lineup, and yeah, man, I don't know what to put in the water. Maybe it's Anders' secret science experiment,
Producing clones for the simulation.
Yeah, it's all a simulation, and right now, simulation really not going well for the Danes, though. Let's see if it works out. I do believe there's a little bit of a monitor issue for one of the Danish players, but we have an immediate resume coming in. Hallelujah. To 10. Godsend with what could be their last buy for a couple of rounds if this goes the way of Flames, because if you look at the money, it is not ideal. If you look at the buy, it's also not ideal. Michael Ele with the AWP, Stickle with the M4 alongside Crystal, and then of course Maiden and Zen with the MP9s. I'm expecting a little bit more aggression from the MP9s. Maybe a double man, maybe like a lobby pincer, maybe a double man ramp push, something of that nature. Or maybe not. They've been holding these defaults in their upper bomb side, and the Ram, and it's been working out for them as well. So let's see how this plays out for Copenhagen Flames. So if they win this one, they have a very good opportunity to kind of close the gap and potentially get to 12 rounds at the very least.
I mean, certainly we're looking at them having to buy Farley a heap of drinks once this is all over. Because it has definitely saved him so many times in this game. Smoke execute towards outside, the wall of smoke's up for refresh. Checking close, making sure no one is pushed up from the CT side to cause any problems. Zen is going to be prevented from walking up towards the top of the stairs at the moment, and then he does it to himself as well. You know, okay, thanks for that. Oh, Zen's just not having a good time at all, is he? Oh no, I would just run away with it. I'm just giving up at this point.
At this point, you just like throw away all the utility and
just drop your gun, become a pacifist, and hope that they don't kill you.
Well, that one works out at least. A little bit of damage being eked out, but let's see how this one works here. Farlig, the man, the myth, the beast, the op in hand, leading the way. Ooh, I like that cheeky boost. That could potentially catch Michael Early off guard. The hit comes in. They're getting pinned to the 3 players with load, but then with an MP9, that's not going to work at they know exactly where he is, but they need back on the ball with Sticko, but Hooksy spots him out. That's a lower bomb site just executed. They barely took any damage whatsoever. And again, they kept it to the last minute, Dinko. It was like, I think 25 seconds remaining on the clock when they went for the play, but this time, Lady Luck does smile down on them and gives them a little kiss. And that's going to be round number 11 for Copenhagen Flames. And for Godsend, it is the call for the safe. Crystal and Maiden have these 2 guns, but that's it. It's going to be USPs all around, and that's a golden opportunity for Copenhagen Flames to just grind back into this game.
Yeah, if I'm Godsend, I'm starting to feel very scared at this point. You know, Copenhagen Flames have struggled, yes, on Nuke for the most part in the second half, but they've bought wind off the back of that hero play from Fireleague. Allowed them to stay alive and gather a little bit of momentum. And now Godsend's money's in the bin. Copenhagen Flames should be sailing to an easy 11th round on the board. Godsend won't be able to buy for the next 2, so this is going to be scary. Copenhagen Flames coming into this feeling comfortable now. The AK is the ops, everything. Should just be going for a slow approach. The good thing about Godsend is, you know, in these kind of rounds, they always have an idea. They don't throw these kind of rounds away. We even see it when they have full Glocks that are always still potent. We've seen that on Dust too. This is the good thing here for Godsend, is they always come into it with a plan.
Indeed, they do. And right now, the plan is to get as much damage as they can. Or, Crystal just pops off and wins this one single-handedly, but that is unlikely. Copenhagen Flames, once more. They're not a big fan of really showing themselves outside Phoenix. Aware that up close could be dangerous against the SMG, he finds Sticko. And Madden doesn't quite swing wide, and thought it might potentially just push out wide and just get the trade. But instead, it's just going to continue to hold the line. Flames once more setting up the smokes towards outer. And they might take advantage of that. Why not? They're not going to be facing much of opposition, considering they know that, now they know that it's potentially an eco for Godsend, at least for the majority of the players, so they can take advantage of the AK-47s used along with deals to their favor. They can take advantage of the AK-47s used along with taking a sweet time. That always worries me. 40 seconds. They have a lot of angles to clear out.
Crystal's going to be their main resistance point here. We've got the M4. Refresh is going to take his head off immediately. The USP towards Decon is very low indeed. Michael Ile dropping in the vent. And just 1 kill on the USP, so they'll be happy enough with that when he does get shredded. Pushed immediately. Odious is ready for that ramp progression, and this is flawless. One player lost, of course, but flawless from Copenhagen.
Yeah, it just scares me, man. It always makes me a little nervous when they run the ball. Especially when that happens, and there's a high chance, high probability that you might lose that, especially right? Sure, this scenario Godsend did imagine a world where they had 5 Cs and they're all stacked up towards C or something. You get 20 seconds, you don't have time to really clear out all the angles, you run straight into 5 Cs like 5 demons looking down in your direction. That's it. You don't even like, you know, if the bomb goes down and they run away, you don't even have time to get the bomb down. So it always scares me. This old ancient Navi-esque approach. The only team who could do it time and time again and defy the odds was Navi a long time ago. However, 30 to 12. Flames have fought back. 1 round separating the big side of Danish. Fine. Godsend, despite having gone for the eco, look at the utility they have remaining. These folks have been flash by
Not with the spam eventually, connected on towards Refresh, and Madden is trying to get aggressive, but he has been dropped to 90. Surprise from behind at a certain point. There's a minute left. Rotations come in towards the lower ball side already. Finally hitting the shot on towards Michael Ile. He had been dropped to 10 HP. Sticko taking him down there, but the barrel spotted and Sticko dropped low. Madden comes in, seals the deal, and somehow Sticko is still alive. Nearly walks away with a couple of headshots there, looked away at the wrong time, and that's going to be the Madden specific demise. And while there's 35 seconds left, the T side starts to flee, shoot up towards the vent. Sticko looking for the timing, the sound cue for the spam from Crystal. It's onto you with the Famash. The Molotov goes in towards him. It actually connects. That gives away that he's there. And unfortunately, he can't move up onto the planter. And so now Sticko stands into a 1v2. No kit available, no utility. Unfortunately, it is the end for him. Picked up, it's even odds again. 13 apiece.
I can't believe Chris. Oh, that is so unlucky. Played that to the right place, the right time. They tossed it a Molotov. He saw it come up. He walked on out, and it hits him, and that's the cue. That would have been the round because there was no one to defend the ball. That round could have gone the way of Guns if the Molotov had not hit Crystal. And that is just. Oh man. And with that, his economy is bending. It's looking like the Zimbabwean economy at the moment. That's not a good sign at all. And yeah, they've gone for the slight little bit of this investment. And might as well throw a little bit of caution to the wind to push it up towards trophy room, or old radio as we used to call it back in the day, as Mr. Sticko. Nobody claims they play this right. If they play this right, this could be them going into the lead at the very end of the series.
Let's go into this. But I think this is looking like a good start for them. Hooksy and Nodius getting 2 early kills. Godsend really displaying too much chance in this round. 4 seconds to play. Farley, after it's been clutch, but it's been too late for the 30 ball. He's really struggling to get over the line there. 29 kills on the board now at this point. Just one more, should be able to get it.
Good signs is everyone who's stepped up to the team. They were all single digit for the longest time, but finally, Razor so far,
they've done it on the T side with no creep.
Yeah, that's great. Although, you know, if you do get the creep, it's can't for you at this point. They've just killed the gun, haven't they? Let's kill it. No, you're bitching about it too much. There we go. We gotta kill the gun.
Yeah, exactly. Springing behind us through the season. He's gonna try and take out Phoenix. He won't get rid of him. AK collected down while he falls away, and while Sticko is getting called very opportune, but he eventually will. So, AK's now playing for Godsend. Good to see.
Dig should have dead to rights obviously exist. Getting Dig down earlier on wasn't the most ideal of starts, but it shouldn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, especially not with Main and Ivy taken. Pop Dog getting smoked, that leaves Flusher locked out of this round, and that means just Golden now inside of the site to try and hold the fort all alone. He does still have this Deagle looking to do some damage, but he gets wrapped onto by Forest, who seems very aware of Flush's position here in the Pop Dog.
Don't nade yourself here. Don't do it to yourself.
He's considering it. Ooh. On the ladder? Come on, come on. No, gonna give up with that one. Not tall enough either. There we go, Flusher. A little late to the party, but he'll get it done. Not really making any difference, but he's waiting with his grenade, see if anyone will offer anything up. That won't be the case. I like that round from Dig. Very important one for Hauser. Him and Freiburg entry Ivy, they deal with this off angle that JW's running. Of course, this is in a 4 on 5 for Dig, right? The pressure's already on with Roland finding an early D. Here we go. But Hauser does a good job of not only finding an entry, but getting that smoke down and Pop Dog. That gives the room for Forest to go wide, and he's able to just do so much work on the site, killing the bomb train player, re-smoking the pop, and sending Flusher out of there. So good stuff from Hauser, making sure that Dig are given the room to move inside of A. Without clearing pop, that angle for Flusher could have definitely caused some problems for Dig leaving the yard. 2-2 though, buys back in for Fnatic, a quick eco followed by Guns, and Dig, they are full of them as well. Max Util, no AWPs yet in this game, but we'll wait to see. The money is low to start things off.
Flusher dumping a grenade off into this upper brown halls, and now Exist will be there on the front of the push. Go. We're off the races. Flusher playing real close. He's going to find some kills here with this SMG, causing quite the ruckus, and at least keeps him pinned back there within the ramp, while the rest of the team shows up here for Fnatic. Pretty easily. Get Right can't even find a fight, but Krims finds him with his M4, and that's a 3K on the round for him.
That's one of the dangers of going for a late B play with no lurk early on in the round, right? A lot of teams, especially at this kind of level, Fnatic are going to read that. If you don't throw any grenades A, you don't show any face on that out of the site in the first 20-30 seconds, and then you hear grenades B, Fnatic know what's going on. They know the Digger stacked halls, and you can see by the time the close round play has been traded, I think it was Flush with the SMG, Fnatic have 4 players on the B bomb site. They are so ready for that execution. So, yeah, that's one of the dangers. If they want to keep things fast instead, that might be the solution. But Forest loses his head. Hauser's going to trade with the AWP at least, keeping things in a 4 on 4, and he'll switch up his position, going from Tico to Ivy.
Roland almost sees Get Right there. Golden in the meantime going to try and aggress. Timing's not good.
За КТ, они, ну, как бы начинают за слабые для себя стороны. После смены сторон, когда они будут играть за атаку, это уже совершенно другая игра для них. У них на всех картах атака сильнее, и на этом самом трейне, я думаю, это не исключение. Поэтому давайте, конечно, смотрите, он присоединился. Что-то я помню, хотел докторский вопрос какой-то задать, но забыл. Что-то я у него хотел спросить. Не помню даже. Ну да ладно. То одни сливают, то другие. Я бы не сказал, что она не однокалиточная, ну, не качели происходит. Это как бы такая типичная, нормально равная игра. То есть в прошлый раунд не было слив 0. Как бы, ну вот сейчас опять. Вот сейчас вот пошло уже такой небольшой слив 0, знаете. Но я бы не назвал эту игру такой неинтересной. То есть здесь нет такого, вот, как будто договорились. Сначала одни забирают, потом другие. То есть здесь есть какой-то дух борьбы. Вот в прошлом раунде был индивидуальные действия Лана, продемонстрировали хорошие. В этом раунде вот команды задавили. Мне кажется, вот два уже должны были вести с более крупным счетом. То есть они отдали 2 раунда ненужные для себя, по крайней мере. Я как-то пытаюсь еще их поддержать, хочу, что все-таки у нас на инферно это вся дело переключилось, но вот 2 уже отдали, по-моему, даже 2, а если даже не больше раундов, которые отдавать не должны были. А бомбу вот не берут, оставляют просто ее на базе. Средняя атака запланирована была, но все-таки обычно хотя бы подносят немножко поближе ее. Так они чисто в принципе оставили, и придется больше времени тратить. Поэтому такие дела. Ну и у Ванфри теперь проблема, у них есть форс. И именно этим они собираются решать свои проблемы. Есть АВП, и уже у него забирает карту. Читали, АВП тоже падает. Но вот, пожалуйста, эти проблемы уже развиваются более, так сказать, серьезно. Если на прошлой карте я бы сказал, что у нас Ванфри были более сильными, казались, то на этой карте, мне кажется, У2 посильнее выглядит. И стреляют получше, и перемещаются поувереннее. И вот только, ну, повторюсь, вот в некоторые моменты индивидуальным мастерством там План, помните, взял раунд, потом там Карса в один момент с Челкингом, по-моему, 2, не 2 в 4 взяли с пистолетами. Или типа того. Но, в общем, индивидуально вот они тащат, и как раз таки из индивидуальных действий команда Ванфри еще собирает раунды, еще остается в борьбе, но вот именно командными действиями, недаром этот трейд как бы имеет 4 винстрика, у 2 Esport, 4 подряд победы, и это заметно, что трейд этой команды тренирован неплохо, и в принципе действительно есть шансы перевести игру на инферно. Очень важно, как позиционно сторон Ванфри себя будут вести, но еще очень важно, смогут ли Ванфри вообще хоть один раунд за КТ взять. Все-таки если возьмут только 4, этого будет очень мало. Серьезно оплошал, знаете ли. Девайсик потерял, неприятно, конечно, но ничего, в принципе, страшного особо не произошло. Здорово. Ох, здорово. Скайпец. Подписывайтесь, кстати, на паблик ВК. Также подписывайтесь на Twitch. Нажимайте сверху отслеживать. Если смотрите у кого-то, кто стримит меня, знаете, я стримлю на Twitch TV, Афера ТВ. Потому что на YouTube еще есть случаи рестрима моего стрима. В принципе, я как бы не против особо. Всякие эти страйки кидать я не буду, но, знаете, я это не одобряю. Поэтому заходите и смотрите на официальном источнике. Ладно, у нас юспы от Ванфри, ну, кстати, я уже сказал, что отдаст. И позицию отдает. Смотрите, Диди сейчас может раунд. Я бы сейчас с этого глаза с удовольствием посмотрел, но Диди как-то мешкается, и так, Диди умирает. А я вот очень важно килл это, если сейчас я не убил бы Диди, а было бы все наоборот, то, посмотрите, бомба была бы под контролем Диди, потому что она лежала очень далеко. И, в принципе, команда У2 бы очень сильно позиционно проигрывала. Поэтому, конечно, это очень важно был минус от я, он его сделал, 8 для У2 забирает, тоже победа в первой половине как минимум. Да, форс был как будто глупый от Ванфри, согласен, и последствия этого форса они уже идут. Мы видим, как они проиграли экономически. Конечно, они скупаются сейчас, но в случае, если они проиграют еще и сейчас, то это действительно можно проиграть половину 4-11. Так, ой, хорошо, Челкинг как прошел, вот не ожидали его здесь видеть. То есть, видите, хороший респаун был у Челкинга, также хорошая стрельба была у Лана, и по итогу, вот, пожалуйста, вот 2 Esport решили тоже, наверное, посчитали, что у них были хорошие респауны, решили как-то подпушить, подрашить, по итогу больше подраша абсолютно не сработали. Иван здесь уже второй минус дает. Ситуация 5 в 2. И вот тебе, пожалуйста, все-таки Иван 3, когда у них уже начинается такое прям, что ну вот вообще нельзя отдавать, они не отдают, они все-таки играют до конца. Показывает, потому что я уже, смотрите, как хорошая позиция, то есть он умеет вас хорошо, он еще славно перестрелять, то есть стрелять его, и здесь вот троечка, это DD, вот как он себя поведет, если он умрет, тогда это будет серьезные проблемы для команды Иван 3, потому что план будет полностью открытый, по итогу DD умирает, и смотрите, что говорит ай-яй-я. Парень, который был лучше по статистике, теперь вырубается уже лидеры на этом раунде, по крайней мере, дает 2 килла и возвращает победу, возможность на победу команде O2 Esport. Б-план полностью под контролем O2 сейчас, ставится бомба под Шадобая, и ай-яй-я на сейве своего тиммейта. Так, ай-яй-я, да ладно, кажется, убивает Шадобая, но ай-яй-я все еще живой. Ай-яй-я третий килл дает, четвертый килл уже на позиции DD, там чувак находится, ай-яй-я до сих пор живет, но живет все-таки недолго. 2 выстрела молоко, и по итогу все-таки команда Иван 3 забирает пятый раунд. Ну, молодцы, настраивают все-таки O2 Esport, молодец ай-яй-я с трипл-киллом тиммейт, который уже очень странно сыграл, и бомбу вот поставил, ну ладно, решил сюда поставить, ничего страшного, но по итогу уже ничего более хороший этот раунд рулить не получилось. Иван 3, повторюсь, вот когда у них уже так поджимает, когда уже прямо, ну вообще прям похороны, так сказать, нельзя проигрывать, иначе будет лучше выиграть. Они берут и выигрывают, все правильно. То есть команда чувствует, когда им нужно поднажать, чувствует, когда нужно рискнуть, и вот этот риск сейчас сработал. 5-8 счета, еще 2 раунда у нас остается. Иван 3 снова есть 2 АВП. Кстати, 2 АВП им помогали как раз таки выигрывать раунды, и по итогу они как-то отказались от этих авиков, но это, наверное, было вынужденный отказ, потому что ну, денег банально не хватало. И теперь, как только есть возможность 2 АВП этих каждый раунд сейвить, они их сейвят и с этими авиками играют. Нас предполагают многие ребята. Я вижу, что спойлеров много, сам буду сейчас тайм-аутить с удовольствием. Ну, не с удовольствием, конечно, но придется. Спойлеры это не одобряю я. Пошла у нас заруба, у нас уже вышли целых 4 минуса, даже эта камера уже залагала. Первые 2 килла дали O2 Esport, но в ответ уже с авика у DD даблкилл был сделан. Снова ставится бомба, он сейчас тут 3-3, опа, видели Карсова, который подобрал АВП, знаю, где он находится, и в принципе, ну вот ваша идеальная позиция, чтобы этот раунд не отдать, уже не знаю, что тут нужно сделать, чтобы фейлануть, но по итогу вот потихонечку, помаленечку, двумя авиками идут на ретейк. Знаю эту информацию про Шадобая, он уже забирает Ауиона, но Шадобай дает 2 килла в ответочку, и последний у него лоу ХП. В принципе, DD либо эйс, либо луз, DD хорош, дает очень важный минус, квадрокилл уже от него можно сделать на самом деле эйс, по крайней мере, авик меняет на другой авик, где больше патриков, но Виклав, ну как-то отдать. Возможно ли это отдать? Кстати, возможно. Это возможно отдать. И DD ошибается. Вот мне кажется, он замешкался там немножко, все-таки он успевал еще подстепить бомбу, если бы, вот как бы, повезло, если бы об этот уголок не ударился. Конечно, DD красавчик, у него эйс в этом раунде, минус 5 он сделал, недаром этот парень за карьеру заработал более 200 тысяч баксов, но, конечно, раунд взять не получилось, а в этой ситуации, ну какая разница, что там за свое АВП, в принципе, это тебе мало что дает, главное, что раунд был взят, это 9 для команды O2 Esport, но на тоненького взяли, там прям реально DD, вот не понимаю, почему он как-то, он отошел, знаете, надо было просто стоять на бомбе, потом выстрелить и диффузить, но по итогу он как-то решил отойти, из-за этого, возможно, он и выжил, потому что враг как бы думал, что он прям на бомбе будет стоять, но все-таки шансов на победу в раунде не оставил. Конечно, он себе взял АВП на будущий раунд, с этим АВП сейчас можно этот раунд выиграть, но по факту 9 для O2 уже был отдан, и начало неплохое, а я уже отъехал от Карсы, который с него калашников позабирал, ну это зажичка работает. Но по итогу O2 Esport сейчас могут довольно быстро выход организовать, и он может сработать, потому что, кстати, вот СГшку, и он сейчас против DD будет сдавать перестрелку против СГ, разминулись они, и O2 вместо быстрого выхода все-таки так на Б немножко перетянулись, там только одна четверка стоит, это Лан, он с Фамосом, и показали, как принимать будет, ну тут хорошо принял, главное, что хотя бы один минус но сделал, большинство для своей команды сохранил, далее все-таки бомба опять будет поставлена снова на дефолтинг, и Карс будет хороший минус, Карс убивает Ауиона и 2 в 4, ну такое нужно забирать фанфришкам, если они это отдадут, то вы знаете, можно в эту игру уже как бы, ну не то чтобы не вернуться, как там, конечно, будет пистолетка из миносторон, но все равно как бы будет отдавать такое неприятное 2 в 4, и Кейс уже, не Кейс, а Кейт делает, да ладно, и Челкинг не убивает оппонента, у него 16 хп, там, конечно, тиммейты, наверное, завершают дело, но сейчас была интересная ситуация, вроде как его по ЦЗшке должен был убивать Кейта, не получилось у него это сделать, но опять же, ничего страшного, главное, что большинство реализовали, это 4 в 2 превратилось 2 в 0, это 6-9. И вы знаете, обычно для Ван Фри шестерки за КТ может быть достаточно. Я бы сказал, что процентов в 70 случаев Ван Фри даже шестеркой за КТ собирали. Поэтому 6-9 это счет, я бы сказал, довольно ровный. Хотя O2 ведут в 3 раунда, но это все может очень резко измениться. Я не знаю, как O2 будет с атакой, защитой точнее, по крайней мере. Это все-таки их карта, они должны здесь уметь защищаться. У меня там нет какого-то винрейта процентов. Я просто знаю, что O2 трейны последние очень часто выигрывают. И вот вы знаете, как для меня команда O2 Esport, она не запоминающаяся. Вот там про Zero, про Ван Фри, про IG я уже много чего могу сказать. Лучшие стороны, лучшие карты. Вот я сегодня уже об этом говорил. То, что у O2 нет каких-то сильных сторон, что ли, нет каких-то... Нет, сильные стороны есть, но они как-то не так уж очевидно. Нет каких-то сильных карт. Поэтому вот как-то мне сложно сказать, хорошо ли O2 будет играть за КТ. Ожидаю, что может быть и хорошо. По крайней мере, давайте дальше смотреть. У нас есть вторая пистолетка. Первая, я уже забыл даже сам, кто. Давайте посмотрим, кто выиграл. Да, это под 2.04 били, естественно, покинул. Это забыть. Ну вот посмотрим, получится ли второй пистолет Очку. Что по баю? По баю видит 4 армора и какая-то раскидка. Esport дефолт. В принципе, диффуза решили не покупать. Это важный факт. У команды Ван Фри огромное количество гранат, мы видим кучу флешек. Это будет, наверное, какой-то фейк. Может быть, нет. Ну, по крайней мере, есть только 3 армора. И Диди уже под бэт топает по максимуму. Если сейчас убьет шоу Пая, тиммейты, наверное, стянутся. А так тиммейты, конечно, готовы выходить на. Но вот в чем сильна сторона КТ, это Азия, это что угодно, здесь очень быстрая перетяжка на трейне. То есть, видите, вот шестерка, он стоит сейчас смотрит буквально 2-3 секунды, и он уже на плен. Вот просто 2-3 секунды, все, ты уже другой плен смотришь. Поэтому здесь на пистолетке преимущество, конечно, я думаю, O2. Просто потому что сильная сторона в плане перетянуться можно. Ну и по итогу есть атака на, и смотрим, СП уже все, раз, два, три, все, тут уже 5А. Все, они готовы принимать. По итогу у нас пошел выход. Есть уже от Кейта минус, по итогу серия разменов, из которой ситуация пока что в пользу для O2, бомба не ставится. Далее Карс с бомбой делает минус или нет по Уйону, пока непонятно. Выстрелы очень плохие, по итогу, смотрите, друг друга убить никто не может. Диди выходит сверхниз, делает фраг, Карс все-таки отъезжает, бомба так и не была поставлена. Диди на лоу ХП, перестреливается с Уйоном, попадает ему в голову, но попадает с ГЛК, а Глок не убивает. 1 КБ ему оставляя умирает, и это 10-й для O2 Esport. Ну вот тебе, пожалуйста, все-таки Ван Фри, сложно все-таки, похоже, играть на трейне. Не знаю, еще совсем недавно трейн у них была карта, которую они сами любили часто брать. Но куда это капитан ночи в составе был. А по итогу вот уже трейн у них превращается в такую карту, которую они прям не могут играть, что ли. Честные пистолеты, ну что это был за раунд? Они купили кучу раскидки и абсолютно ее не реализовали. Куда они ее кинули, непонятно. Ну это легкий был раунд для O2 Esport, я бы его так назвал. Действительно, выглядел легким. И по итогу O2 Esport у нас берут 2 пистолетки из здорово, Лая. За что бан? За спойлер, очевидно. Почему такой короткий? За такой тайм-аутик на 10 тысяч секунд. Это не Лая, сейчас понял, да. Ну что же, Ван Фри. Ну, отъезжают, отлетают, умирают. 11-й отдает, забирают Клаудом. Ну, что все-таки действительно будет 1-1, я все-таки прямо изначально верил, что они смогут. Зря отвлекаюсь. Очень важно сейчас смотреть раунд все-таки, в котором команда Ван Фри вроде как безнаказанно на Б вышла. У них есть 5 калашей, я вот даже не увидел, где они столько ХП, много потеряли, но 3 игрока прям супер каленые. Я тут благо, что я не сюда смотрел. И вот у Лана есть такая, знаете, привычка. Вот он, я уже не первый раз замечаю, он зачем-то свапает частенько девайс на нож и назад, так резко. Чик-чик. Вот так вот таким кликом. Это я как будто по клавиатуре шарашу. Вот он, знаю, нервная какая-то херня. Вот нужно избавляться ему от этого. Вот нужно за этой нервной херни очень часто умирает. Очень часто. Не раз я замечал. Поэтому не понимаю, почему такое заберут, и вот как раз таки только получили девайс, и сразу пошла игра, поэтому еще далеко не победа, поэтому еще нужно продолжать стараться. Так, ну что ж, мы продолжаем. Счет у нас 7-11. Первый раунд за атаку Ван-3 взяли. И два Esport, какой у них странный бай получился. Они все-таки решили зафорсить, по итогу в этом форсе. Ну, смотрите, этот форс на самом деле так-то пока что неплохо начинается. Они сделали первый минус, но по итогу продолжается он очень плохо. Продолжается он тем, что Карс сейчас не дает 2 минуса в ответ. И Ван-3, вот получив такую, наверное, какую-то уверенность после победы в прошлом раунде, получив какой-то плюс мораль, дозу и просто забегая на плей, но абсолютно безнаказанно как-то заходят, дают минус, потеряли только одного пути, а вот, пожалуйста, Стрикно еще возможно, правда, это очень важно минус по Карсичу, но продолжение, конечно, после этого минуса пока не происходит, и, конечно, этот вот форс-бай от O2, который выглядел изначально как-то не очень хорошим, мы видим, что продолжается он тоже не очень хорошем ключе, и уже это будет 8-й для Ван-3, да, и в следующем еще экономический будет от O2, поэтому ой-ой, игра переворачивается, хотя, казалось бы, уже O2 себя чувствует в своей тарелке на КТ-сайде, но нет, Ван-3 все-таки ловит этот вот какой-то кураж, и пошло-поехало. Так, ну и что, 20-й юбилейный раунд, станет ли он удачным для О2, станет ли он каким-то неожиданным, ну, по крайней мере, пока уже кажется, что нет, они даже обычно, знаете, хитрить, когда пытаются там 5А садить, 5Б или типа того, тут как бы они не хитрили, получается так, что уже потеряли одного тиммейта, ну, неплохие вроде попадания есть по оппонентам, но не идеальные, все-таки нужно в голову давать этих диглов, этих респов, иначе, конечно, сейчас просто будет 5-0 и 9 для Ван-3. Ну да, так и происходит, 9 для Ван-3 точно, а вот 5-0 не получится, да, Шодапай все-таки успел убить Иди, но это уж такие мелочи, издержки победы в этом 9-м раунде для команды Ван-3. Ну и что, вот сейчас уже начинается действительно серьезная игра, знаете ли. Если там Ван-3 могли, если точнее О2 могли расслабить булочки, если они могли как бы немножко попуститься, так сказать, отдать несколько раундов, то уже все, то уже не могут, то уже счет уже практически равный, 9-11. И мне кажется, если вот дай только Ван-3 понюхать эту победу, дай им только понюхать эту кровь, и они начнут тащить. Или все-таки у нас опять сработала эта тема, когда Ван-3 отдают врагу 11, и потом начинают выигрывать. Ну, может быть, и это самое сработало, но уже как бы в руках Ван-3 я вижу силу, в их глазах я вижу огонь, и уже как бы О2 нужно действительно играть по сейвове, как-то поувереннее, то есть если открывать какие-то свои заготовочки, расчехлять какие-то свои темы, которые они еще не показывали, ну или типа того, по крайней мере, у Ван-3 уверенная игра пошла. И вот сейчас они, конечно, застопились, то есть каждый раз рашить не получится, каждый раз все-таки рано или поздно себя щеманут, поэтому они делают такой вот плей. Пока что раскидку на А. Пошли смоки, пошли молотова, ну и пошел у нас выход один сверх низа и развивается так, что Шадопай оставляет вверх низ, выходит через смока, банально. Но ненадолго, времени, так сказать, не так уже много, 17 секунд, нужно как-то Ван-3 поторопиться, если хотят этот раунд забрать, более того, Ботл вообще остается 1-2, и вот так вот. Ну, то есть, не понимаю, вот у Ван-3 есть уверенно складываются те раунды, где они забегают четко, атакуют, никого не боясь. А сейчас они как-то, видите, что-то стопились, тормозили, пытались какой-то подпушить оппонентов подловить. По итогу оппоненты не подпушивают. Оппоненты там не дураки. Оппоненты понимают, что все-таки они на этой карте сильнее, и они могут спокойно быстро в 3 даже подзабрать. Почему бы и нет. Ну и по итогу все-таки у 2 Esport у нас ставят тайм-ап, насколько я понимаю. Это они... Нет, One3, конечно. One3 поставили паузу. Потому что понимают, что... Так и не проснулся. Да, Лины проиграли в финале Венеров, потом был Иран, стали чемпионами. Даже уже 30 секунд остается. Они все еще не собираются куда-то идти. Все-таки пошла раскидка на а выход куда? Это тоже надо, свой же молик. Что происходит? Что это за... Вы почему поняли? Ну, типа фейканул, зачем было бросать молик и идти на него умирать? Вот этого я абсолютно не понял. Ну, типа да, типа они фейканули на а, якобы, чтобы все вот 2 секунды переместились туда дефать, а по итогу оказалось, что это выход на самом деле на Б. Но на Б там не дурачки сидели, и спокойненько они задефали всю эту тему, но я ничего не понял. Честно говоря, почему нужно было делать именно так, почему вот самое, что смешное, что он еще от своего молика умер, это была самая комичная тема. Возможно, он другую гранату хотел снять, возможно, он так и хотел от молика, так сказать, не умереть, но за него пробежать и типа супер как-то неожиданный эффект сделать. Но по итогу это было супер неожиданно для тех, наверное, кто сидел для One3 болел, конечно, это позорище, по-другому не назову, что створили сейчас One3. Ну, просто они плохо играют трейд. Вот вопрос о том, что там многие писали в чате, что у One3 76% за месяц. Ну вот их трейн, вот это их заготовленный раунд. Как вам заготовочка хорошая? Мне не нравится. Я бы такую команду никогда в жизни не ставил. Вот когда они бежали и просто стреляли в голову, это... Челкинг остается 1 в 2, давайте мы на него камеру оставим, мы будем за ним следить, чтобы такого... Спойлер, не получить по итогу Челкинг, 8 хп, а у Иона 69, 1 в 1. Бомба ставится. Ну что же, у Иона есть все шансы раунд взять, на самом деле, по крайней мере, 8 хп у врага. Ну, у Челкинга все шансы есть тоже. Но все-таки нет, у Иона была хорошая позиция, хотел посмотреть, какая статистика у этих парней. Ну, а у Иона мы видим, что как и на первой, так и на второй карте против своей бывшей команды настреливает просто колоссальное количество фрагов. Уже 25 он настрелял на трейне, и 9-14 у нас счет становится. 2 раунда всего лишь 2 остается для того, чтобы эту игру перевести на третью карту и выиграть свой трейн. Такие вот дела. Но у OnePlay есть бай. Все-таки этот раунд был экономический, поэтому то, что они вырвали на постановку бомбы и выбивание 4 девайсов, это, конечно, наверное, хороший исход. Извиняюсь, был на ФК, но ничего не пропустил. Вот как раз таки вернулся идеально под тайминг, когда были сделаны первые киллы. Ну вот, пожалуйста, пауза закончилась, Вантри что делают? Играют свою игру. Вот, опять же, уверенный выход, без каких-либо препятствий. Ну просто на индивидуальном стиле перестрелили. По крайней мере, хотя бы плей заняли и бомбу поставили. Уже положительный момент, а учитывая, что Вантри
is concerned. I'll welcome back. You sort of, Mac rather, you described this as a bit of a coin flip going into it today. What's your thoughts on that whole take, Kev? You know, you feel like this is a bit of a 50-50 matchup as well?
Absolutely not. Definitely not a coin flip. Definitely not a 50-50 match. This is still heavily favoured in order. They have a lineup that's been practicing for a lot longer. Let's be realistic about it. Still a roster with much more experience, the ability to actually take these series against lower tier teams like Chiefs at the moment and to put the W on the board. But, I mean, I wouldn't consider Chiefs like completely outside odds here. They showed a little bit of ability to upset the Renegades earlier on. If they can bring that consecutively against Order, who are playing poorly, that's where the series starts opening up a little bit in terms of interest.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, right? Does the result against Avant play on your mind at all here, Matt? The one that Order got 0-2 didn't get too fantastic for them at all. You look at Chiefs, they managed to get a map on the Renegades. I know that's kind of chain logic in a way, right? But surely that's got to be something that you think about when you consider this matchup.
Well, it was. That's why, like, going into the prediction, I'm thinking that this is probably going to be a 3 mapper as much as I feel like Auto should be winning this 2-0, considering Chiefs are coming in with a fresh lineup. Chiefs are just looking really good right now. If they all perform individually and Order start napping, you know, then there is that opportunity for Chiefs to cause the upset today.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's have a look at the Order lineup while we're having a bit of a discussion about them. It should be some familiar faces. As you've already alluded to, Matt, they haven't really made too many roster changes in recent history. You've got the experience there of players like Ricky and Justillo, who have been overseas quite substantially. You've got the young gun coming through, the likes of Gyra. Alice has been around for quite a long time, as well as Valiant, I guess you could probably characterize alongside Gyra there as one of the more newer faces, I guess, to the top level of ANC Counter-Strike. Though this is a fairly experienced Order roster, so what's your take on how things have been going so far for them, Kevin? You know, you look towards individuals, right? I think we've seen Alistair having a pretty decent run so far in DreamHack Masters Spring. We were talking about Valiant a little bit as well.
I would actually argue that Alistair's not been looking to crash hot, in all honesty. So normally Alistair can be on that peak form where he's just pretty much taking control of the map. Not really seeing that at the moment. Ricky as well, he didn't really have a good series on train against Avant the other day. Looks like he was being singled out and targeted, which is always very difficult as that B-side anchor. Look, the key for success here is the rifles working once again for Order. We saw coming into Nuke that it was a much closer match because Estillo started firing up. You can see that Valiant was able to do the job as well alongside with Gyro. So for me, if Order come into the series where Alistair is able to hit his shots, Valence is able to race off to a good rate of hot start, and some of the veterans in Ricky and Estillo can back that up, then excellent. That is actually their win condition against Chiefs.
You think the same, Mac, or are you leaning a little bit more towards Chiefs having a better start?
Well, I feel like Order need to have a good start, because that's what didn't happen the other day for them. You know? Avant kept on catching them off guard, kept on finding the best timings possible, essentially, there. And look, it took Justillo a long time to get on board. Ricky as well. I think he was 0 and 10 on train, I believe. That's a really rough start, considering how well he has actually been performing individually for Order since he joined this lineup. So that was a real big surprise when Avant just shut him down.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about Chiefs as well while we have a bit of discussion about them. And this is a very different roster. You're going to see Vexine, Q2, and Zeph coming in. Now, there is that Apoc Dud and Humongous coming through that former Chiefs roster. But yeah, look, I sort of came into this one thinking for Chiefs, this is a good opportunity just to build the roster up a little bit. Didn't really have too many expectations. And already being able to take a map away from Renegades has been a pretty decent result for them, I'd say.
Yeah, look, I'd have to agree with him there as well. You know, Vexite looking very, very good, and I want to see another big performance from him again. First map, he didn't look great the other day, but then he had a pretty big nuke, I believe it was. And then, look, it was just Apoc Dud really on the orb doing a lot of the heavy lifting for that victory. But you still need to look at Soju. He had a very calm, collected head coming into the game, getting a few clutches there and a couple of really good plays. I think it was the B-side on Inferno that was really, really solid.
It was A site, so it was
Yeah,
it was the Zeph and Soju kind of site hold. It's B on Dust 2 and the A on Inferno where they looked pretty good against Renegades. And look, that kind of is expected a little bit. You've got really a dynamic, such a dynamic player in Zeph who's able to challenge 2 or 3 different angles. And you just allow Soju to solidly lock down one. He gets 1 or 2, that's completely fine. It just means that Zeph can prioritize the more dangerous angles and get those kills on the board.
Look, I would argue against your point. I'm sorry to say this. I think Vexite had an okay series. He didn't really set the world on fire for me. He didn't really openly impress me, but it's against Renegades. I'll give him a bit of a break, right? It's a hard thing to always do against such a top-tier team. It's your first official. You're still pretty young at this. Like I said, willing to give him a break, but let's be realistic. He did not set the world on fire.
15-year-old, first official, up against the best team in Australia. You need to give him some leeway. He didn't bomb out. He didn't have a 0 on the board. He did really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that kind of a context, if he's going average, you're probably pretty happy with that. What I do want to question you guys on, again, because you've seen those couple of games so far over this course of the ANZ portion of Dreamhack Master Spring, is that one of the old storylines for the Chiefs roster when they were genuine coming into Chiefs was that if they're going to play well, they're going to be relying on APOC Data Q to kind of bring a bit of that firepower. You talked about the other players every now and then, but those two seem to be the primary sort of star power kind of figures. Is that the same kind of a discussion that we're going to be seeing a lot from the Chiefs roster today?
I'd say so. Look, Hugh, he had a pretty decent series the other day. The thing is, he is one of the most consistent players on the team. I believe the first series of Road to Rio that they played, he had a bit of a lackluster performance. But then the rest of Road to Rio, he was looking solid as ever. His MDL performance has been pretty solid. And then over in that upset map, he had a couple of decent frags. And even on the maps that they lost, he was playing very, very well. So as long as he's consistent over in that upset map,
that Chiefs are quite strong on it. The fact that Renegades actually bans train against Chiefs and go, we think they're pretty strong at it, I think that's a pretty big commendation, honestly, from the best team inside Oceania. And look, Order definitely struggled against Savant on train the other day. You're going to be coming into that very confident because Order, I believe their permanent veto is always overpass, correct?
Yes, it has been for a while now. And the thing that excites me about this matchup is, again, we have a chance to see some Vertigo, which we haven't seen so far in DreamHack Masters for this week. So I'm excited to see if that does come in. I feel like it would be a third map pick here, if it is there at all, because like both these teams pretty good. Order doesn't really want to get upset on it, and the Chiefs know how to play it as well.
Here's the thing though, Chiefs with this new roster might actually try to avoid Vertigo against Order, because it could actually be a bit of a threat here. I'm just trying to figure out what else is their permanent ban, because they talked about it just the other night where they have 5 maps. I don't feel like they really play Overpass, so it might be a case of, okay, we might actually see Vertigo banned out in the first phase.
Alright, well I suppose we've heard all of the discussion from Mac and Kev. Let's go ahead and bring up the first couple of bans. It's going to be Vertigo, so Vertigo's gone there, Kev. Mirage taken away by Order, which definitely does leave Train open here for Chiefs. Now we're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit here, so I'm going to go ahead and say let's just
go for it.
Have a look at what the first couple of maps are and then have a discussion about it. So it is indeed actually going to be that Dust 2 choice from Chiefs. Now, Train's still available in the pool, could go all the way to that third, but obviously that must be a surprise for you, Kev.
A little bit, yeah. But look, picking Dust 2, not too surprised either, because they did have that success against Renegades. They're going to be pretty confident going into Order on that map, especially if they start on the T side.
Yeah, look, I feel like, especially as the first map of the series, Chiefs are going to be able to start on the right foot if they want to formulate an upset here. And Order, I guess it's just going to depend on how they're feeling today. Their Dust 2 isn't too bad, but up against Chiefs, if APOC Dud has nothing to lose. Although, think about it, APOC Dud the other day when we were talking about Dust 2, that was the second map of the series. We said, what changed between the first and the second map? And he's like, well, we lost and I didn't like it. So going into this, he's not going to come in off a loss. He's not going to be fired up.
I think I figured out the success for APOC Dud here. Any map that has water in it, I don't think he performs that well. So that's why he might struggle on Nuke and these other maps like Inferno, where there are a couple of taps and fountains. Dust 2 completely devoid of any hydration source. Maybe that's why he frags so well.
What is interesting, obviously, is that Chiefs haven't gotten rid of Overpass, so that was a map that's very, very heavily been vetoed by Chiefs in the past. Maybe a shift in mentality based on this new roster that's coming in. Let's go and see if they do get rid of it here. It's actually Train taken away by Chiefs, Overpass then forced away by Order, and Inferno is the remaining map in the pool, which is overall a little bit surprising for me. You know, you're again sort of very heavily angling towards Train for Chiefs. I was expecting to see Overpass the veto away from Chiefs, so this is kind of all throwing everything out of the water. We've got Dust 2, Nuke and Inferno. Thoughts on the map pool as a whole, Mac?
Well, map pool as a whole, there's there's water on Inferno. There is a fountain, so I'm probably going to say if it goes all three, with your theory, Chiefs are going to be losing this series. But Inferno, Order's been looking pretty good on it, and it was interesting to see that they didn't insta-ban Overpass themselves, because it's been that insta-ban for a long time now, and that might mean that they have that as a pocket pick.
I wouldn't say so, to be honest.
Well, what's your thought then, Kevin? It seems like you've got something to say about it.
I was about to say quickly, because Overpass I feel like it's just a ban at this stage, because they know that Chiefs aren't going to play it, and they know that Chiefs aren't going to pick it, so...
Well, we'll take a look at the Dust 2 map stats here and see how things have gone in the past. Now, there's very little to look at when it comes to Chiefs, right? It's 100% win rate. Yeah, it's against Renegades. It looks fantastic on paper, but it is only one map victory. Not quite as kind for Order, so that's probably playing onto the mentality here of Chiefs as well. I think we're going to be looking, again, probably to APOC Dud to activate here on Dust 2 to have a good solid shot against Order.
Yeah, I would also say it's really down to the riflers on Chiefs as well. Soju needs to step up. He was playing very, very well on Dust 2 alongside with Zeph at this stage. So Zeph actually had a shocker coming into the final map on Nuke, so hopefully he's able to pick up his game against Order, because he cannot be doing that if they are to take the series victory.
Indeed, indeed. And Mac, what's your quick little take on Dust 2 before we head to the break? You keen for a Chiefs victory here? Do you think they start off well, or is this going all the way into Order's back pocket?
If Chiefs are going to win this series, they need Dust 2. So if they drop it against Order, then it's not looking likely for an upset today.
Alright, well I guess we're going to have to find out, Mac, aren't we? We're going to head straight into Dust 2. First though, time for a quick break, so I guess it's not straight into, got you there, but don't go too far. We'll be back right after this with the first map.
From AT&T. I'm back, working from home, and here to help.
Hey Lily, I'm hearing a lot about 5G. Should I be getting excited?
Depends. Are you going to want faster speeds?
I will.
More reliability?
Oh, also yes.
Better response times?
Definitely.
Are you going to be making sourdough bread?
Oh, is that 5G related?
No, it's just like, why is everyone making sourdough now? But yes, you're going to want 5G.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best network. Visit att.com to learn more.
Dust 2 awaits for Order and Chiefs as we're about to head into map number 1. There are a few little things that we need to clear up before we get into that, and of course one of them is going to be our predictions here on the desk. Go ahead and bring those up. It's going to be an interesting discussion here. Before we get into that, obviously you want to get your predictions as well. You can head over to the DreamHack website and let us know your thoughts. I believe there's some prizes on offer for those who predict well, predict correctly. And Kevin, unfortunately you would not be one of those, generally speaking, who predicts correctly and predicts well. You've gone for Chiefs. Mac and I have gone for Order here. So talk me through the idea behind picking Chiefs here.
Look, I've gone a couple of predictions a little bit way too correct these last couple of days. You're correct. There's no Order in the world. If I keep doing this, I need to get something wrong, or I need to prove you guys wrong. We'll find out which way it is.
Well, you did a pretty good job yesterday. I think you hit the nail on the head with the 16 to 9 prediction.
16 to 14, actually.
16 to 14,
so I said
yeah.
Renegades were going to take Nuke, but barely. It's going to go all 30, and there you had it. It was all 30 on Nuke. So
honestly, I think that's
really
pretty
rare.
good. I would not have predicted that. I would have predicted Renegades to just smash Nuke, to be honest. But not about you, Mac. What's your reasoning for Order? Because obviously we've gone for Order. I feel like they're just a little bit more of a known quantity, a little bit more established as a roster, and that for me is why I've gone for Order here on Dust 2.
I will usually just go for that safer pick myself, it seems. And Order, going into this series, I thought that they would be the safer pick. So, look, that's really it. Anyway, Jordan will be leaving us now, as it's going to be Kevin and I bringing you all the action here on Dust 2. Betway odds just barely favouring Order. But as you can see, very, very close indeed. Now, Order, they have chosen to start on the T side here on Dust 2, and it looks like they're aiming to go towards short here.
Look, I'm not going to lie. Those odds for Order actually look pretty good at this stage. Yes, I predicted Chiefs, but if Order come into the series more hyper-focused, it's going to be absolutely great for them. Apoctard's going to be the first point of contact, obviously, with the pistols, but it is actually going to be an eventual A-site split. It's all really down to Ricky. How much can he find over here at long?
I don't know if it's even going to be the split at this point, because Short's there for free. Chiefs position for the retake. Ricky steps straight into the crosshair of Humongous there, and that will be first blood. Now, Chiefs, with this man advantage, may be able to make the retake look good, but Apoc's going to fight for it anyway from this position. Binks down, force back. Wants some more as he's jiggling around, but it's Ali with pre-fire coming around the corner, and that is going to be the A-site secured. Bomb dropped, but retrieved there by Valiant, as Zeph now may just be able to dunk this nade in the perfect spot. One's actually gone to the wrong position.
Soju's missed that one completely, but I think they were trying to guess exactly where they're on site. Look, they can accelerate the timing here, though. They've got the players in the right position right now, charging into short. Valence is going to be the key threat right now from Ninja. Smoke's going to go on the bomb plant, and Zeph's not going to spot the fact there's one in CT. The bomb has been stuck by Soju, so it should be a Chiefs round victory, even though their members are falling down. No one alive, but they get the round.
Too much of a distraction there coming in from the Chiefs, and they reel it the whole 5 seconds. Kits make it that much easier, don't they? Well, now as we go into the second, we do have a quick pause coming through. Order, with that bomb plant, should be able to go for a force if they want. They can get a couple of AKs in play. Not sure if it's the smartest decision, but if it works, then Chiefs will be on the back foot.
Yeah, look, I think for Order, it might honestly be better with a few pistols on some of their members as opposed to just complete force-up. And the reason why for that is they've got so much money. Look, you've still got body armor and Valiance as well as Distillo. They've taken a little bit of damage, so if they want to invest in a helmet, which they really need to on the T side, let's be realistic, it's going to cost them a lot more. But you get a couple of Deagles here, keep Ricky's money up and Gyra's money up high, try to do some damage to the CT economy, then you start rolling in. Well, they have forced into here, or Ricky has, so
interesting decision. I thought Val would have certainly kept the money there and handed off an AWP to Ali for the next, but it looks like Order, they've decided against that decision and are just going to play their own game, so let's see if they can cause an upset here in the second.
And look, the key to the game right now is obviously taking the round. If they don't, they just need to take guns off the CT side. A couple of SMGs in play, 3 of them as a matter of fact, means that this A-site hold is going to be very weak. Can't really duel from the A-bomb site into short, and even as the smokes go down, I mean, the 2 long players, there's only Humongous with the A4. Once again, a retake A setup, as Order have managed to take the short control unscathed with a lot of utility left.
Slow approach. Order in the position to execute. Here comes the Vanguard smokes. Well, only one for the moment. Progression. Edging forward now, Gyra wants he got in store for us here. He's got that double flash to play with. Molly going down towards the A ramp. It's the A site that is the target. Still Ricky just waiting for a push here at bedroom, but no one falling yet.
He's going to hear this from Vexite. Oh, Vexite clears it and falls back. He's pushing backwards and forward. He's playing with Ricky at the moment as the bomb plant goes down. There's so much retake utility to work with, and Ricky is now a big threat right now. He's going to be shift walking through into bedroom, but he can't find the timing. Vexite gets the better of him. Out comes the retake utility. The Galil's dancing on the bomb site, trying to fight against 3 CTs. Not going to work out. Valiant's last man left standing, but with the Galil that range, he's doing well to hold on for now. And the time is actually ticking away. Valiant is making the Galil work. Even if he goes down here, it doesn't matter. The round has been picked up by Autumn. There's no time.
Soju sticking it anyway, so everyone will fall there in the second, but Valiant's making the Galil look so damn good. 6 on the board, and a similar performance to kick things off from him. We saw the other day, I think he was on 15 kills in about 8 rounds the other day, and I'm expecting the same right now.
That was on train where he was just off to a racing hot start on that CT side against Avant 2 days ago. I mean, it's good to see him replicate that form. He's really been one of those consistent performances for Order recently, and that's great to see from one of the young guns as well. He's really impressed me these last couple of months with his growth.
Humongous is looking to go toe-to-toe at bedroom, though. Whoa. Timing not going to favour him. No idea that anyone's been boosted up. Ricky just waiting for this aggression, and Humongous falls straight into the trap, but he'll take Gyro with him, so at least the damage has come through. Chiefs now, look at the position from APOC Dud. He is continuing forward up mid. This hasn't been spotted yet. Val, he's worried about mid doors, but look, APOC, he's threaded the needle. He's straight into the backyard, and this is going to be so much information for Chiefs to play with.
Yeah, this is absolutely amazing as well, but he might actually be picked off as Alistair's come back. He was very scared of a bedroom re-aggression. It's actually not the bedroom re-aggression, it's something else, and that actually opens up the map for Order one more time.
APOC Dud is going to be kicking himself there. A victim of timing. Now Order has that bomb over and up at dark. They're getting ready to go for the execute. Progression smoke comes through. Zeph in a solid position. But can Charlie get some revenge against Order here? Oh, not quite spotted there as the jump out comes through. It's going to be some utility everywhere. Misses some sitters onto Ustillo. And now it's all crumbling down. Charlie can't get the work done as Soju tries to pick up the pieces. Backside as well in CT, brings it to the 2v2. And now there is an opportunity, but Ustillo still needs to commit here. And it's just a scout to cover. Under the window, flash comes through, and Soju gets it done. 4 seconds to retrieve the bomb and plant. Now it's going to be Ali forced to stick this one, but Vexite so far away. He's going to the double doors. Ali gets it down in the last second.
Oh, no, he misses it.
Wait,
Chiefs
what?
take the round.
What?
He's just planted a little bit too late, and Chiefs managed to sneak another round out, and that is a critical kill. That flashbang coming in from Vexite buys enough time, and Astillo just whips his spray there.
Did he stop planting?
No, he committed to the plant, but...
Oh, it was just a millisecond late, right.
Just a millisecond late. But what a round. I mean, this is the previous round. It's just trading back and forth at the moment. Once again, a force buy coming out from Autos. These rounds just not really working out for them at this stage. Once again, Chiefs, their default has very much been this A-site retake setup with APOC Dud. His attention more drawn over to mid, assisting the B players as opposed to the bomb site is. As you can see, time's ticking away. I think he's heard something or seen the smoke near Xbox because he dropped a nade over at short earlier from mid, and he's actually fallen back to A now. I feel like we've seen this one before.
We're about to see it again as well. Vexite, he took a shot before just to bait the attention there of Ricky, but Ricky knows that Chiefs do love this double long setup, and with this awkward smoke, it has broken up the crossfire, but it's APOC about to take contact now, spotting the cross to sight, but Order still not falling at all. And that'll be the plant for free. Chiefs, they've got so much extra weaponry to go for the retake here.
Yep, and they're trying to clear out Ricky at the moment, trying to sit at top mid. Ustillo, though, does well to at least cut down one pressure point. And I think the CTs are a little bit too spread out at the moment. They're all trying to chase down Ricky, but he's done really well to stay alive. They have to actually back off at the moment and save. I don't feel like they can go in for it, but Vexite looks like he's in a position to continue to challenge. But this is just all spread apart for Chiefs at the moment. They just need to back off and hold on to their weapons. The rounds, once again, being traded back and forth.
Not sure what the call was there, and even the protocol's looking slightly off for the Chiefs. As you mentioned, Kev, they did split up completely, going both ways. Vexite straight to site, and the other two boys certainly trying to deal with Ricky, who never really had to leave spawn that round. Went straight back there and then just drew enough attention for enough time, and Order caused an upset on the pistols for a second time.
This is a really weird start to Dust 2 at the moment, where Order, the rounds that they've won have pretty much just gone straight up short, but the way that they've won it has been completely different. One of them, it's Valiant's Heroics. This time, it's just Ricky dancing around and buying enough time. A change right now for Chiefs, as they do manage to commit the forces to short instead. They've given up long control.
Oh, but straight up the guts. It's Vexite to draw first blood. Valiance, though, has something to say. Zeph, he's actually going to be spotted at the last moment. Val only good for one before he's fallen there at lowers. And Apoc dud. Beautiful shot onto Gyra to continue the festivities. Now looking for some more. Can't quite hit it. It's going to be Ustillo doing the swinging now, but he's going to be left last alive as a beautiful nade from Humongous mops up Ricky. And the 1v3. He has a big job ahead of him. Huge flash as well, though, with the double peaks to follow. Chiefs maintain the lead 3-2.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Order actually fall straight back into this as well. This has just been a game of both sides trying to pummel the enemy team's economy into submission at this moment. It's a fist fight. Maybe Order have decided just to chill out a little bit here and just build the money up on Valiance and maybe just prioritize utility. Nope, out comes a force buy, which is what I expected.
All right, very late call, though, so Order unable to play the spawns this round, and it's Humongous doing exactly that as well. Straight up short as fast as anything, and Ali, the buy will be for nothing.
At least it allows an opportunity for someone to go back and pick that up. So Ricky's actually picked up the AK-47. He had a scout earlier on, so 3 rifles in play right now for the TE side. Humongous spots out a player in lower dark. Lining up a few HE grenades, does a decent chunk of damage.
Chiefs, they are not going to back down from this fight.
I think Q is feeling it at this stage. Jarvis missed that smoke, unfortunate.
Too much Tarkov, I'd say. Anyway, Molly, over towards Xbox. We'll buy some extra time. Val has to tank it down to 33. Gyra's somehow beat it, sneaking around the side.
Yeah, Vexite's just not covering it, dropping the utility a little bit late. You can see Humongous was expecting a flashbang push coming forward, but it doesn't work out. So left for dead in a pretty precarious situation. Looks like they were caught in 2 mines. Out comes that single smoke from the T side for now. And you can see Ricky's done a lot of good work already on that flank position. That Chiefs are so wary about someone coming out of bedroom this late in a round.
A-site now found for free, but Apoc Dud wants to go forward. It is going to be the trade now. Val on elbow, falling. Bomb goes down. Ustillo gets it, but he loses his head. It's going to be Ricky now left in the 1v3, but the flanks come in quickly. Zep now mops it up. That's going to be 3 alive at the end for Chiefs, and 4 on the board. 2-round lead over Order.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from Vexite. We'll talk about how he needed to have a better performance coming into this series. And so far, the pressure's off. You versed Renegades, which is the biggest ask. He did okay in that series. Definitely starting to hit a couple of regulation shots, which I'd say a young rifler should, making it look pretty easy as well.
Great positioning, great hold. And a couple of heads tapped away at. Huge round from the newcomer to the Chiefs. Now, in round 7, Order finally forced to go for that Ecos. Even so, there is some upgraded pistols, so anything could happen, but at this point in time, Chiefs are feeling very stable, very confident with this 3-2 split.
Yeah, 100%. Vexite's got an AK-47 right now as well, so even though short, once again, is going to be the port of call for Order, you can see how difficult it is to take when you don't know really what Chief's setup is on the CT side. Vexite, big responsibility trying to cover that rotation position now.
There's not actually a whole bunch of mollies to stop this push through elbow. And the 2 smokes from Order will deny a huge amount of vision, 1 or 2 flashes rather as well. Ricky We'll just chain these ones across and try to blind the AWPer, but as you can see, there's so much damage done to Ustilla already. APOC forced back with that one. So it will be the plant looking like it will come through, surely for free now. Order, get it done. Now it's just a question of how much damage can they do in these positions.
Oh, Zeph has missed a lot of that spray, but he's able to recalibrate. It looks like Gyro decides to join his teammate. Oh, looks like Vexite's going to clear that corner. So once again, all down to Valiance, who's been left on his lonesome, has to push through the edge of that smoke. Has a chance to at least get a kill.
Looking grim.
I was about to say, all he needs to do is get a couple of good shots on the diffuser and maybe try to play around the edge of that, but there's just way too many CTs. He doesn't even do any damage at the end of the day in terms of the economy. And this is looking good for Chiefs right now on the CT side. They're starting to build up a little bit of cash flow.
Oh, again, here's that beautiful nade. Almost the Kobe. Wasn't the three-pointer this time. Speaking of 3 points, Chiefs leading by 3 now as we do head in to the 8th round. Valiant still on 8 kills, leading the charge there for Order. Ricky, bit of a slow start again, only 1 kill found, but he's doing his job very well there over towards Bedroom, as you said. He has been conditioning Chiefs to worry about that flank time and time again.
I think the issue overall is that Chiefs can continue doing what they're doing right now, which is taking this long control and taking this short control. It's working perfectly for them. What Order needs to start doing is threaten this short control, explore that mid area, and try to push Chiefs into an incorrect read. If they can try to get that third person more over to the CT side of mid, and then execute on the A-bomb site, and maybe try to catch off APOC Dud before he can get away, then they've got a better chance of taking out these rounds. Look, to be honest, this is their first proper buy round, I would say, and it might be a great start already as Alistair gets to pick through the Molotov, and they're just picking up the pace.
There it is, Flash as well in the perfect position, but Zeph will fall fully blinded, unable to see a thing, and all I can see right now is Chiefs decided to save with 3 alive.
Yep, no way back into that bomb site. That's just pretty much Chiefs. Normally we say that Zeph and Soju are pretty solid in that B bomb site, but they're just trying to run straight through an incendiary grenade. That's not going to work. And Gyra
says, what are you doing, Hugh, mate? Molly should finish him. That smoke comes out just the perfect moment. The spread isn't there. The wallbang trying to come through. There's no bullets left in the clip. Gyra tapping at the head of Vexite. And Order, with this economy, they can afford to lose 1 more player, but you wouldn't want any more than that.
Yeah, you still want to keep everyone alive right now. APOC Dud in the position to do some more damage with the orb, and you can already see Order's just on contained mission right now. They don't really want to be challenging into this strong position of hit.
Val comes out of that round with full utility. You couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, it's just down to Alistair landing a shot, and at that stage on the B bomb site, it's so vulnerable to be rushed. There's nothing really Zeph can do unless he gets close enough to the smoke, he dodges the flashbang, and he's able to get a multi-man spray down. But he's just too far away.
It looked like Soju just had a misread on the timing and unfortunately had no idea. There was Ali laying in wait in tunnels. Usually you'd expect that AWPer to be just gazing at mid doors, waiting and hoping for a push to come through, but it didn't happen this time. Anyway, Order now focusing on long.
Oh, great stuff coming out from Gyra. He will be able to get this entry as well as Zeph pushing up through short. Means at the very least, Zeph pushing B means that Order actually has to accelerate their push into the A-bomb site at the moment, and Vexite can't bring that A4 spray back down. Does a lot of damage to Valiance, but he's still combat effective. Utility is going to come out onto this A-bomb site as the push is going to be stalled for now.
Ambitious decision, but a huge amount of damage done. Is it enough, though? Still, Zeph, APOC Dud, and Soju have a long way to go. Flank will not be coming out from Chiefs now. 2 on short, 1 in CT, seemingly is enough. Smoke as well, progression. Looks like we are going to see a boost, and APOC Dud goes over the top. Oh, has a freebie, but he's going to hit the leg onto Ali, so Order now know that there's going to be 2 coming in from short. Ricky finds the first and the second through the smoke there. Pre-fire works wonders. Soju can't get any space found. Oh my, that was a solid hold in the post plant from Order.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from the riflers. We were saying Ricky had a cold start, but 2 very big impact kills coming into the players that were trying to push through the short smoke. He actually gets a spray onto APOC Dud as well, straight into the noggin. Great stuff from the veteran on Order. And now Chiefs money is a little bit all over the place, so they can get some armor and pistols.
Missed opportunity. Ali, a little bit slow on the trigger there. Usually something you don't say about the man, but APOC Dud will be caught off guard. A wider hold from Valiance works it this time. few with the Deagle is going to fall as well. This deco still could work if Vexite finds some headshots, find these body shots onto Val and Jara to finish. But he's not going to be finding too much there. Val will fall, actually.
Yeah, pretty routine cleanup from here as well. So great stuff from the riflers once again on order, just composing themselves and just getting their aim up pretty much. You don't want to be dropping these rounds against Eagles. You're able to get out relatively unscathed. You only lose one player in Valiance, which, look, it's not the biggest deal at the end of the day. And this is great now for Order, as their economy has started to build up. They've managed to break the CT economy, as it looks like we're going into another technical pause. We've had a couple of these so far tonight.
Scan on, boys!
So, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on?
Nah.
I reckon that fixes it. Yeah, she'll be right, mate.
Yeah, she'll be right, mate. Surely. Just flip that switch and, you know, give me a call and let me know if it works.
Yeah, just give her a whack. Otherwise, here's my mobile. Just give me a dial later on.
Yeah, you know, Kevin Mack, tech support coming in clutch again. Well, 11th round is upon us. Before we get into it, Order, they seem to have brought this back to a 5v5 situation. Everyone has fully bought up.
This is really just the last couple of rounds has boiled down to how Order have approached the A-bomb site. They're now starting to take this long control successfully, and you can see that Chiefs aren't really adapting around it. Humongous is unable to get out in time. Chiefs not really fighting on the same page. You can't really be trying to fight long with two people and trying to fight short at the same time. That short, like, your A-site player, which I think is Apoc Dud, who's got utility in his hand, he's going to have the call from his short player going, yeah, drop your flashbangs for me. And then you got Humongous trying to run away, screaming, going, help me. And you're just going to go, okay, so do I drop utility for short or long? It's a terrible decision to be in, and Chiefs have only got themselves to blame with. You've got to focus either on taking long with 3 early on, or you forget about long and you take short. Can't try to take both. That's a little bit greedy.
They haven't been taking both, though.
They tried in the rounds where Order have actually come out through long.
Okay,
And that's the difference, right? That's the difference on why they're getting picked apart when they're trying to fall away. And once again, this is a round where you can kind of look at it and go, yep, they've taken this long control. Excellent. They've given up short.
And you need to play around it. Even Vexite here in CT, he's in a solid position to hear any information for this short push and relay that to the long players as well. But Order, not up short just yet. Ali trying to thread the needle through mid there. But he won't find any victims this time. As you can see, Vexite, he's gone back to Goose. Looking to catch Order off guard if they go for the short push. And the bomb's gone to this position as well. Even though it has been a slow approach from Order.
They understand.
Got so much utility, and they haven't baited out too much from the Chiefs.
They understand. I mean, both teams understand this is a big round because Order, they have a perfect read of the situation, the economy of Chiefs. They know that they break this one once again. It's just going to be pistols. You build up that round count on the T side. You make your own CT side easier. Once again, Ricky's just an absolute nuisance in his long position. Doesn't matter if he goes down. He just draws attention and forces the AWP off the short angle, pushes Vexite into Apoc Dud into a very awkward crossfire situation. 25 seconds left, Order probe into mid, force the attention from the B-side players, and head straight back up to short.
20 seconds, Order leaving this a little late. Apoc Dud now able to hold the line, but the utility comes through for Order just in time. Flash now going out, so Vexite can swing, and Gyro not going to expect it, except Vexite oversteps his boundaries. Apoc able to trade now, wants to continue going forward. Bomb plant needs to be stuck, given the situation. Ustillo gets it down, gets it secured, and now it's a 3v3 for the retake again.
Yep, Ricky's come out long, so you can see Apoc Dud has to give it up. And now they're really cautious about when to go in together. Stillo and Ricky, perfect peaks on that timing. It's all down to Soju, but he still can't get rid of that low HP member. Eventually gets the noggin of Stillo, but there's just 2 people waiting for Order. Critical round 1 on that T side is now the CT economy. They've got the loss bonus now, which is just showing Order have been doing the good work to get these rounds on the board.
Ooh, late tack called. Chiefs looking to have a quick old discussion. About what they're going to do here as we head into the 12th round. Order starting to figure out Chiefs, it seems, as they've managed to go for 6 now on the T side. If they get to 7 or 8, I feel like they might have done their job. Maybe they'll need more of an 11 to make it look easy, though. I think that's not going to happen.
I think for Chiefs at the moment, sorry to cut you off a couple of times there. Right now, it's just down to map control. They're really relinquishing the short position, and Order's been able to punish them with this A side split. Once again, the B side has not been tested outside of a single round, which, as a B side player, you'll be a little bit frustrated because you're playing permanent retake. But Chiefs on their next buy round, I would say they need to make an adaptation and try to fight the short area. Now the question is whether or not Order will read into that and actually try to change it as well. Because we saw a couple of rounds ago where Chiefs actually took the short with Humongous on the rifle and Vexside as well. It was actually very successful. They were able to get 1 or 2 kills and fall away completely unscathed as Vexside comes into close quarters with a few members, but spots a lot of information. And Humongous is on the flank. If he can deny the bomb, this is really big right now as Order scrambling to recover the C4, which is actually dropped onto Xbox.
Yeah, that's a very rough position, and there's some CTs lurking down below. Can they find the line in time? Ali needs to go forward, but looks like he has just put his little head down. Jump up comes through. Hugh now needs to continue to hunt these heads, but going toe-to-toe with Ali is not a situation you want to be in, but there's no other option. Stuck here at green box. Hugh now has the movement, works the timing, and Ali, he's missed an opportunity, tries to jump down to the bomb. That one's going to be heard by Hugh, but he gets himself an upgrade. Ali has smashed his way up B ramp, and he will find the time to get the bomber plant down, but Hugh almost outplaying himself there.
Yeah, he doesn't know exactly where Alistair went afterwards, so he's done so much good work already, but still needs to get this final pick off. He's expecting Alistair to go aggressive over at mid, try to isolate at least one of these angles, and it looks like maybe Alistair's got the timing this time around. Perfect clutch coming out from Alistair and Ricky towards the end there. Shaw's just pistols, but that got really dicey. Great attempt coming out from Humongous, but it still means Chiefs drop a round.
You can see that solid off angle coming out from Ali at the end as well, just in between the door and the window. Not a position where you'd expect anyone to be pre-aiming, rather. Speaking of, you wouldn't want Hugh pre-aiming you, as he hit a couple of nasty digs that round. Now, Order, 2-round lead, looking to extend it, rather, as Chiefs. 2 on the A site at the moment. APOC has gone very aggressively over on short,
which is fine, because this is what I was talking about. Chiefs need to prioritise their short control a little bit more, utilise your riflers, and allow APOC just to watch over the situation with that AWP from A bomb site. We saw that yesterday in the matchup between Avant and Renegades, where, yeah, they had APOC occasionally fighting over it long, but Sterling was able to do great work with the AWP just being a turret. You know, APOC needs to summon the same ability as well.
Flash to get Ali into pit. It's AWP v AWP, and Ali misses his opportunity. The aggressive style not quite working here, but APOC Dud will give the line. Now you can see Order, they've got control of Dark, trying to make their way into mid doors. Looks like Jyra wants to throw that underarm smoke again and look for short control now that they have fully dominated long. Ricky, he's starting to edge up long wall as well.
Yep, this is a perfect situation for Order, once again, to commence this A-site split, but you can see that flashbang completely nullified by Valiance playing anti-flash. Order is set up for the situation perfectly, and APOC Dart is just going to be tapped away. It's all down to Humongous to hold off 2 angles, but Zev's actually going to bail him out of a terrible situation, and the bomb still needs to cross to the bomb site.
3v2, Chiefs can still achieve a win in the round. So, Jews worked the timing through the smoke. Now, Ustillo, however, is covering this angle. Head not going to be lost just yet as the bomb plant goes down. Jyra and Ustillo going to be stuck on site. Jyra so low, may just burn alive, but it's the 2-man peak forced out by that molly, and it works out because Order are starting to hit their shots, securing round after round, and that's going to be the 3-round lead over the Chiefs.
And once again, it's just the patience coming out from the main 3-man pack, right? You've got the flashbang. It's actually perfect coming in from Chiefs. It's timing on the incendiary grenade. They know the time's ticking down. It should have been perfect, but you have Valiant, who's playing anti-flash, or understanding that there is danger. He's covering the backs of everyone. He hears that flashbang. He goes in for the kill. Great stuff. As Order 2 rounds away from putting up double digits in their own T half, but this is the terrible thing, right? They're encroaching onto the B bomb site right now, and how many times have we seen something like this?
Oh, a
Valence is just so clued on. 16 kills, 9 death. The ratio of monitors everywhere.
Not the one that people like to use.
No.
No. Lots of these players would be using that 4x3 stretched, which can come back to haunt them, bite them if they don't hard clear these corners. Speaking of, Vexite is going to sit in a very hard corner of the crack, especially if this two-man setup works, but that will rely on Order walking into the trap, which at the moment it looks like they may just do.
Oh, I'd say Valence is going to drop the smoke. Crossover, maybe a few shots as well, but his feet's going to be spotted out. No.
Ricky now, that's going to be the push on one side of the map, and Vexite's gone forward trying to react appropriately, but unfortunately, as you can see, the B site's almost found APOC. Will be able to get his hands on that AK.
This is dangerous.
At the perfect time.
This is really bad. Order. Oh no, how have they done this? They force it into another 1-on-1. Humongous and Alistair once again matching up against each other. I feel like this is a repeat. Alistair does have time to work with.
Solid position to go for the plant now. Hugh has made his way through window already, and he has to commit to a line. He just needs to work it out, but it's Ali to fall. Hugh this time will win the same 1v1 and get another round on the board for the Chiefs. That's going to be 6 now.
I just looked at that and I just went, why did Order do that? They went big brain where it's like, okay, Ricky's got these kills. Let's go over to A because we've cleared out mid, we've cleared out B.
Yep.
Excellent. They're going to be pulled off the rotation at A. We've got the majority of members there. Well, they decide to go back to the B bomb site. And I hate seeing this from teams. They're trying to go, all right, we can fight off this single guy. APOC done. He doesn't even have armor. He kills 2 people. And you got 2 people charging him afterwards. Like, why?
Just doesn't work out. Doesn't add up.
And that's a round where I just go, please do not do that again, Order. They've looked so structured, so good so far, and they've just outbrained themselves. They went, okay, we're going to play around these rotations and whatnot, and the APOC just goes, all right, P to 50 goes pew pew.
The decision making, seemingly the downfall at the moment for Order, but they still maintain that lead. Let's see if they can carry it across to a 9-6 half, or if Chiefs can ride the momentum from the previous to keep it close as an 8-7. Lots of bullets going to be spammed through bedroom doors, rather, looking for any free damage onto Hugh. But Order, it might just be the round to go for a mid to B. Zeph in a perfect position to deal with it. Val for the trade. That one's going to favour Order as long as they don't fall into the trap of APOC Dud Molly. Going to a nice position. But that second smoke just taking a little bit too long. Molotov will buy so much extra time for this rotation from the rest of the Chiefs, though. It's Oju hits the mark just when it's needed most. Can he find the second man? Ali isolating. Crab walk will not be the answer. And there's the man advantage again for Order. How does this round turn out?
Yeah, good flashbang from Alistair to get out alive as well, but Vexite pushes through just at the right time, so 2-on-3, so hard to flush out this AWP from this position, and you can see exactly why. He gets the double flick down. Order will take the 9-6 lead into the half, but things are so tight at the moment. We're going to a short break. We'll be right back with more action.
best of times with nowhere to go. No bright lights for the future, only frozen rain. Try and ignite a revolution, some things never gonna change. Don't let it get the best of us. I fight for what you know. Let the world bet against us, but we'll be getting close. The time is running out tonight, so let's go. So let's go. Crying eyes try to look away, but we're no good at pain. The same old mess we always seem to make. Clean it up again. Devil heart with a black key.
Time for the second half. Order leading just by 3 after a solid end to that T side. Now they are on the defense, and it's Chiefs' time to shine. This is where they really shut down Renegades the other day on Dust 2. Let's see if they can do it again up against Order this time.
Yeah, I think overall that half definitely Order's part of the court. I felt like they'd probably deserved themselves 11 rounds. Chiefs winning a few clutches, doing a bit of damage that they shouldn't have. You can blame Order for one of those rounds. You can say Chiefs Brilliance won them the second one. So, look, it's just going to be the contact out onto B. Valiant's not easy to delete him, but Zeph's got the P250. And it's going to be a 4 and 5 retake.
2 flashes for said retake, though. Ricky has them in hand, and he is going to have that kit to play with too. Now, Ali will be coming in through tunnels, though, staying silent. I don't think that Apogdad has heard this one. Certainly not facing the wrong direction, but Ali's going to walk straight past him, doesn't clear his corner, doesn't even give it a second thought. Now, oh, he does. Okay, so there's a situation to find the double, and the retake's on.
Oh my goodness, the pistol from Alistair. Too good at the moment, and Ricky and Estillo just chiming in and cleaning off. Alistair, great trigger discipline, and you can see he inches himself really close to Upper Dark to buy every single advantage that he could. Works a charm as Order take the pistol, but Chiefs have that bomb plan, and I hope they decide to go for body armor and pistols, or maybe just a few pistols, but they have forced up here.
I love this play from Ali. Just 2 clean ones, no time for the communications to go through that fiber, through the headphones. It is just the bullets going through the heads instead. Now, Order, they've gotten to that double-digit mark, and Chiefs, they've gone for the AK play. So 2 AKs in the hands there. 3 Deagles, one of which has armor and full utility. The other 2, pretty much just glass cannons.
Oh, they're not going to expect this setup coming out from Order, but still able to punish it. Have they spotted Ricky out? Yes, Vexide has great responsibility with the AK-47, makes it work. And now Valiance as well, going to be just dipping in and dipping out. Trying to do as much damage as he can, but actually it's just all down to the 1 on 3. The Riflers can't manage to make it work out. Alistair, though, he's going to give it a good crack. Surely there's a kit for him to retrieve somewhere.
He does have a flash to send himself through the doors. Now Hugh, spotted and dealt with, but now with the flash, Ali makes the read as well and gets it done in the 1v3. Huge clutch for Order there as 11 will be secured. And the anti-eco, well, what they thought was an anti-eco will not be lost just yet. Bit of BM as well right at the end. Ooh.
Just keep shooting that head, Alistair, mate. You're looking good while doing it. He was one of the critical players that went missing yesterday, again, in the Advanced Series. Completely different look today. Already on to 17 kills. You can attribute a lot of these clutches to him. And that was down to Chiefs trying to take the initiative, trying to bully Alistair into submission. But he's able to get that pick onto Vexite. Very comfortable coming up. And as you said, reads the flashbang, understands what Chiefs were trying to do there. And from that point onwards, Apogdad didn't have any body armor. So aim punch would have torn him to shreds with the silenced M4.
Fortunate situation for Chiefs where it could have been turned in their favour.
Look, they've got the bomb plant down, and with that loss bonus, they can still get AK-47s as well as Galils with a bit of utility. But the problem is that they have to invest these 2 smokes on the cross. You can't really be faking map control elsewhere. And Alistair's posted on the perfect angle right now with the orb. He just has to miss. That's the only way he gets punished. Alistair doesn't miss, though.
The good thing about the rest of the round is Chiefs, they've already made the decision. They are going to be committing to this A-long take. Or Ustillo, he spots it, but that smoke may just not be enough. The nade to follow gets some damage, very minimal, but the MP9 needs to get work done at close range. Flash comes through, Hugh up on site now. It is going to be APOC done to cover. It's back to the 4v4. Gyra, full control of short though, so the retake will come through as Ricky almost finishes off Vexite.
Yeah, 15 damage, and Vexite's actually still trying to fight this one, 1 HP. That's very, very bold. Still an incendiary grenade to use on the retake, and that's gone maybe a little bit too... No, it's gone in the perfect position at Goose, and Humongous is going to be flushed out. And APOC died. Has the AK-47 in hand. Zeph's not really in a position to help out right now. He can help out with the CT aggressors, but the flashbang is just a little bit too good from Order. It's all down to Zeph trying to hold this angle, trying to find the shots, but it's going to be Alistair posting up. And Order just trying to find the player with the kit. That's actually Ricky. He's the only one with the kit.
Fortunate, leaving just enough time to decide who actually was going to get on the bomb. But now, as you can see, Alistair is starting to go on a bit of a rampage now that he's managed to get that confidence up. That 1v3 surely getting him riled and ready to go. So 12 now secured on the board for Order, doubling that which Chiefs have. And now there's no money remaining after the 2 forced rounds, and Ali is just going to be shutting this round down as fast as he possibly can, leaving the B site open as well. Chiefs didn't capitalise though.
Look, it's always a scissors, paper, rock risk, and at that case, Order would be very confident coming in late at that and retaking it against pistols or against rifles. They would have a lot of utility still to come into it. So Gyra is just going to hop over and assist Alistair in case that mid to B push comes out, but Chiefs a little bit straggled all over the place. Yes, they've got mid control, but they really haven't sold anything else so far. And look how much utility you still have in Ricky, Istillo, and Alistair.
Well, Chiefs haven't done anything to force it out, really.
Yep, they finally did something, which is good.
Ali posted on this line again. Different position where he was previously spotted. Soju doesn't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Will not go for the re-peek.
I don't think you want to touch that with a 50-meter pole, to be honest. Let's be realistic. Alistair in this form, you know that he's going to have riflers supporting him. What do? All right, I guess we'll go in and hit a 1B.
Okay.
So, just got to click on the head better, is what Soju says, but he's by himself in a 1-on-4. You can already see all the CTs rotating themselves into a position on the B bomb site in case he pushes through, and just Valiant spotting. But as time is ticking away, Soju needs to make a play.
And not fully clearing the off angle there. Soju tried to commit to the B ramp line, and he will be punished appropriately. Now, into the 20th round we go. Chiefs are back on the bye. Their first full reel by APOC Dud has that orb to play with. Utility for everyone. This is where they need to make this comeback happen on their map pick, or Order will be shutting this one out soon.
Yeah, not smoking the cross. Alistair, that's a little bit greedy right there. Long fight's going to come out from Chiefs as well as Order. So this is all really down to the gunshots right now, as Humongous is going to be torching alive, and he's going to eat that HE grenade. It's actually APOC Dud's flashbang that doesn't work, and this has just gone from bad to worse. Long control has been secured very easily by Order. So yeah, they can head up short, but that's cool. You don't have long control.
Yeah, that's it. Look, Vexite, he copped some damage there, will get away with the bomb, realising he's the only player that still has utility to play with, so didn't really want to be going and falling, just trying for a trade. 2-man disadvantage. Deep smoke has actually worked in Chiefs' favour, allowing them just out of the doors here. Valiant. Looks like he won't suffer any punishment. Nice and passive here in CT. Doesn't want to overextend and give Chiefs any advantage here.
I mean, that's the only weak part of the map so far. You're very confident they're not going to be up short. Out comes that smoke, then you're going to be calling it for sure, as Valiant is going to try and find some timing shots. Look, the T's will be able to evade that.
But Ali, he's very low on the back of sights. Spotted maybe on the entry. Soju deals with them appropriately. There's the 2 kills they need, and now it's even Stevens. 3v3 for the retake. Order. Will they expect Zeph on this aggressive play through Lower Dark?
That's the real question, isn't it? Because if Zeph just stays there and clears out this angle, he can actually go back to Upper Dark and play it, or he can try to cut off the rotation from Ricky, who's deciding to just stay passive for now. Out comes the flank, and there it is. Zeph's going to strike, and that's actually going to shift the rest of the Chiefs players to actually make a bit of a move. Order just have to fall back. Can't really make this 2-on-3 work anymore.
Huge play. Zeph, 1 kill. And the round was secured. But also Soju with the double entry up the B ramp into B. That was spectacular for Chiefs. And now, Order still need 3 to close it out, but Chiefs in an achievable situation. 3 live at the end with an AWP carried across is huge for Chiefs' economy. Order should be able to buy up into the 21st round, but even still, it's not all over yet. Ooh, double AWP setup, okay.
Double AWP, yep. First time that they've thrown it in, obviously. They've got the economy for it as well. Pretty decent utility all across the board. But Ricky is not blinded by that. Just gets the timing shot. And once again, APOC dud. He's going to go thirsty. Looking for kills, but he's not going to get anything at all.
Ooh. Late flash.
Soju just got one straight through smoke on the B bomb site.
He did too. That's disgusting. But a common line can sometimes be punished. And that's what we just saw.
This is great now for Chiefs. 4v4, forcing all this utility over into the B bomb site. Zeph's actually just going out dry at the moment. So risky. He goes in just as Alistair falls off.
You two are coming through, and it looks like we are going to see the accelerator hit. Zeph now suffering. Ali, can he find some more? Surely the corner, it's looking good as well. Pop flash beautifully placed as well. And does he find all 4? He certainly does. What a play. Ali is on fire.
Yep, this is the vintage Ali that you always love to see. Confidence, good looks, and clean hits as well. Nothing you can do for Chiefs. The flashbangs just don't do enough to get him off this angle.
Everything. Look at that. It's just the feed. 4 quick kills in about 10 seconds, that play was. That was crazy.
Yep, and that's pretty much put Order in a very good situation because they have a lot of people left alive after that.
Classic Ali too, just re-peeking over and over, picking everyone off.
Look, you got to be making those confidence peaks.
Of course.
Especially if you're hitting all those shots and you're not getting punished for it. That's not really his fault for getting away with it.
You can contrast it to what we saw from Sterling yesterday. He was just holding his ground and still getting those feeds, not really peeking other than over that short box. But still, you love to compare them. However, 22nd round rather, as Chiefs are on a lackluster buy. Utility's already been used. But Order, look at the position from Ali. He's gone through the mid doors. He's going to be gazing into lowers. He's got absolutely no fear, as Chiefs are now trying to sell a fake at A. Haven't drawn out any rotations just yet, though, or some of them, actually.
It still is in the perfect position, but Vexite actually getting that kill is critical. Doesn't go for the second, though, unfortunately, so the B site player is going to work out just in time. A 1-for-1 means that they do manage to get entry over to this B bomb site. Humongous trying to stay alive. Stays alive and does some damage. Great stuff. It's the double AWP on the retake. Alistair, you'd say that he's going to go for this. He's been confident so far.
Soju on a nice line, but going toe-to-toe with Ali at the moment is really going to put you on the receiving end, but it is just Ali doing the receiving himself now, as Ricky hasn't pushed too far forward. Still very wary that Humongous is hanging around like a bad smell on the A site.
I was honestly hoping that maybe Humongous would go in for this kill. Look, the money isn't really a worry for Chiefs at this stage if they drop it all around, because that's it. They're up against match point. But look, taking it safe sometimes is a good thing.
How many times do you see a play like that just completely crumble and not work? And then this time, it's worked perfectly. Vexite with an entry, Humongous just drawing the attention for so long. Ali came all the way up short and was like, guys, there's no one here. What's going on? Oh, they're all come along, right? But they haven't seen anything because there's the wall of smokes, perfectly utilised utility, and then boom, the push out onto the B site. Valve finds one, spots the bomb, but the round's already over.
Yeah, I mean, it's all down to pretty much Vexite getting that kill into a Stillo that allows him the round as Alistair doesn't need an AWP. He just needs a sidearm, high caliber, straight into the noggin in Humongous, or like Smallmungus.
How's he just doing it over and over, and over and over and over and over? I don't even know. But Chiefs, they are looking for an equaliser here. Strength in numbers, 3 at lower dark, but Ali, shoulder could have been spotted there, Vexite.
I don't know if you want to challenge him right now. No. Alistair's in this form where he's just going to be fighting. He's going to be swinging you. Finally, he's put down, but he's done so much damage.
Zeph does manage to turn it into a trade, but still these trades are going to favour Order. That's going to be the aggression into uppers. Bomb control now in the hands of Order, and Chiefs the round crumbling away.
Yep, and now it's they're trying to hold off against this aggression. There's assault coming out from the pistols, and Order giving them a little bit of their own medicine, but the flashbang's great from Apoc Dud to at least get a single pick back, but Zeph now in a pretty precarious crossfire. It's going to go down to that saved AWP from Ricky.
Yeah, peeking a little bit too late to trade, hoping that Ricky went onto the window line instead, but even still, Ricky's on fire. There's that entry from Ali. Beautiful shot on the deagle. And then the two-tap in the torso as Vexite got, it's actually on the head. Vexite got very ambitious through mid-doors there, and now Order are on map point.
Yep, Alistair thinking about pushing into lower dark. It's actually Ricky with the AWP. Oh, and he gets the pick onto Vexite as well. Order is starting to take control all across the map. You can see confidence from their players right now.
And this second half from the Chiefs has just not looked anything like we saw from them.
That's a difference.
Renegades.
That's a difference, though, when you're versing against players that are actually hitting shots where you're not starting to land a couple of killing blows of your own. Look, it's not to say that Chiefs haven't found some success on their buy rounds, but they're playing from a very big disadvantage. They didn't have really enough rounds to work with in the first place. Losing the pistol as well, definitely not going to help. Right, they lost the pistol, right? If I remember correctly.
Who, sorry?
Chiefs lost the pistol on their T-half.
Yes.
So, short execute going to come out, but they've only got a single smoke and 2 flashbangs to work with. It's just going to be the gunplay for them after this.
Oh, but a perfect flash from Ali is going to send Usilo straight in. A whole bunch of blinded T's, but it didn't matter. Zeph was not blind and managed to connect Molly to the perfect spot now, but Apoc Dud was already planting. However, it's just going to be Apoc Dud and Zeph versus all of Order, it seems. 4v2 as Order are looking for the retake here. Full short control for the Chiefs. And Apoc Dud, he's going aggressive. He needs to try to equalise here, but Ali's at the ready, and it's looking like this is all she wrote. It certainly is. Send it to another chapter. That is going to be the 16-8 affair on the first map of the series, and that'll be it for Dust 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking all of this for you down in the post-match. Congratulations to Order for taking the first map. Can Chiefs come back in the second? Well, find out after this break.
Flashbang's effective. They have got through the smoke wall here, but Chris J, he is the final boss of the bomb site.
Now Spitty and Chris J to keep Mouseballs alive.
Oh,
Chris! He's found 3. It's down to a 2-on-2. Chris, can he close this with an ace? Oh my God!
Can they actually close this out? Oh, Chris.
Fantastic way to start, and no scopes on him himself. Absolutely saving Mousesports.
Hey, it's me, Lily from AT&T. I'm back, working from home, and here to help.
Hey Lily, I'm hearing a lot about 5G. Should I be getting excited?
Depends. Are you gonna want faster speeds?
I will.
More reliability?
Oh, also yes.
Better response times?
Definitely.
Are you gonna be making sourdough bread?
Oh, is that 5G related?
No, just like, why is everyone making sourdough now? But yes, you're gonna want 5G.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best network. Visit att.com to learn more.
in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on a yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Order proving some of us right and some of us wrong. I'm going to let you figure out who's right and who's wrong when we do break down the analyst desk. But for now, it seems like Order is on to a pretty good thing here. Obviously does to the choice of Chiefs, and it doesn't go too well for them. 16-8, the scoreline there, favouring Order. And, you know, Mac, it didn't seem like there was too many problems for them there at all. I mean, Chiefs barely really got the ball rolling.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting because we thought Chiefs would have had a better showing here on Dust 2, but as you can see in the second half, you know, with the meta how it currently is, they do have to force and try and crush that CT economy, but because they forced over and over and over and over and over, they just had no money and they couldn't get those rounds on the board. When they did have the utility, there was a couple of beautiful rounds that did come through, especially that one where Soju managed to turn it back on its head, but it was just a battle of one side, it seemed, at the end of the day.
Alright, this is going to sound like a bit of a loaded question, Kevin, but was Dust 2 the wrong map choice?
Still the correct map choice, but the whole thing here, right, is that you look at yesterday's series, you have to say that the performance against Renegades was a fluke. I can say the same for Order here, right? A lot of their players are now starting to perform. They've been shook up from their match against Avant. They went, that was no way good enough. And sometimes that's all you need. Mentally, you go, okay, let's actually just frag up. Let's actually go aim prac. Get yourself into that mood again. Try to figure out what's going wrong for you. And you can see Alistair, really, really cold coming into the series in Avant. This series, complete opposite, right? Just wasn't even a single-hand demolition. It just felt like Order overall were just playing individually better. And only a few of the members of Chiefs were answering, and that's just not good enough.
It definitely seemed to be that way. I think you can give the benefit of the doubt, at least, Mac, to the Chiefs, given that, you know, it is still a new roster, so fair enough. Not expecting them to really go out of this one in anywhere but 4th, I think is a fair and realistic kind of a position for them. But I got to say, I didn't really think that Order was going to be able to roll over them that easily on Dust 2.
Yeah, well, a couple of things I did notice from Chiefs there. In particular, I was keeping a heavy eye on Vexite because obviously we were talking about it before. You were saying, look, he didn't perform that well today. So far, he was doing well until he wasn't. So he was getting some really nice plays. The thing was, it was overextending that it was his issue. He'd get a pick around a corner and then instead of just falling back and respecting Order, he'd then try to do the sort of pug thing where you go, oh, cool, I'm just going to, go for the play, go forward, down short, and then run into like 3 T's around the corner, and all of a sudden, that play now is not such good play.
Alright, well, let's talk about someone that didn't seem to have too many issues in that map of Dust 2. Of course, you've already alluded to the fact, Kevin, that Alistair was on a bit of a tear. I saw just before he had a 2.02 rating during that map, which is a huge, huge number. 30 kills, we were watching, hoping out the back that he was going to be able to get those 30 kills, and he did just manage to do it in the last round and a half. But, I mean, yeah, there was so many very impactful rounds, right? You look at 30 kills, you think, okay, well, 30 kills is good, but I think the kills that he was getting also really just so many rounds after round after round after round was Alistair finding it for Order.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just the clutch kills as well. A lot of the times when you have an AWPer that's able to stay alive and actually get a lot of these kills on the board for them, keeping the rest of the members alive, it allows your CT economy to start building up. You're able to pick off, able to take control of the map. You saw that he started peeking mid, started peeking lower dark, started going wherever he felt like it. It just felt like he could do no wrong. If on the CT side, you can take control of mid off the Ts with that much ease, that pretty much indicates to you how easy the match is for you. The 16-8 scoreline, I think it's looking okay for Chiefs. In reality, though, should have been a 16-5 in my mind. It should have been a one-side stomping in Order's favour. Another thing that I really want to just point out as well is we talk about Ali every time Order plays, and this is exactly why. When Ali has his day, Order wins. That's essentially why we talk about him all the time, and then you see the games where he isn't confident, he isn't hitting those AWP shots, and you're like, why do they always talk about Ali? Today is a perfect example, and if he can do this as we head to the second map, look, I would be excited to see it.
Well, I got to say, even if Alistair doesn't show up in this second map, I'm feeling a little bit worried for Chiefs either way. Obviously, second map here is going to be Nuke. It's Order's map choice. Chiefs haven't been a team for very long at all, Kevin, so they haven't had that much time to kind of work and gel. And Nuke is, as we know, one of those maps that tends to take a little bit longer to pick up than some of the others in the pool.
Yeah, especially on the CT side as well. On the T side, you can get lucky with the executes. You get a couple of nice shots, a couple of good trades, excellent. But on the CT side, your synergy and your teamwork is really tested. So we saw them found wanting a lot against Renegades yesterday, 2 days ago. How time flies. Yeah. Where they struggled on the CT side. It was looking good coming into the half, and then they struggled, and that's the exact reason why. So, look, coming into this as well, what Order did on Dust 2 on their T side really impressed me. Really good executes overall, understanding how to take map control, understanding when they needed to push out, working together as a unit, playing anti-flash. They looked the entire goods today, completely different look coming into the series. I have to reiterate it time and time again. This is the Order that we expect to take games off Renegades and Avant.
Yeah, definitely. I do want to touch on Chiefs a little bit before we go into this final map of Nuke. You can see they've only played the one map of it so far with this roster. But, Mac, if you remember, ABOC done IGL for Chiefs for quite a long time. They did used to play a little bit of Nuke. We've seen some very nice takes from them, particularly on the A-bomb side. So, in theory, they should have a little bit in the back pocket here. It's just a case of whether or not they've been able to mesh it as a team, as a unit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You've got Humongous, who's there. He's been on Chiefs for a long time now. Very prowess on Nuke. And then even when you look over towards Zeph, when he was on Ground Zero, they caused a couple of upsets, I believe, against Order on Nuke as well. So they have a good read. Obviously, Zeph playing for Order before knows a couple of their strategies. Obviously, the strats have changed over time. The whole meta on Nuke has certainly shifted. And Soju as well was a part of that Avant lineup, which I believe got that upset over Greyhound back in the major qual a while ago on Nuke too. So
definitely a long time ago. But
yeah,
feeling a little bit confident maybe for Chiefs. I'm certainly on the Order hype train right now.
I was going to counteract Matt's point a little bit and say that yes, like Zeph played for Order how long ago? Has it been a year? Yeah, but when he was on Ground Zero, they also upset Order on Nuke as well. That's what I was pointing at.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, this is the case of, I feel like Gyro's done enough homework. Order just coming into this in a hyper-focused state. They only made one incorrect read the entire time. And look, at the end of the day, if you're closing out a game 16-8 and you make one bad read, that's it. It's like, who cares?
I'll tell you what, it's enough from us on the desk here, breaking things down. We do want to hear from the teams in the server. We're going to head to a short break. Map 2 of Nuke is coming up soon. Nuke will be map 2 here in DreamHack Masters Spring for ANZ, and we're in the lower bracket, which now means Chiefs are facing elimination. It's 1-0 to Order. Things are proceeding as expected, maybe at least as far as Mac and I expected. Kevin, feeling maybe a little bit concerned about your prediction?
I was concerned when I made it, okay? And I...
Why did you make it then?
Can we rewind back to the fact that I did say that this is still favoured for Order? Chiefs had a slight chance, and the conditions for them to take that chance has kind of been squashed out on Dust 2.
Can I just make a point here, Kevin? I don't think you understand what a prediction is meant to be.
It's a punt. You make a punt. Why not? That's what he's done.
All I like doing is sometimes taking the outside odds. It works occasionally. Look, in this case, it might not work, and at the end of the day, so be it. I'm willing to risk a little bit to try to at least make it a bit more entertaining.
Entertaining. At least you have done that. Mac, you're going to be departing us for this map, so give us your holistic thoughts about what we're going to get here on Nuke. Is there going to be much of a resurgence from Chiefs, or is it all the way for Order?
Well, this is Order's map pick, so you would assume that we are going to see Chiefs starting on the CT side, they're going to have their chance to set the tone. And there's a chance. I feel like there's a chance, but Order are looking too good, so I feel like this is going to end with the 2-0. And I'll throw it out there, it's a 16-10.
Alright, there you have it. We're waiting for that 16-10 from Order as Mac departs us. So, Kev feeling a little comfortable, I think, at least as far as Order is concerned. Looking at the bedway odds there as well. Seems like everyone else is. Pistol round might tell us a fair bit, though.
All I said was that earlier on when the odds were something like 1.8, those were amazing odds for Order at that stage, where I just go, yep, if I could, I would have probably chucked a few on that. Let's be realistic. Look, not the case. We can't do that. So it is going to be the pistol round for Order, looking to challenge his ramps area, but Gyro's already gone down.
Yeah, you're going to see Order, though, at least able to take control of ramps. And for now, the rest of Chiefs are just backing away. Soju gets himself into the control room. Soju continues to back up, as Hughes also there in decon to provide a little bit of assistance, but Order are starting to control this B bomb site. If they can get a bomb down, anything is possible. If Alistair was not spotted on the cross, this could be dangerous.
Oh, no.
Even if he was, it doesn't seem like it matters. Alistair will grab one. Very quick headshot from him onto Vex's side. Good trades coming in here from Order. A 2-for-1 brings it back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, and Alistair, though, spotted out, still alive. No body armor and doing work. He's just being an absolute nuisance right now. And there's no kit for the CTs. Actually, there is, but Soju's so low right now. All it takes is a single shot, and they don't know where Ricky is. And Ustillo is just going to be an absolute nuisance. There it is. It is going to be the final man left standing, but once again, it is Alistair taking the first contact. The rest of the boys backing him up. Ustillo ends up with 2, but I feel like it's just down to Alistair drawing so much attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Really does not seem like it's mattered there at all for Order. I'll be happy to pick the pistol round up. Chiefs in a pretty dire position now, obviously having to choose between saving and force buying, and even if they do force buy, Nukes, I feel like one of those maps where the force buys don't tend to work quite as often as, you know, the likes of maybe Mirage or Dust 2. We'll see what Chiefs are going to be able to get done here. Already a tag onto Ustillo, so pretty good start for Chiefs in the round.
I don't know, Order is pretty good at losing some of these buy rounds against force buys. Normally you see Gyro just fang it into secret by himself and the rest of Order doing something else on the other side of the map. But look, they're already putting a break on that.
Yeah.
It's good to see that because there's just countless amount of rounds where you see Gyro with a Mac 10 getting picked off at secret and the rest of Order just having lobby control.
Well, lobby control is nothing really to write home about. They get into ramp, which it seems they are having a look for. That might be where things get a little bit more successful here for Order. A little bit of damage over onto Soju to trade back what was done to Ustillo earlier. This time Apoc not able to connect with the scout, and so again Order will go into ramp room, but this time they're the team with the numbers advantage.
Yep, and they can take pretty much anywhere they want. Heaven's not a bad position to take at this stage. It does force a bit of a weaker hold on the A-bomb site, especially if you're able to thread it from lobby, and that's what they're going for. Now, the problem is that if the CTs do decide to push into hut, that's where the problems start beginning, and Zeph able to get one. Vex side also dancing around in sight, but the numbers are there for Order.
Soju will try to salvage something. Has a HG net in hand as well. That's going to do some reasonable damage over to Ricky. Puts him down to 78, but Ricky does not care. AK in hand, gets the headshot, 2 guns survive for Order, and that's a relatively decent result out of round 2 for them. Now forcing Chiefs onto the save, and Order, I mean, they're really continuing where they left off on Dust 2.
Yep, they're still hitting their form on their riflers. Ricky now obviously hitting a new tear at this stage. Now against the Eco, a couple of HE grenades for Chiefs to play with, trying to get this outer stack potentially, trying to get this early damage. It might actually work on the Gyro. It looks like he's actually gone straight far out. Out comes the nades. Big damage onto Valiant, and he's actually going to go down nice and early on, but Gyro's got that crossfire set up. The Mac 10's farming up as well.
Ustillo finishes off Zeph, and there's not a whole lot to really say about this round for Chiefs. Yeah, being able to get that kill on Valiant is nice, but if Gyro falls here, he's only hanging on to a Mac 10, which is going to be left for dead anyway. So Order 3-0. Money's starting to build up on that T side, and this is going to be a very hard slog back in for Chiefs. Partly due to the economy factor, but partly due to the fact that Order really seems to be on point today.
Yep, I mean, it's all going to come down to the next couple of gun rounds as well. Chiefs able to try to construct this out as a defense and get the rotation calls correctly. And they can try to salvage a CT half and try to inflict the pain onto Order. But if Order just get this round, it's just back onto the eco once again for Chiefs. And it's actually the best buy as well, because you can see that you don't have the full set of utility.
making their way across into Secret. First time that we've actually seen them do it in this map. Could actually end up being an A split with those two still remaining on the upper side.
Absolutely, we've started to see teams take this vent control instead of probing further into the B-bomb site where you have the danger of Megaton, you have the danger of behind Silo. You just straight go up the vent and you try to catch the CT players off guard. A few couple of well-thrown flashbangs from T-Roof can actually work an absolute charm. But it looks like they are going to be threatening the B-bomb site. But Soju's able to hold on to ramp control. He slides out. It is actually going to be Apoctod that slides back in. But it's going to be straight attack through Annex. Vexite and Humongous on the crossfire.
Good bit of a resurgence coming in here from Chiefs as Vexite and Hugh hold strong on the A bomb site. Justillo and Alistair need to try and salvage, and if Alistair hits that shot onto Apoctod, things start to get interesting. Justillo locks down the Annex line, will be traded down, but so much damage done over to Zeph, and Alistair now just waits, watches and waits, but he will inevitably have to plant the bomb. Zeph, let's get the timing to creep on out, but Alistair now has the info.
Yeah, and it's all down to who dares shoot first. And Alistair, once again, confidence. This is, you can see the domino effect right now for Order. They're confident taking these deals. Yep. It doesn't matter if they're on 34 HP, they've got a numbers disadvantage. They're challenging, they're fighting. And Chiefs, unfortunately, unable to find the answers just yet. Apoctod has really had a shocker of a series so far.
Gonna back Alistair in a situation like that every day of the week, especially in the form that he's in right now.
I mean, it's just back to the pistols for Chiefs at the moment, and you have to. You can't really fully invest in this one. You have to potentially let the fifth one go in the favour of Order. It's a tough pill to swallow coming into the CT side of Nuke, but it's what happens when you do force up early sometimes. You don't really get yourselves in the proper position.
I mean, it really is starting to run away for Order, isn't it? Right? When you think that they're probably going to get 5-0 from here, doesn't seem like they're slowing down at all. And already, once you get to 5, you know, you're thinking, well, we've probably done enough. You might want another couple of rounds here or there, but 5 is enough to play with out of the first half of a T-side on Nuke. So far, Order aren't having too many problems at all. This time it's just a bit more of a dry push onto Outer. Not too much utility. They know that the weaponry isn't quite there for Chiefs to challenge a long angle like this, even with the Deagles. And they walk all their way in.
And there's not much you can really do. Chiefs are trying to fight from isolated angles at the moment, and it's going to be a miracle if they can actually get a couple of picks with these Desert Eagles. The aim's not on point for them at this stage either. That said though, 28 seconds left. Time is starting to tick away a little bit. It is going to be an A-site crunch. This Heaven player needs to have huge impact. Out comes the squeaky push.
Still old Valiant, so putting up the A-bomb site here. Gyra also chiming in. But once you've got control of Heaven and you've got a player down on the A-bomb site, there really doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot that Chiefs can do. Soju's the last alive, and he'll be smashed in the back of the head by Alistair. Another Deagle kill for him tonight, and that's 5-0 now for Order. Chiefs start to get their money in line a little bit here. Orb's going to come out for Apoctod, all of the utility that you'd be looking for, but it's taken 6 rounds for them to get a good proper buy here on CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, welcome to the CT economy where you're straggling behind a lot of the time because you're forced onto ecos, you can't do enough damage to the T side, and that's it. It's very painful. Zeph has actually spotted out the shadow of Ricky, so you can see the Molotof's going to come forward. So at least finally something working for Chiefs as they're able to get the first opening into Orb. But Apoctod at close range, they line up for him.
That's a good start for Chiefs. Definitely something that they've been looking for. Really feels like since the start of Dust 2. Just a bit of pizzazz, a bit of excitement maybe in the back pocket of Apoctod. Could be the difference between going down 0-2 here and pushing it through to a third map. Alistair, however, creeping around near Vexite. Issue is for Order, they're going to have to retrieve this bomb. There is 3 CTs watching it.
If Estil is able to thread the needle perfectly, he might be able to get a few picks here and there. Oh, the timing works perfectly for him, but he doesn't realise Apoctod's there. So Chiefs do manage to pick that one up. But it's a very costly round for them, and Order can still buy into this.
It looks cleaner than it really was there for Chiefs, doesn't it? Keeping 2 guns alive. You just imagine if Yusilo manages to get APOC done, then he gets the bomb down, turns it into a 1-on-1, could be really anyone's game from there.
That was a 2-on-5. That was the thing. Had bomb control, but they just didn't cover the sectors enough.
Chiefs at least take double ult through, which presumably they would have wanted, otherwise they wouldn't have picked it up. So got to factor that in as a bit of an upgrade for them. Double up set up on nuke.
Yeah, but Order's going straight for the jugular. It's going to be the A-bomb site execute.
Well, Order might be theorising that Chiefs have taken both of these orbs through. Vexite, however, does a great job. Oh, that's a little bit more like it. That's what we've been hearing about. Alistair does manage to nab a couple and continues to do damage. Hugh falls as well. And this will be a bomb plant for Alistair. In fact, decides better of it. It could be an ace. A 1v5 ace for Alistair. Surely not. This is not how Chiefs would have been looking to lose this round. Luckily, APOC Dud is there to salvage it, but man, that is costly.
Yeah, once again, Alistair almost taking that. If he looks towards heaven, that would have been a victory, you'd say, for Order. But once again, such a costly round. It was looking so good. Vexite now stepping up on the A-bomb side. Great utility usage early on for Vexite. That AG grenade just puts him down so low. So, the first tactical timeout coming out from Order, but I would say this is the perfect time to actually force up. Yes, you don't have that much money on Ricky and Gyro, but you should know from the previous 2 rounds how much damage you've done to that CT economy.
Well, you'd have to imagine that they're aware of that. They know that the last round was only 1 player alive, the previous round before that was 2, and everything aside from that was Order winning the round. So there's just no money in the back pocket here of Chiefs at all. I would be very surprised to see Order not forcing into this round, and already just very briefly there, as the HUD faded away, we saw that there was an AK in the hands, I think it was of Yusilo, so that would give you the impression that Order are going to be forcing into this round, and indeed a bunch of AKs on the back. Alice has got a Deagle in hand, can get a bit of work done with that, Gyra as well. So it doesn't look like a terrible buy at all here for Order, even though they're lacking a couple of rifles.
Yeah, they're still able to get the damage done. That's the case. Gyra manages to get the timing onto APOC Dud. Not only spots out the AWP, but gets out alive. A 1-for-1 trade at the moment on the A-bomb site. This is very perilous right now. They have to play retake.
Vexite has to play from upper with a FAMAS as well. Gyra's also managed to get a kill onto Soju, which just makes things even worse for Chiefs. And already now you're just thinking like, well, what do we even do? Do we just save? But like, what is it even worth saving these guns? Apart from the AWP, we have to go for a 4-on-3 retake. We don't control secret at all. Gyro's going to get the timing. Yustilo's waiting on the crossfire angle. It's just not going to be possible here for Chiefs.
Yeah, that's just a perfect crossfire. Humongous has come in just a little bit too little too late, and it is coming into probably the worst play you want to be peeking at the stage is Alistair. And that is the CT economy, not completely reset, but almost close to. Yes, it's not a complete reset, but that's also like saying, yeah, well, I didn't completely fail the exam. I only got 40%, but it's not 0%.
Well, I guess that's better.
It's still not good.
No. 2-6. Money's reset. We could really see Order just run away with this map. It kind of feels like they're in one of those moods.
Once again, it's just, you can see, when they came into Dust 2, it was a complete difference. They're not running around trying to take one-on-one duels here and there. They're actually trying to fight together as a team. Look, a bit of looseness there from Ricky. He does get picked off, and I would say that's a great shot as well from Soju, though, with the Desert Eagle. Driver's just trying to make sure that they can't really retrieve an AK-47. The CTs will be able to hear that, though, in lobby. And it looks like they are gathering up for a bit of a crunch right now. Retaking lobby just as the T's exit out. And Gyra, is he expecting multiple people pushing in? He is not.
Well, APOC Dud does get a couple of shots with the P250 in there, so brings it back to 3-on-3. Zeph is going to hear the rotation through Annex from Order, but not sure how much Chiefs are going to be able to do about it. Up the ladder. Your aim is always going to be a little bit difficult at that point. Alistair goes down low, but bomb plant's happening, and Soju might be able to clutch this one out if he would have gotten that kill onto Yustilo. Now, however, with his position known, going to be tough, and Valiant will finish it off. Good round again for Order. Yeah, costly, but in reality, on the T side, you don't really worry about these kinds of things.
Yeah, not at this stage where you have all these rounds to play with. You've already won the half effectively. Now it's just about inflicting as much pain as possible. If you get up to about 10 or 11, it'll just make your CT side a little bit easier. As I said, Chiefs, their CT side is the weakness at this stage because Order, they're able to disjoint the defense, cause some problems with the synergy because Chiefs really haven't played together with this lineup for that long. So they have to go on the aggression to try to force a few advantages. But a 1-for-1 or 2-for-1 in the favour of Chiefs is always going to be great. And finally, Alistair missing a shot. Good start for Chiefs.
Very good start indeed. But they want to make sure that they don't let this one slip. Even losing another couple of guns here, like if it ends up being 2 players alive for Chiefs, that's probably still not good enough based on the position that they're at right now. An opportunity to take 4 through, an opportunity to build this CT half into at least something defendable. You know, they're not going to get a great result, even if it is 8-7 on the CT side for Chiefs. But at the very least, they need 4 or 5 rounds to kind of play with. And to do that, they need to start building the economy up.
I mean, this all comes down to the deal at ramps at the moment. And Ricky wins that. That's huge because all 3 players on the A bomb site have to make noise while rotating out. Ricky dinked down means that he is very susceptible to a stray bullet. And you can see Zeph's already made the rotation.
Yustilo's going to be the one that has to win this round, right? Ricky is more of an X factor if he's able to find a pick here or there. If Yustilo goes down right now, that's the round over. But Ricky still has a chance of doing a little bit more damage, just look for 1 more kill, and Order will probably take that out of this round. So, you know what, we're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and Vexite's gearing himself in a position where, okay, no, they're a little bit too far away from the Orcs. Well, Ricky's going to say. Yeah, the money isn't too great, actually, for Order coming into this round, so if they can keep this AK-47 alive, they can still force into the next one. Alistair's got enough cash. Valiants will have enough for probably a Galil. Or armor and AK if you decide not to get any utility whatsoever. But Vexite does go back and grab an Orb, so Orb's still in play.
More like that for Chiefs, and they'll back into the half. Still not really seeing enough to make me feel too confident though for Chiefs. It just seems like the rounds that they're getting are sort of streaky rounds.
I feel like it doesn't matter how Chiefs get this, as long as they get to maybe about 7, I think that's the key point for them. If they get to 7, they can make their T-side work. But if Order just reset them one more time on this force buy, that's where the pain really starts kicking in for the Chiefs, because they just won't give themselves a good enough buffer coming into that T-side.
Alistair's just going to be flashing his teammates in, but a perfectly timed incendiary out from Soju keeps them at bay, so got sort of some time. Smoke off the ramp. There's a double stack from Chiefs here, and this will be a tough nut to crack for Order. Gyra down early, so are the rest. The trades aren't quite coming in thick and fast enough for Order. Ricky in a similar position to what he was in the last round. This time a bit more HP, but more of an onus on him. There's 4 Chiefs players alive, and if Ricky can do a bit of damage, that's going to be nice. Apoc Dud pulls his gun away at the wrong time. Every single kill counts right now for Order.
Yep, every single gun that Chiefs can play and stay alive is going to be critical as well. But they've done enough on that CT defense to actually force Order onto an eco for the first time in a very long time. So, it doesn't sound like much, but they get themselves a bit of a reprieve, a bit of a shallow breath in this half.
Clearing every oxygen. I mean, Ricky's objective right now is not to actually win the round. You can tell that already, otherwise he would have been running in. But it's to do damage.
He's doing so much. If he drops this HE grenade, and I think he might as well.
Could just run around the corner here and kill Soju. Maybe, I mean, I was going to say maybe he could have won the round, but Zeph, he's not sticking around at all. He's just going to bugger off. But look, Ricky's done enough. He's done so much damage. I almost feel like he could have gotten down to the B-bomb side if he would have really just booked it straight away.
Yeah, but you don't know where Zeph is at that stage. He hears him hopping away, maybe thinks that he's going to be trying to fight close. Doesn't work for him.
Okay, but the difference there is, right, if he goes straight to the B-bomb site, there's a chance to win the round. If he chases Zeph and Zeph's already run off, there's no chance of winning the round.
So, but you don't know where Zeph is at the moment. Like, that's the issue, because Zeph could have a rifle playing from a different position. You're not going to hear it.
No, but that's fine. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's going to lose the round either way, right? If he chases and he doesn't get the kill, he loses the round.
Yeah.
If he runs into the B-bomb site and dies, he loses the round. But at least if he runs into the B-bomb site and there's no one there, he can plant the bomb theoretically. So Either way, like, I think we're getting way too nitpicky right now because he's done a fantastic job of dealing damage to the economy.
100%.
Keeps the AK alive as well, which is important because he can continue to put in that good work in a round like this one.
I think we're arguing for the same point, in all honesty. Yeah, like just then, so won't disagree with you on that one. As Ricky looking to continue the good work that he did, and he's very hyper-focused on the warehouse angle, but a great flashbang coming in from Zeph. Blinds both out as players. Allows the spray down. Now he's got body armor though, so he's looking to retrieve the AK-47 and trying to make something work. Out comes, oh no, Zeph has not bought head armor, and the Glock gets the kill. The Glocks are getting the work done at the moment. This is so costly. How has this become a 2-on-2?
Well, that's a very good question, Kevin, and is it going to potentially turn into a round win for Order, I wonder? There's not much HP for Justillo and Alistair to play with, but they are against the double orb, and HP doesn't really matter too much. As long as they dodge that first shot, there's a real chance. Justillo's in a great position here on the bomb side already. It's up to Alistair to go and grab the bomb, which he has now retrieved. All this info right now, though, for Justillo. They're going to get a bomb down here, Order.
This is why you buy head armor. Come on, Zeph. You hate seeing it. They'll get the bomb plant down on 8. Still doable. 2 smoke grenades for the Chiefs to work with, alongside with no kits. That's the problem. Don't know if there are any kits lost on the site, but as time is ticking away, Apoc Dud goes down, and it's all down to Soju. Do you save here or do you go for it? You don't have a kit. You have to save. How's this gone? Like this?
I mean, this is not the round to lose, is it? You know, Chiefs were just starting to put a CT side together. It was looking like, yeah, they were losing a lot of guns, but they were winning round after round after round, and maybe they could come back into this map. Well, that's been swept away. Great work by Ricky in the previous round. Puts Chiefs into an awkward position this round, which Order then takes advantage of, and you're going to see an 8th up on the board for Order. Chiefs back into eco territory, and now's the opportunity for Order to run away with the half and get an 11-4.
You see that shot from Valiance? That's not great double things coming out. That's Zeph not buying head armor. On an anti-eco against blocks, which might as well be P250s at that range. Even better. They take 9s at that range.
Faster, yeah.
Oh man. Of course that's the round that Chiefs lose, and they're going to lose the AWP as well. Humongous trying to fight out, doing a good job with the P250, but there's no stopping the train right now from the T's. At the very least, they'll be able to retrieve the AWP, I would say. And a couple of guns, which is good.
I don't know, the Chiefs really are going to take too much out of this one. Seems like they want to go for the retakes to try to make something happen. Valiance here does fall to Vexite, so maybe there's something in it. Apoc Dud, however, seems to have made a bit of noise. Hang on a minute. Vexite now has an M4 in hand, but he does not know the position of Alistair, and this is a tough one to clear as well.
Boys, it's all down to the timing at the moment. Who's going to get what? It is going to be Vexite who gets the spray through, but Alistair's challenging it, trying to swing wide. He has to rely on the sidearm now.
No head armor for Vexite.
No head armor, but it doesn't matter. There's no armor whatsoever for Vexite to work with, and that's almost a costly one for Order. Chiefs almost managed to make it work out, but once again, Order don't care about the economy. They have 9 rounds on the T side.
Yeah. Far more costly for Chiefs than for anyone else. Gyra had absolutely no fear here, just charging forward with the MAC-10. Got to give credit to Hugh. A couple of kills for P250, not too easy. But either way, Order have just stormed away with this half. Last buy for Chiefs of this first half, if they do lose it. I mean, they'll be able to force something through, but it's not going to be anything particularly special there. A bit of a hole in the smoke. Valiance! What? How's he managed to do that? I don't know. Alistair could find some real nice timing here if he does actually push through Squeaky.
So just like that, a 4-4. Order have a bit of control over Secret, and even though Chiefs decide to disrupt the wall of smokes with an incendiary grenade, it doesn't work out for them. This A-bomb site, I think, might be the attacking point. All Order is doing, all they're doing at the moment is just waiting for re-aggression. There it is. So Zeph's the aggressor, but he's able to get out alive. And now they're going to go into the A-bomb site, but Vexite gets the first pick. Absolutely critical now. 2-on-4. Alistair and Gyra. to try to find the picks on the A bomb side. Oh, Alistair, he's checking every single corner correctly. He's going to drop the molly and Zeph as well. He's forced off.
Alistair just cannot be denied right now, can he? 16 and 6. This is an utter clinic from Alistair and from Order. They're all really chiming in at the moment. Great flashbang as well. It was a resmoke, rather.
Well, the Heaven player goes down, and Alistair playing with his food at the moment.
Oh
no.
my god!
This man cannot be stopped. He's had enough. He's had enough of losing, Jordan. He's just gone, you know what? I'll show you how to win these games. I'll just kill everyone.
Yeah.
Had enough of these casters talking bad about me.
I don't think we talk bad about it.
We never do.
At least I don't.
I always talk bad about Gyro.
Wow.
But they're not losing at this stage, so Gyro gets a critical kill at Heaven as well. But really, that's just the Alistair show once again.
Definitely.
And you need a support player for that mainline star who, well, it's Ricky trying to bust out a vent this time around. Great HE usage. Finally, maybe around for Chiefs as they're able to lock down the A-bomb site.
I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch here, Kevin. Yes, it's 3 on 4. Yes, the advantage is there for the Chiefs. But how many times we've seen an advantage for Chiefs turned back around by Alistair, by other players on this Order roster? He gets a bit over-eager into lobby. That's going to be an AK-4 humongous, but bomb plan's going down on B. Ricky and Gyro can absolutely win this round.
Yep, really up to Gyro to do the work here because he's the one that's very healthy, but he's in a dangerous position right now. First point of contact going to be APOC Dud. Bomb plant's good for Decon as well. All really down to this fight, but APOC Dud wins that, and Ricky, no chance of winning it, 2 HP, so at least Chiefs the 5th round on the board.
Yeah, 5, is it enough on the CT side though? General consensus would be that the answer there is no. For Order, they'll be feeling very confident after 10 rounds on their T side of Nuclear, and they're looking for the 2-0 today over Chiefs, so we'll see how that pans out in just a little bit.
It's
Is there any coming back for Chiefs here in map 2 against Order? They already lost map number 1 and now they're down 5 and 10 on Order's map pick. The answer seems like it's going to be no, Kevin, but I suppose a pistol would be the way that a comeback starts.
Yeah, look, Chiefs yesterday looked a lot better on the T side as opposed to the CT side, but now it comes to A side rush at the moment. And so far, it looks like a 3-on-3, but Alistair's still alive on the bomb site, still dancing around. He's always a threat. He's still alive at the moment. They just can't seem to clean him up, and he's just allowed to stay alive for now. Finally, he gets put down. Ricky, I think, fell off.
Ricky did.
So it's down to a 1-on-1 at the moment. The bomb's out in the open, but Humongous surely hears that from Gyra.
Is it a double fakie from Gyra? He's gone and he's made the drop noise, but he's going to go elect toward the B bomb site, which is a smart move for him because look at where Gyra is. He would have been in trouble had he tried to plant the bomb. But Hugh certainly hears him coming down the vent. Now it's just a game of cat and mouse. Who gets the better positioning? Smoke is going to be thrown in here by Gyra, but perhaps too late. So Hugh will pick up the pistol for Chiefs, which is a much needed start to the second half. I'll say that much at least.
Yeah, 100%. It allows them to try to build up some economy and try to get some momentum in their game. But Order at this position, I would say, yeah, definitely Forza. You've got all these rounds to play with right now. You've got Alistair as well, who's just popping off. So, of course, why not give this man a Deagle? He's only invested in body armor and Deagle as well, so he can still get the Orb 2 rounds.
Yeah,
if things go bad.
If things go bad. Kind of nice how that texture's a little bit like bugged, just to give you something to line your smoke up on. Love to see it.
So you're lining up between this, and then you just harsh the smoke, harsh the smoke, harsh the smoke.
Good times.
That's the warehouse one.
ESL Pro League Season 4 or Season 5. The instructional videos of how to throw smokes on nuke. Oh, well that's a way to hit an entry, I'll tell you that.
Getting triple peaks, that's painful. He still gets the tag off, that's the thing.
How much help is that going to be for Order? If Alistair continues to find kills with the Deagle like he did on Dust 2, maybe they can still win this round. And you get a bit scared for Zeph there, when Valiance is given so many opportunities, but he'll be okay for now. Towards ramp room and thus toward the B-bomb site does go Chiefs. We'll see if Ustillo can do the unthinkable. He's gotten two. Oh! I can't believe it. What have I just seen?
1v1 now, and Alistair, oh my goodness, it's Alistair versus Soju. Of course it is, and Alistair's on the perfect angle, but Soju hits the most critical shot of all. He lands it on the head. What a crazy round once again, so costly for Chiefs, but they do manage to secure it.
That third kill from Ustillo is unbelievable. I don't remember the last time I screamed out loud on a broadcast.
That almost sounded like you got Zeused for a moment.
I think I did. Man, that's insane. Well, unfortunately for Order, they're on the CT side now, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. Chiefs are going to buy back in, although money's not too great for them. Order's on a full eco. It feels like a bit of a deja vu there, as Gyro this time is the one that cops the brunt of the entry from Chiefs. I mean, if Order can do a bit more damage here and you know, keep Chiefs' money this low coming into the first proper gun round, then yeah, then things are going to make a difference. But I just think it's unlikely to be able to get that same result twice.
But they've been able to give themselves a bit of a round buffer, and like I said, Chiefs a lot stronger at the T side compared to the CT side as well. Alistair managed to once again get another kill. He's still alive, ready to fight it out. Almost gets another one. Perfect Sight's there, able to assist Zeph in case things go wrong. Now out comes the gun round. There's a lot of money for the CTs actually to work with coming into this.
Well, that's the beauty of getting so many kills, right? Builds a bit of the money up. 8 to 10 though, the scoreline doesn't look too bad anymore for Chiefs, you know, it's kind of salvageable. If they have a good T side here on Nuke. Once again, big. A lot of presence put onto an outer. Alistair, can he find the timing? Just a little bit too early. Does get a tag onto Zeph. And here's Gyra, bit of damage done onto Apoc Dud. Already you're starting to see the opportunities arise here for Order, and Ustillo's got the timing perfect. My goodness, that's another fantastic round from Ustillo here on the CT side, and he's really starting to ramp up right now for Order.
Yep, he's just able to channel that aggression. The early damage done from Gyra as well as Alistair really helping out. The 2-on-4 scenario. Soju and Apoc Dud looking to recreate some of the heroics we saw on Order's own T side. They were able to get the tag team to work out, but that's never a good thing when Alistair spots out your gun barrel.
So Soju will just bide his time. But how long can he wait? 45 seconds on the clock, so they're going to have to move eventually. It is Soju the one that's holding onto the bomb. Apoc Dud clears out lobby. But it doesn't really provide too much for Chiefs right now. It's going to be an annex split. Flashbang from Apoc Dud maybe to get them into the site. Double stack on the site though, both below silo, and you're probably not expecting two players from that position at this point in the round. So he'll start to work his way forward. Alistair will take first peek here, and he does get the kill as well, which makes life tenfold more difficult for Apoc Dud. Even though he'll get a trade onto Valiance, it should not make too much of a difference. Wouldn't have been surprised to see Alistair hit that shot. Apoc Dud knows that needs to get the bomb down, but he's too late.
Oh, Ricky, he's actually facing it. I don't know, I think time actually expired. So Apoc Dud, I don't know, it might have been elimination. It's elimination, elimination. So I thought there was like, maybe there was a chance that Apoc Dud goes down.
I think there was like half a second, yeah. That Yusilo just peeking backwards and forwards, so nice. Cleaned up by Soju in the back. Wow, what difference does it make? Dak pause for Chiefs, they know that they're in trouble now. Do we buy into this round? Vexite and Soju unable to afford an AK. Order are feeling pretty confident. First gun round of the half goes their way. And it's, you know, starting to reap the benefits, right? The damage that Chiefs were suffering earlier on now forces Vexite and Soju back onto a Galil and a UMP respectively. Lack of utility there for Vexite in particular. So it looks like he's feeling pretty confident here. Does start to get aggressive towards Squeaky.
Slow and steady right now for Chiefs, but the contact play, 1-for-1. So now looking to maybe accelerate to this A-bomb site. You can see Astillo just lurking around the edge of this smoke. Ricky's been heard out, but drops almost a perfect HG and follows it up with just the beautiful AK shot. And Astillo's just cleaned up. It's all down to Vexite. Nothing he can really do there. As the veterans from Order clean up that round pretty much by themselves. And that's where you go to the Chiefs and you go, oh, remember when you lost all those guns in those rounds? Really going to be costing you right now.
Certainly, certainly. 12 to 8, and very likely looking towards 13 to 8 with a bonus round here as well for Order, just to build even more money up. Looking for some kills for Alistair and Ustillo. MP5, MP9. Would be nice. And just nothing really for Chiefs. I guess they've got a flash, but what use is that going to be? Maybe if they barrel out of this smoke, those Glocks overwhelm Ricky with a good flash. That is the only way you can see them really getting anything done, but what a grenade. Goes from bad to worse for Chiefs. There is the flash, and it's a good one, but Ricky's not interested, just backing away. Drops the incendiary down, and Chiefs going to run right into it. This is going to be an ace. No! Yeah. Yes! Oh, it's a roller coaster of emotions, Kevin.
Alright, it's against Pistols, so it's an ace nevertheless. Yeah. Ricky's going to be happy with that, but maybe a bit of a weakness for Chiefs to maybe probe with the rifles this time around. 5 rounds of difference, and Order starting to build up a little bit of cash in some of these players, but their economy is not really fully set just yet. What Alistair? Hello?
That was interesting.
Just repaving the lines, I guess. But even there, it would have been a terrible job. He was zigzagging all over the place, so...
Would not have been straight tiles, that's for sure.
That's a good start for Chiefs, though. They can now use their time to try to leverage the man advantage. Try to punish a bit of over-aggression, potentially, from some of the Order members. But you look at Astillo's position, really dangerous coming into the mid-round. Oh, what is that, Jara? Just timing it.
Ricky on the off angle as well is going to be able to pick up one and a fair chunk of damage with maybe Gyro to help out, finishing off onto Zeph. Can't quite hold on to that spray. Luckily, Ustillo and Valiance are pretty quick down into the B bomb site, but numbers advantage is there for Chief, so imperative that Order find the first kill, and Ustillo's going to be gifted it. Valiant's got one as well, and all of a sudden, Vexite, the young gun, the new player for this Chiefs roster, and new player toward this level of Counter-Strike in a 2-on-1, but he gets it perfectly.
What a shot. Beautiful. That is a big clutch to be winning. Definitely stepping it up. He's got 17 kills, playing very well so far this series in comparison to yesterday. I think that's Order actually having to go on a bit of a half-buy. That is brave, just holding that angle. He reads the situation correctly, and it's actually Order force buying. They've got the double op, so they've had enough to go for the 2 sniper rifles.
Quite there for Alistair this time. It's interesting, isn't it? Particularly when it's Ricky that has a glass cannon as well. Still has already posted on the line down in secret, just waiting to throw the smoke. Gets a little bit caught off, very low on HP. Somehow he's alive, and Ricky's killed Soju through the smoke. Unbelievable. That was up on ramp. What? How has Ustillo gotten out of there alive?
Yeah, I mean, that was the prediction from Chiefs as well. They crab walk in, actually get the pre-fire shot down. But Ustillo on 6 HP, if he just does a little bit of damage, that's good enough. Valiance is crossfire set up. He does more than a little bit enough damage. He knocks them down alongside with Valiance. The bravery. And that's what the 13-9, now 14-9 scoreline allows you to do. Allows you to keep fighting.
Look at this money for Chiefs as well. Well, look at this lack of money. Don't look at the money because it doesn't exist. That is balls of steel from Ustillo. He knows the Valiance is there anyway, so the idea is that Ustillo probably comes around that corner, takes first contact, dies, and the Valiance is able to clean up 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But it works even better than that.
They don't die. They just win by killing everyone. Out comes a vent drop, and it works at the very least. They've got the unders bomb site control, trying to go for that bomb plan for money.
Alistair's not missing any shots with this AWP right now either.
Bomb plan doesn't even go down, so maybe Alistair goes down. Yep, he does. So an AWP for Vexite maybe to get his hands on. Nope. Soju just trying to lurk and try to retrieve the bomb.
I don't know how easy that's going to be right now.
I mean, at the very least, they don't know where he is.
Sure.
But he's only got a Glock.
He does only have a Glock.
And everyone from Order decided to do the safe thing, protect their heads, but it doesn't matter at close range if you miss all your shots like Ricky does. Soju's going to get the bomb plant down, so I guess the objective reached for Chiefs.
Soju's a little bit of a clutch meister sometimes. See what he can do here in the 1-on-3. Good start onto Ustillo, punishes it. Perfect angle now for Soju, a 1-on-1, but Valiance just salvages it for Order. It's going to be map and match point for them. Really felt like that was going to happen though. You could just see it. Vexite in the perfect spot behind the pillar, knew where they were coming from. Doesn't quite get that third shot quick enough. I almost wanted it to happen.
I wanted that to happen as well, because that would have been a very small highlight for Chiefs, and actually picking that one up would have allowed them maybe a little bit of a leeway coming back into this T half. But now it's match point, as you said earlier on, series point as well. And this is the part where it gets very oppressive. You make one wrong mistake, it can just capitulate and go terribly wrong for you.
Dude. Bit of a slower round this time from Chiefs, looking for those picks, and they get it. Zeph catches Alistair as he tries to have a look around the smoke. Now the flashes come in, and Valiant will look to hold. Spray doesn't manage to land. Any of the other Order players, so we might actually be left wanting a little bit for the end of this map. Order unlikely to win this round and don't have a huge amount of cash to play with.
Yeah, have to go on the eco, probably a double eco as well if they decide to... Oh, might decide to force up on the back of 2 rifles being saved, if they can.
Yep, I think they would. Just think about how much work they've been getting done with, 1 or 2 rifles. Like, obviously they've had 5, but as far as the individuals, what kind of damage they've been doing. I feel like a lot of the rounds that Order are winning here have just been off the back of 2 players, one or 2 players. So, probably back Ustillo to keep up the work that he's been putting in. Keep the rifle in his hands and See where you can put Ricky to try and make something happen and force it behind. Maybe a few pistols come in as well for Order. Certainly a serviceable buy to come here.
Yeah, but they should probably lose this rifle. And Ricky actually stays alive, but he dies to the bomb explosion. So only one rifle being kept forward for Order. Should see a force though, because they have to go on a double eco regardless. Their economy is completely cooked. You might as well go for the force.
Well, Ricky's certainly on the ball with that. Valiance gets an M4. Alright, there's enough there to play with for Order, you know, and the way that they're sort of going about these CT rounds, I'm not too sold on it just yet for Chiefs. You know, I want to be counting my chickens before they hatch. Gyra's pretty deadly as well with that 5-7. In normal form.
So very patient from Chiefs as they're expecting a bit of aggression coming out in this round from Order. Probably the perfect angle to be sitting on with the 5-7. Flashbang comes out, doesn't blind Gyra though, and he lands no shots. Well done from Zeph to get that entry. Bit of control into ramps.
Already 2 players down on the B bomb side though for Order. So Chiefs may not want to... Well, okay, hang on. Ricky gets a kill onto Zeph.
Alistair sneaked into Secret as well. His shoulder's been spotted out though. Position compromised, but now Astillo is able to get one. They're trying to come into the A-bomb side. Valance is in hard, perfect position. 2-on-2.
Vexite has to walk his way forward here. Valiance gets over eager, pushes on forward, punished for it now. It's on to Ustillo, but the man has been fragging up a storm so far today. Does he go for the 2-on-1? Just save the AK, maybe try and do something next round with it.
Looks like he's going to go save.
Don't mind that, to be honest, even though Order's not going to be able to buy behind it. An AK in the back pocket could prove quite fruitful. Good time to push, something like that. Nice position from Ustillo, 2 or 3 kills. Anything is possible.
So Chiefs slowly and steadily getting these rounds on the T side at the moment. But I still feel like it's just too little too late.
Yeah, I get that feeling as well, but this is the kind of match where you seem like you have that feeling for a long time, and then all of a sudden we're at 13-15, and Order's economy's gotten pretty low. Actually, hang on. Realistically, that's only a couple of rounds away. Sometimes the CT economy can come back and bite you in the butt. Order do need to be aware of that. Still's going to try and get aggressive on Outer. I like that. The only player that has a weapon that can realistically make a difference in this round. If he continues to push, can turn behind Chiefs while they're walking in through lobby and toward the A site, anything could happen.
Oh, he's getting mollied off. That's a perfect molly. They're expecting that aggression, so they take that rifle off the CTs as well. Great patience from Chiefs, great read as well.
You'd say that more or less secures the round for Chiefs.
Oh, not just yet. We've seen crazier things happen so far.
Yeah.
But Alistair missing a lot of those shots at close range means that that possibility is put further and further away.
Yes, one nullified indeed. It is only USPs for Order.
I say only USPs, but you saw what Renegades did yesterday with USPs, so...
Ricky with his trusty Zeus as well. He always likes to buy those on Nico. Might not get the opportunity to use it in this round. Unless you're flying up the ladder. That could be cool. Oh, so much damage done to Zeph. But it doesn't look like Ricky's too interested anymore. Well, this has been a fairly slow grind from Chiefs, hasn't it? Working their way through this half.
And you have to say, if Order didn't have that performance on Astillo and Alistair, it would have been a lot tighter between both of these sides. The fact that it's like, you look at the kills that Astillo, Alistair, and Ricky all have. It's not as if Chiefs haven't been fragging. You can see they're all relatively equal.
Order just barely ahead because I feel like some of the individual brilliance allowing them to kind of put themselves ahead a little bit. Tactical timeout for Order. Don't mind the timing here. 2 rounds to play with. Oh, things get interesting. 2 gun rounds they can work with. This one obviously not the best gun round. And the next one might be the end of regulation. So things are starting to get tight. Tighter than we would have expected. Yeah. How many match points Order had, I don't remember, but they've let a few slip. I think they had 6, was it? Tighter than we would have expected. 5 or 6. So how many match points Order had, I don't remember, but slowly bring their way back into this. Make it a bit more of a sweat for Order. I don't know that they're sweating just yet. Things are starting to warm up though. They've just gotten into the sauna. Yeah, first beta sweat starting to be for sure for me. I'll take that analogy. No orb, plenty of rifle, a decent amount of utility on the CT side, nothing too special. Already the outer smokes are there from Chiefs, so this is an adaptation from them. Change up, they're not going into secret this time. Set up on the A bomb site. Credit, they've had a bit of success over on A so far. No presence whatsoever coming out from Chiefs at this moment. Not even making any gunfire. Not showing presence at all. You can see Gyro is so wary about a T actually being able to sneak close behind that wall of smokes. They also have to relinquish secret control as well. That's why Alistair's down there. They don't know if someone's in there or not. And Hugh, he can just come straight into the A-bomb site or play that late lurk as utilities flying out to A now. But it's a fake. They're going ramps, and Ricky, first point of contact.
I was going to say, good timing for Ricky. Oh, even better, a double kill. Gyro will fall, though. Vexite doubles down for himself, and Valiance drops the timing there for Hugh. Still, are they prepared for Ustillo? The answer is no, as he'll get one. Apokdad trades nicely, and it's on to Alistair. Another 2-on-1 on the cards for him.
Has a rifle in hand, but no kit to play with. Able to make his way through lobby. Vexite now looking the good so far for Chiefs. Able to get the entries working. Now just has to hold on. They're trying to isolate the angles. Is he going to be coming in from Annex or Heaven? Or maybe just lobby?
Well, if he walks out and gets behind Apokdad, it's something special, but Vexite watching the angle. Alistair will check it and cleans him up. Apokdad is close. It doesn't matter. Chiefs win the round. 15-13 is the score, and it'll take another eco here for Order, so at the very least, we should go to 30 rounds. Got a feel for Ricky here, he's gotten a double kill. At that point, you feel like your job's done. The rest of the team should be able to follow up, but no, not this time. Head armor for Ricky and Gyra.
I hope that doesn't cost them, in all honesty, because they've invested a little bit. I mean, Ricky he'll have enough, but oh no, the crunch. It's surely not the crunch that wins it for them. Apokdad can't get out alive. It's now a 2-on-2. Now a 1-on-2. They know where Vexite is.
Well,
What's gone wrong for Chiefs?
We might not get to 30 rounds. Look at Valiance on this angle. Vexite, one tap from Valiance, and that's the end of the map. Can you believe it, Chiefs? They fought so hard there on Nuke, but they're not able to come away with the goods in the end. It's Order at the 11th hour, 16-13, that will pick up the 2-0 today over Chiefs and knock them out of DreamHack Masters Spring. We'll break all of that one down after this in the post-match.
Lily from AT&T. I'm back, working from home, and here to help.
Hey Lily, I'm hearing a lot about 5G. Should I be getting excited?
Depends. Are you gonna want faster speeds?
I will.
More reliability?
Oh, also yes.
Better response times?
Definitely.
Are you gonna be making sourdough bread?
Oh, is that 5G related?
No, just like, why is everyone making sourdough now? But yes, you're gonna want 5G.
AT&T is building 5G on America's best network. Visit att.com to learn more.
Is it going to be the big dig showing up today or not? Because they're going to need it going up against Vitality. It's going to be a tough one. Before we start diving into it, and before we start breaking down Astralis and their gameplay, James Banks is here, and he's actually got some insight on what that team is about right now and the struggles.
Thank you, Sembler. Yes, it's an interesting one in this game, right? And one thing I had a nice long chat with Zonic, and one thing he was looking at is, okay, they're changing things within the team. Yes, they've moved a lot of roles around, but even Magic's not just an in-game leader. He's changed some roles around actually on what sites he's playing and how he's playing it. And he said something that's very key. They can't play like the old Astralis, which is definitely not something possible when you've got these new players coming in. We see Snappy struggling on the individual performance coming in there, and he's not even having to in-game lead. You've got Yugi, who's in a position where obviously he's used to being an AWPer, he's having to rifle a bit more. Yes, he can come in on the secondary AWP with it as well. But for these guys, their stat lines are still better than what some of the mouse sports people are putting out, right? So we come and look at Chris J. This is a guy who used to thrive online. Online J was his old nickname. He has been struggling himself. He said he doesn't have the motivation as much recently, which is definitely a problem. And now we're in playoff stages. I know, yes, you're online, you want the big events, you want the LAN, but this is when you need to step up. I look at Chris as a player who should be able to kind of not be the heavy fragger, but the one that can change a game, and that's what Mouse Sports has certainly been lacking with it. Then we come on to Carrigan. Yes, he's the in-game leader, and he's not meant to be fragging out in there, but when you look at this, having Carrigan and Chris both way below even what Yugi and Snappy are putting out in this situation, it's really going to come down to me in this game on the individual side of things here, because you've still got Device, you've still got the Pre, you know what they can do. We saw Device yesterday, and he was actually having a really solid start to his games. So if that kind of activation comes out from Astralis, I don't think this is as clear cut for Mouse Sports as what it should be to them, all things considered, because they're playing with their main roster. And this whole online thing for me, I'm not accepting this excuse anymore. It's time to shine for Mouse Sports.
Well, thank you very much, James. That's exactly what we're hoping to see here if you're a Mouse Sports fan. And well, Astralis, trials and tribulations continue. And before we get into the actual discussion of Astralis, we had a chance to catch up with Magisk as well. So we have a quick interview with him.
Now you make it to playoffs, right, which is great, and you get the win over Saw, but obviously the results was more of like a learning curve for you guys in the group stages. I just wanted to see in this game before you're going into Mouse Sports how you guys are feeling, because one thing I do notice in your gameplay is that some of the confidence at time isn't there, and I'm wondering how you can maybe bring that back into play.
Obviously, it's been difficult. It's been rough. It's really not that easy just getting 2 new guys on the team and just immediately make it work. Like, we had 2 days of practice with Snappy before we had to play our first official game, and it's really difficult getting to play all the maps a lot. So yeah, it's been a difficult curve for us, but I also see that we're improving from game to game. We're making improvements. We're staying positive still. We know we're not just expecting to go down and just beat every team and just completely smash them like we could with the old lineup. That's a new lineup now, and it's a new reality. So we have to focus on that, and we have to be positive, and we have to take it as a grind. Like, we can't expect results from day one. Like, you see other teams use 8 months with a lineup change before they actually get any good. So you can't expect us to be good after 1 week. Like, we are just humans as well. So obviously we're gonna make mistakes as well, and it's a long learning curve for us. So yeah, we're taking one game at a time and doing our best to improve from game to game, and I think we've been doing good, and I'm actually really proud of the guys.
All I hear are excuses, Maze. I don't know about this. You know what? We're not human. That's what I got to say about that. Thorn, what do you think about that interview with Maze?
Listen, he was playing good defense. Obviously, they're in a certain extenuating circumstances they wouldn't choose to be in, but a lot of that was a bunch of nonsense. Like when he said there, like teams wait 8 months before they get the results. No, that's like extremely rare cases, and usually those people are people with incredible foresight, like Mousesports, to know actually, you know what, don't break this lineup. It doesn't matter. We've had that many months where we didn't do anything. So it was a good choice to pick that right now, since that's who he's playing, because it gives him like a little bit of breathing room. But I would just say the other way around. I would actually say most good lineups in Counter-Strike that become champions almost hit the ground running. Like, it's very rare that it takes more than 1 or 2 events before they are potentially world #1 level status, if they can be that, including a little lineup called Astralis with Magus. It was their 3rd event that they won in dominant fashion, and from there on went on to be the greatest team in history. The events before that, they were still making the playoffs. They were still making top 4, top 8, so I don't know that that really works for me. Like, I think the flaws in this lineup are inherent. I don't know that some of them can be overcome, especially not to the level all the Astralis did. So I get it, it's a work in progress, but as we pointed out so far, it's like, listen, nobody made them do this lineup in theory. They've chosen to do it, and they put themselves in this situation. So if that means you're one of the worst teams in the playoffs, you're one of the worst teams in the playoffs. Swallow it, you know, own it.
You got to get on with it. I mean, there was a tidbit there from James. I mean, Chris J feeling burnout. All I can think of is, yeah, no wonder. I mean, dude, the guy's been going forever, non-stop, it feels like. Since the beginning of CSGO, he's just been on that grind. I mean, Maniac, what do you think about Mousesports coming into it? I mean, Chris J's state of mind, does that kind of highlight the rest of the team, or is he just the exception?
I think it's a general feeling now that Counter-Strike have moved to mainly online, right? We talked about it a little bit in the first days of this competition. Yes, how do you use that time, that mega time that you have at home now? You might fall into the trap of just playing Counter-Strike 13, 14 hours a day. That wasn't the case before. When you were traveling around, sure, traveling around also means exhaustion. You're not home. There are some massive downsides to it, but when you're home, suddenly you can play all day if you want to. And that is a risk. Obviously, that is something that needs to be thought through. You have to realize and you have to optimize the time you use. So I can understand some players having that burnout, especially right now, even though it might sound a little bit counterintuitive, because you think, oh, but they don't have these competitions. No, actually, no. It does require a thought process as to how to use that. But Mousesports as a lineup, listen, I don't exactly know where to put them. Like, granted, they've had a couple of months, maybe a little bit more of downtime, but I would still have them in the top 5 in the world. Like, I still haven't seen enough duckery from them to kick them out of that spot. I mean, they have a tremendous lineup. They have a good map pool. They have one of the best IGL out there in Counter-Strike. The individuals are insane, but somehow it's just not clicking. I mean, there is inconsistency.
Astralis is still going to murder them.
You think so? Are you ready to own up to that one?
I've seen the predictions.
Okay.
He's bantering you, mate.
All right.
Thanks, Thorn. Alright, let's move. Alright, the thing is, I want to keep talking against Astralis and Mousesports, but we also have to talk about the other playoff match from you that we're going to be getting today, because we're obviously going to get to come back and talk a bit more about Astralis and Mousesports. So, I mean, the other one to take away here is that Vitality and Dig are all going down. That'll be our second best of 3 of the day. And I mean, Vitality, Maniac, this is what I wanted to get you in on. You're well placed following the comms and knowing these players to speak on the French CS and what's going on with this team. Are they going to dominate, or is it going to be a struggle?
Listen, I'm not happy to say that, but to me there seem to be fundamental like flaws in how that team proceed at the moment and how they play, how they operate on the server, right? So you have Apex that took over the IGL role. Obviously, I think losing Alex was a huge hit for Vitality. He was doing a very good job. He also had a good relationship with Extaz, the coach, so they had this unit together to create the game plan. That's not the case anymore. Apex steps in, he takes the role, he takes the responsibility, and he always had a mind for the game. Apex always had the understanding of what the other team is doing. He has a very good knowledge in general of how people are doing, but it is a different story to be an IGL, to be the one that always gives the impulse during the rounds, when it's crunch time, when it's 13-13, the one that's gonna take all the responsibility and also remain very calm. Apex is a very emotional player now. One of the problems I've realized in that team is that midway through the round, there needs to be an impulse, there needs to be a decision. It's lacking just a little bit. Sometimes you can feel that the round is going to slip through their hands and no one is really here to say, okay guys, now let's do this, let's retake this area, let's move in here, we need to retake information. That is what an IGL is supposed to do. It's not only about at the beginning of the round say, okay guys, we're going to do B split and then just play. It's also about, you know, giving the rhythm and being the kind of the orchestra master during the round, and it fails a little bit to Vitality right now.
And so that's a thought on Vitality. We're going to get to talk more about them later, obviously. But Thorin, do you have any thoughts on Dignitas before we go to the break here and their current form going into these playoffs?
For this matchup, at this point in time, I'm just glad that NBK is not in Vitality anymore. Otherwise, it'd be ridiculous to have literally all these players from like the first matches of CSGO still playing at this point in time. This is like when Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair were still fighting in the 2000s. Like, are they like 50 or 60 years old? What's going on here? Well, we're supposed to pretend this is a real match. But listen, obviously the Dig guys represent the older generation of CSGO. Vitality, for me, the interesting thing is, obviously you saw there, Zero was topping the entire charts, so the question becomes, unfortunately, a common refrain with Vitality, if you go back about a year or so, which is, when a player's playing that well individually, what are the people around him going to do to capitalise on that and turn it into wins? Because that's the golden goose right there. Like, you don't know why that's happening, you don't know how that's happening, you're definitely not doing all of it. I agree when they had Alex, they used to set him up, but like, he did all the rest. Like, that's like saying, like, giving Michael Jordan the pair of shoes or whatever. Yeah, he still goes and dunks it. You didn't make him do that. So I want to actually see those other players stop making excuses, start filling those roles, because if you can't, then we're going to have to get other players in, because one guy is fantastic right now. He hasn't really got much you can complain about. And so against a team like Dig, they absolutely should be heavily scrutinised if they lose this matchup.
Well, there we have it. And well, I think the predictions reflect this as well. Right now, it is going to be Vitality across the board.
You did go for it.
For everybody. Bit of a split everywhere else, and then I guess I'm the only one. I'm the only one. But this is how you establish true dominance, gentlemen. You know, you gotta get out there. You just gotta get it done right at the beginning of the day.
What are you talking about? Vegas is saying you've got like 7.5 months to wait before you can predict them.
He meant that, you know, the thing is, he meant that in like the old Hebrew, where it's like a day could be, you know, an hour, it could be 24 hours, it could be 1,000 years, you don't know, right? And so, you know, that's the thing, man. 7 months could be done like that before we come back from the break. That's what I'm counting on. Betway Odds, thank you to our sponsor for providing the odds for these matches. And I think it's time to take a quick break before we start breaking down our first match of the day here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off the decade here, not every day you get to say that, with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative, we're gonna win, alright?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
Turns around and the ball goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping knock-ins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board. Let's go! Let's go, guys. Let's close this out. Let's go. Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime. 19 to
17. Guys, to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. We have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide. That's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
This game versus Astralis, right? They're obviously not in their best shape either. They've changed 2 players going into it. And when I spoke to other people, they've realised that, okay, this isn't the same Astralis, but they also can't even replicate the same kind of strategies. They don't have the confidence in their gameplay. Do you feel like losing to them at this point would just be like an ultimate rock bottom, and this is a must-win game, not just for the tournament, but just for you guys' overall confidence in this stage?
I mean, must-win game. Obviously, I think we're the favorites here, considering their state. But they still have some very good players, and if we don't play our best, I think things can spiral out of control pretty fast. So I don't think we can underestimate them really. We have to be ready for maybe some more individual stuff. As you said, they probably don't have all their tactics on point yet with these 5 they play with now. So it's gonna be a bit more unpredictable. But yeah, we still have to give our all.
You still have to give your all, and that is the thing. It's obviously, if you're a competitor, the whole point is to win every single match that you ever play. So you know that Chris J and Mousesports are going to be giving it their all, that they're not just going to be rolling over and taking this. But I mean, Astralis, they may be a little weakened. You've still got crazy talent on this team, like Device, who was clutching like mad against ENCE yesterday. I mean, if you let your guard down for a second, and Chris is aware of it, you're going to get bitten by Astralis. The Wolfpack, I mean, there's still only 3 of them, but they can still do some damage. Thorin, what do you make of this match going into it?
Well, plus, I mean, Mousesports showed us yesterday they're capable of losing to Stand-In, who's never even played with the team before, when they lost to Nickelback. That's right, that was the name of the player on Virtus Pro, another name that you haven't heard in years, who actually managed to beat them in the game yesterday. So Mouse themselves obviously are in such poor condition. I think you saw it there in the interview. Like, he even said that even though they're supposedly the favourite, he was very quick to walk back the idea. Like, I would just go out there if I was Mousesports to say, of course we'll crush them. It's not the real Astralis, you know, they haven't got Glaive. Without them, we're a far superior team. We're going to turn it all around. Like, he didn't really try to like big his own team up there. He was a little bit cautious. So I think it's reflected here in the map pool, as you see. Like, here's the spoiler on this. That still looks all right in terms of win rates. It isn't. That's because it's the last 3 months. So if you go back to the beginning of the 3 months, when Mouse was a very good team, and no doubt they were stacking wins, because like that Inferno one there, Inferno was usually a swing map in the series when they would play in all those tournaments they were making the finals of. They've won it 10% of the time now, when you take the whole of the last 3 months. So how many losses must they have had on that? It must have just been constant losing. So when you consider what a played map that is right now, that's kind of indicative of their flaws in this tournament. And then the fact that they had to opt in and train like every single time. I think we're working with 2 teams with pretty limited competitive map pools here. The good news for them, though, is more recently, Mousesport's been banning Mirage. Astralis has done that for them. In theory, it should be the overpass ban traditionally from Mouse, but I don't know if I'd risk that.
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen that from them, so they've done the right move here. They've banned Infernal, their worst map. Now, what can Astralis even pick? At the moment, they've already played Nuke and Train, and quite frankly, if you're Mouse, you don't mind that. You'd love them, in fact, to pick Train. So if I'm the Astralis guys right now, I don't know if you're going to pick Overpass, quite frankly. You have, that's ballsy. This is the question, Maniac. What do you think? I think that Mousesports, if they want to really go for this, should pick Vertigo.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. Either Vertigo or Train, honestly, two maps where you obviously know that the Astralis will not feel ready or be competent, but I'm just a huge fan of this Inferno ban for Mousesports. Like, I think banning Overpass would have been a mistake. You leave it open for Astralis and you say, you know what, guys, you did not rule the world by individual plays, you ruled the world with your system. You don't have a system in Overpass. I don't think you have that system in place. It doesn't matter that it's not a good map for us, we're going to beat you anyway, so I'm a huge fan of this. Now in terms of, okay, there you have it, the Train Pit, that's more of a comfort zone for Mousesports. Vertigo would have definitely pushed Astralis against the ropes. They go for a map that they have played already, they've ducked up already a couple of times, so I can understand the idea behind. But it is still two very good maps if you're Mousesports. You basically have pushed Astralis onto two of the most tactical and closed-off maps there are in Counter-Strike.
The key thing for me is that Astralis, within all of the best of ones, was at the end banning Dust 2, which implies they don't want to play that. Whereas even though, listen, I just saw Nickelback be the guy to beat the Mousesports guys, and it's actually, you can see there, it's a ban again. So now it's obviously on Mouse as to what they want as the decider. I mean, I think at this point in time, if I were them, I would force it to that Vertigo. I would just say, listen, if we get the 3 maps all the way through, I'm putting you on the map. I think it's It's obviously on Mouse as to what they want as the decider. I mean, I think at this point in time, if I were them, I would force it to that Vertigo. I would just say, listen, if we get the 3 maps all the way through, I'm putting you on the map. I think it's least likely you put any hours at all. I don't personally believe they put that much time into Overpass. I think they're doing that as a punish pick. So it's actually Mouse who chooses to ban and sort of go a little bit safe on this one. I'm not as big a fan of that, because here's what they've managed to do there. They've let Astralis pick into what Astralis thinks is a weakness of Mouse, and then they've given Astralis the other 2 maps that Astralis is playing right now. So I feel as though, even though I understand they still should win, they are still the better team, these are still maps that on paper, listen, these are all the tactical maps, these should favour Mousesports. I just don't like the idea of giving the team with standings comfort maps. That's why I would have done the bold Vertigo pick, or I would have tried to force something else in there as the decider, like Vertigo as the deciding map at least. I want at least one map where I can take away the confidence of the Astralis guys. Whereas I feel like now, if Astralis hit their shots, it's absolutely not impossible they can win this series.
Yeah, I mean, plus that game versus Ents, the game versus Ents on Nuke was actually quite competitive from Astralis. The fact that they go up against the Finns, who definitely know how to play the map. They only lost 13-16. There were some good moments here and there. So I agree with Duncan. I think Astralis have a fighting chance based on that veto, mostly because Nuke is the 3rd map, whereas I thought if it was going to be in Vertigo, that'd be the end of it. But still, I'm not going to sit here and say that because of that picks, I mean, because of these maps, Astralis should win. I'm not going to say that. I'm not like you, Samla.
Oh, really? Oh, well, I was going to give you a chance to walk it back, and maybe, given the veto, maybe, you know, you would see the right side of
just
things.
Anders change his prediction. I don't do that.
No? Oh, okay, you're sticking to your guns. Only Anders, that's right, only Anders changes predictions. Alright, well, gentlemen, I mean, this is the map pool, or at least as far as it stands right now with this current roster for, we've only got a couple of trains here for Astralis, so it hasn't really panned out just yet for them. But I do believe that it is time to get our Why not? Okay, so... Well, what I want to do is get Anders and Moses in here so we can get their 2 cents, and Anders can defend his predictions like a madman. So, but as far as the analysts are concerned, we can spend a little bit more time together, gentlemen, because we've got time before this match, apparently. So, Maniac, a little bit more time to expound on this match, just because, you know, we heard a lot from Thor, and let's hear a little bit from you here.
Fair enough. Well, just a quick 2 cents on Astralis, right? I think what the people are slowly realizing now, and we are part of that realization process as well, is that Astralis were never the 5 best players in the world. They used to be the 5 best role players in the world. Device is up there, obviously, individually, he's just absolute god, right? But they used to be the 5 best players at doing what they needed to do in a system that was close to perfection. They were the team to do that. Now, there is a number that I have here on the bios, which is crazy. Astralis right now have the lowest trade percentage of the entire EU showdown, 14%. in comparison, Mad Lion's at 26%, which basically means the system isn't there. But that is also normal, and I think we need to adjust our expectations as to what they can do in terms of optimizing. These players are not used to play in chaotic modes and just go and try and go for trades and have fun. They used to have a system. It's just not working anymore. They play very loose, and it's not how they used to win.
Yeah, I agree, Maniac. They haven't been that good at trading recently. You know, when they take one player for another, it doesn't seem to work out at the moment. You know, it's a little bit weaker, isn't it? So.
On that note, I'm going to get the casters involved. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the show. And, well, Anders, Moses.
What's up, Semla?
This is where, Moses, you know, you ready to get your ass handed to you here, bud? You ready to lose the lead? The bald eagle?
Semler, that was the worst prediction to start the day I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anyone with a worse prediction in the first match of the day. I don't know why you want to start your day in such an awful mood, but here we are. We're going live. Anders, would you like to swap and get back with your boy? You can do it all over again, Anders. You can switch over to Astralis and look as dumb as you did yesterday. I'm ready.
I didn't switch. That was just performative, Jason. That didn't count, did it?
It's just astounding looking at this. I'm wondering. I don't know. This Astralis pick from Semler is real suspect. It's real suspect.
Maybe he has inside knowledge that we don't know about. I'm real suspicious as well. I don't know. They haven't been looking that great, and they've sort of been, you know, I think they've been mildly defending themselves on social media, saying, you know, you guys need to give us a little break. And I sort of think that's fair enough. But it's just hard when you've set the mark that high for the, you know, the name of Astralis, right? People will be like, come on, you know, get back to that level quick.
Yeah. We've had like a year of dominance or 2 years of dominance into these kinds of odds where Mouse Sports actually have a pretty decent, a pretty hefty lead in the odds in that sense. So favoring towards them, and obviously the experiment has looked a bit brutal for this Astralis side. And I think, I mean, they are right. I don't even know if it's been a defense. It's more been, you know, everyone just chill. Like we obviously all know that we're going to have to take a step back before we can move forward. But it is still a real shocking sensation with watching this Astralis logo, this Astralis team not winning some of these matches that we know in the past they would have been able to handle easily. So just a tough transitional point for Astralis. But I mean, listen, the desk, you know, highlighted it pretty well. Also, Mouse Sports is still struggling also too. Like they're not exactly world beaters at the moment. They're a far cry from the team that ended 2019 on an absolute tear. So in some sense, this match is a little bit up in the air. I just cannot see a world where surely Mouse Sports does not let this slip away.
Yeah, I think they have it all lined up for them. They do seem, I mean, obviously they have their sort of their team that they've had for a little while at least. So, you know, like that makes a big difference. I think what both Maniac and Duncan were talking about, the system being sort of blown out from having 2 new players in the lineup, definitely will make a big difference. We're going to get into the game here. We're starting on Overpass, and now we're in best of 3 territory. Blast Premier coming up right now, and Astralis going to be starting on the CT side, Mouse Sports on the T side. And I'm not seeing anything super crazy out of most Mouse Sports. I am loving that P250. I have to mention it. It's you know, it's just my thing now, Jason. But P250s on the T side of pistol round, I just think should be mandatory. I'm making it mandatory right now.
Okay, yeah. P250, maybe a run boost, throw it in there. The old Anders classic. Get something running around the corner. Yeah, I agree. I like the P250. I also really like this Overpass pick. We're going to see Astralis with the test early on as a map they were well versed on previously. Again, much like Nuke though yesterday, what I kept commenting with Astralis was this is a map that takes crazy amounts of coordination that they're just not going to have. So this is interesting. Here we go. Pistol round is live between Astralis and Mouse Sports, and we're going to start off these playoffs. Device, Magus, Yugi, Dupree, Snappy, all pushing. Okay. This is great. This is perfect. We're getting wild right off the bat. All 5 defenders coming down the staircase.
I have never seen this before. They had better win this fight because they're all here. Boxit getting a kill, Frozen with the follow-up. Oh no. If you get everyone here, at least go for the fight and try and win it, not one at a time. It's going to be a nice trade there. Snappy will get one on Frozen. And now the bomb is down, and this round got even more awkward. Even if you thought it wasn't possible, it certainly is. Snappy's low on health, but with Dupree and that USP, I mean, he could win this 1 versus 2 even if he needed to. Let's see, Robson Kerrigan coming in from opposite sides, and Kerrigan will have to open the door. Man, this is a very, very hard round to predict.
Yeah, but I think that's a nice trap set up by Astralis. The unfortunate part is Mousesports now knows where these last two players are. They know both of them are going to be in the staircase. Rops needs to come behind. Dupree has his engine taken away. Missed shot initially for Rops, but he's found it. And Snappy with 5 HP must be perfect. And the flashbang is a real rough start. And there's no way out of this. It's a battle to the death, and Rops is going to win that as well. I was wondering how those 5 players from Astralis were going to do it. And they actually do a pretty decent bait. 2 players peek, and even though they go down and get cleaned out, the follow-up push, Mousesports think they've negated this initial attack, and then they get caught in the middle of this hallway where there is no cover. So when this peek comes in for Device, they're all swinging, taking these fights, and that's the rest of Astralis coming. There's no way Mousesports would have expected that, but because of the way it all played out, Mousesports had all the information of where Astralis was.
Man, you'd love to see that same round play out again where, you know, Mousesports go long or they just go for the B-bomb side. You'd love to see the protocol that Astralis have in play to try and deal with that. Because obviously they must have had that conversation, you know, what if they don't actually show up? And what do we do from there on out? So, interesting variegation. And yeah, you're probably right about, you're right about them just swinging, you know, with a couple of players and then going for the rest later on.
Yeah, the interesting thing too is especially it would have been interesting to see how it plays out because there was no kit, no utility for Astralis on the retake in that pistol. But that's all in the past now. We get to move forward. Chris J's been tagged up. Kerrigan has taken a hell of a lot of damage, down to 14 HP. 4 defenders at the B bomb site for the moment. It's Dupree pushed up in bathrooms, and no one from Mousesports is being aggressive enough to put any pressure on him. So this 4-man stack at B likely going to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, the damage that's been done already is looking good. If they can just get one of the Galils or the AKs down low as well, that would, I think, would put a lot more pressure on Mousesports. I think they'll be alright with throwing away the UMP and the MAC-10 here. Coming through the smoke is incredibly dangerous. Molotov to put some pressure on Yugi, and that will work just fine. They clean up the defense. Scout is still in place, but I don't think that's not nearly as dangerous as it was 10 seconds ago.
Nah, but look at the health. That was actually pretty dicey for Mousesports. In fact, they slow played it until Astralis puts a smoke up in Monster, and then they just had a pop flash through the smoke, so even that was a risky decision. But they do crack their way into the bomb site. It's going to be 2-0. Dupree had bought armor, a 5.7, and a kit, so he was all ready for his teammates at the beat bomb site to deliver something special so he could come in for the defuse. Either way, him and Device going to keep these weapons for the next round. Not going to get into any fights down the stretch. So good start for Mousesports. 2-round lead.
Yeah, danger has been averted. Always feels good. We have seen a lot of conversions of these second rounds, given the fact that all of the CT science are now just, you know, putting as much weight as they can into these rounds if they lose the pistol. So, yeah, we do see that more often. But Mousesports not with any issues. And now all they have to face is a Scout and a 5.7. So things should be fine. Seeing a pause being called by Kerrigan, so we'll find out what that's about in just a second. Everyone is stretching and, you know, sort of getting ready, and it's not even so bad in Europe. Jason, what time is it where you are?
It is 6:38 a.m. in the morning, Anders. My alarm went off 1 hour and 40 minutes ago. So,
I wish they would have. I really wish they would have told you to come up like 3 hours early for prep for rehearsal or something. That would have been funny.
That would have been one of those days where I'm just like, listen, guys, no.
We're gonna need to wake up at 3
It's like,
a.m.
I'll see you when I see you. This brings me back to the old days of waking up at 5 a.m. It's a bit rough, but it's all right. We've got some top level Counter-Strike. I went to bed early as well, Anders. I did it smart. That's how I know I've become an adult. I adjusted my bedtime to like 8:30, 9 p.m. And that was a responsibility that I'm really not used to having.
Yeah, I didn't think you had it in you. I thought for sure you'll be up to midnight and it's gonna be really rough. Well, I'm proud of you. Here we go. They're going for a double HE inside of the bomb site. We'll see if they can do some damage with it. It goes pretty deep, but actually a kill on Dupree there. A lot of return damage coming out, and another grenade landing on Yugi there. So still a 3-on-3, but that's a pretty good output from Astralis, having again nearly nothing in the round. That actually worked really well.
Ooh, I don't know if okay, Chris J does grab the AK-47. I was going to say I almost would like Mouse Sports to just stick around. They have the AK-47s. They've taken out Dupree, who had the 5.7. They should know it's going to be mostly USPs. You can use the advantage of those rifles and just line up along the back wall and get those distance fights, but not wanting to mess, I guess, with Device, with the Scout, or any other trickery that was going to be at that B-bomb site. So here they are, two players, Frozen and Rops, coming through the underpass. Chris J is still outside of the B-bomb site looking for a push, so I'm wondering if Frozen and Rops might actually just come out the door and re-aggress on B. Device is trying to get an early spot on defense from A, and that's kind of the information that they can pull the other players back, but it also allows Snappy and Magus to stick around at the B-bomb site.
And Magus is within one-shot range of that 5.7. I mean, even with head armor, they're going to go down if they come this close. He's turning right into them now. That could be really dangerous. There's a kill right there as they drop Magus, and now I'm not so sure. I mean, hiding back here, Snappy. Would have been great if he could have found just even one kill there, but it's gonna be tricky. Sneaking around the low ground, and with the bomb down, I think the odds have swung pretty heavily in favor of Mouse Sports. All of a sudden, they realize where that scout is gonna be. Nice enough damage, but it will be around for Mouse Sports. Rops with a triple.
Yeah, nice round from Rops, 7,300 in the bank for him, and I hope they stick on those Glils, some money management. Rops is going to drop an AWP over to Woxic, so that gets out right at the start. From Mouse Sports, Device equally has his as well. AWP with no armor, he's got Molotov, Smoke, Nade, so actually going for utility. He obviously could have afforded the armor, but he wanted the nades. We'll see how that pans out. Dupree and Device going to be aggressive. Device with that op heading up towards Party, or Picnic, excuse me, and calling it off. Actually, I guess both of those work.
They double-naded Frozen. He's down at 36. They just threw them right at the little slide there.
Over the wall?
Over the wall. I'm pretty sure both Dupree and Device. Well, actually, Dupree still has his. So was it just one grenade? How did he take so much damage?
Might have just been a perfect grenade out of Device. Well done. Maybe some team damage. We didn't catch it, so we never know.
Yeah,
nice shot from Woxic. He picks off Device. That's a deep angle in bathrooms. You don't often see the T get that pick, especially on Device. He's usually on point, but Dupree has a perfect lurk coming up the stairs, and they're not considering this. They're not even watching for it. Oh, but the footsteps force him back.
And that's a fight he needs to win. I mean, if he does, it's hard for him to swing up and get more kills, but that actually does leave the A-bomb side in a lot of trouble. Even if he just stayed alive, it would have probably been a bit better. Magisk with a fantastic double kill, and he's going to swing for more. I can't believe he's still fighting it. Now backup is here, and Astralis might have a very good chance. The bomb is down. Mouse Sports, I don't know how they don't win this. This is 3 on 5 that they're about to throw away. Low on health, and with the bomb dropped in front of the site.
It's all on Frozen. Woxic is being passive so he can save the ult if need be. That's a perfect flashbang. Good find, but not the kill. What a huge hold from Snappy. And I don't know if Woxic wants to go for this. He's got no HP. The AWP is going to be valuable. We saw the pick it provided even in a losing effort. He could drop a weapon over as well, but he's going to stick around for far too long. First round on the board for Astralis, and what a recovery.
Yeah, I mean, definitely recovery, and definitely, I don't know about Mouse Sports. They weren't even under that much pressure. Look at this, when they're fighting here, there's still 40 seconds left, and they're sort of acting like there's only 10 seconds. They're really, I think, maybe putting themselves under a little bit more pressure than they needed to there. So, I mean, good job on Astralis, but that was also slightly helped by Mouse Sports, I think, losing track of the round there.
And look at the other bad side of Woxic sticking around. It's a free AWP over to Device. He gets to have that weapon without reinvesting. All of Mouse Sports heading over towards him as well. Good opening kill from Woxic, this time with the AK-47. Now pushing in. There is still that up, but he's got to be mindful of short sewers. Turn to the corner. Another big kill and another big miss from Device.
Oh, Kerrigan and Frozen will just follow it up, and I mean, that was just the cleanup part. They pretty much had the bomb site already, and that's a very rough start now for Astralis, because just winning that one round with 2 people alive, going into maybe at best saving an M4 in this round, that's going to put a tremendous amount of pressure on them all of a sudden, especially given the round loss bonus that's, you know, not even anywhere near what they'd like here. So yeah, Mouse Sports getting some sweet revenge early on.
I'm way more worried about the individual level that we've seen Astralis start this game with. Obviously, Megas has been okay, but Device missing 2 shots early on with the AWP that you'd imagine he'd normally hit. Woxic has been able to find the opening pick in straight duels against him twice now. It's a missed shot over towards Sandbags, and Woxic was able to pick him off in the 4th round with the op as well. And Device's AWP was a huge point of power for Astralis on this map specifically. So if he's not going to be there, if he's not going to be delivering, that's a worrying sign.
Well, especially because, you know, the analysts were sort of painting this picture, which, again, I agreed with. You know, it's like the system is gone for Astralis, and again, that's completely to be expected. But then you'd have to say, well, at least we still individually could do it. But if we're seeing early on in this game that, well, individually there's some struggles too, that's when it gets really, really tricky. Kerrigan taken away with the Galil, which is somehow still alive. Both Snappy and Dupree. So this is a tough beginning. We are in best of 3 territory, so I mean they've got a little bit of runway. There's overtimes to be played now, no more ties, but still, yeah. How do you think Semler's feeling right about now, Jason? Do you have some thoughts on that?
Nah, he's probably feeling like an idiot. I don't know. That's how I'd assume. It's okay. Nice shot from Chris. Rops is going to move in as well. I don't know. I understand. He wants the, you know, he's feeling good. He was at the top of the prediction scoreboard for a couple of days. It's not a feeling that he's used to. You know, he's just letting his excitement get the better of him here in this kind of a pick. He's looking to extend the lead. Doesn't realize, you know, when you have that lead, it's okay to just play it safe once in a while.
Well, that's the classic, isn't it? Oh, but if I've got the hot hand, because now I'm on the other side. I'm making crazy predictions from being at the bottom of the scoreboard. I'm like, you know, the only way to get back is...
Yeah, but that's no different for you. You do that no matter where you are in the standings of predictions.
That is my issue. I'm consistently crazy, whereas Samlo is intermittently crazy. We all like consistency, don't we? Especially if we could get it out of Astralis here. That would really turn things around. Device over
early damage for Astralis on a Mouse Sports.
Yeah, just a little bit, but I mean that's not always helped them, has it? Like they've still lost rounds even if they've managed to do this. They have very limited grenades on the CT side, and that setup over at long is going to be quite far away.
I wonder if they saw that little boost that came in. Rops, you saw a helmet just walk underneath that wooden plank. Rops is going to challenge. I think it's a team flash. That's very awkward for Rops. Snappy not taking a wide angle though. Big kill for Megas, and Rops didn't commit with it. I don't know if this was supposed to be a fake or some kind of aggression, but one-on-one fights across the map for Mouse Sports. I mean, no trades, and Astralis is looking good.
The bomb is all the way back in T-spawn, so you almost have to assume that they were just looking for an entry. Maybe there's some play that Mousesports wanted to do that would give them some information about what the setup was for Astralis. Like maybe they've been watching demos or something, but it just seems so aggressive. Now they're just going to be saving out where the techno party is.
Yeah, I guess I could only imagine that they wanted to take a fight, have Kerrigan maybe challenge in Monster, and maybe force someone back into the crosshair of Rops, who is maybe swinging to take a fight at ramp, and just see if you can find, you know, some individual headshot angles for Rops or flush someone into his crosshair for an easy kill. Obviously, none of that works out well at all. It's a 3-round lead for Mouse Sports, 5-2 as that round just fades away. And Frozen and Kerrigan have plenty of money to rebuy. So for Astralis, with that many players, with all of their players surviving and around timeout, they get to actually build some money, which is a great benefit for them. So Mouse Sports giving away part of their economic advantages, but we'll see if they can return the favor here.
Yeah, interesting turn of events. Especially if they can pick up this next one. I think we haven't really seen Astralis, you know, with sort of continued success. Ooh, big risk from both players there. Device probably the one to have the bigger chance of actually getting a kill, but also risky, I would say, from Woxic just making that run. Again, they've taken a lot of damage early on from grenades, which is, you know, used to be a classic type experience you'd have playing against Astralis.
It's good to see that still around. Surely not all of their gameplay was going to drift away. So it's nice that the nades are still working. Kerrigan and Woxic clearing out the bathrooms. Out towards long. Dupree tucked into the corner. Device is back into the site at the default plant boxes, and Snappy's going to be here to support out towards long, but it's an AWP, and Snappy's in no man's land. He's in some trouble, but I don't know if Woxic saw it.
Oh, I don't think he does. Right under the flower bed. There's the flashbang in. What a great return from Woxic. He could have just as well gone down. I mean, even if he just misses the shot, but he's not ready for a second, and I don't know why he would be. I'm mad on behalf of Woxic.
I was going to say, that is a very cool setup for Astralis, getting Snappy in that position to just take it up. That is some very cool improvisation as the round goes on. Beautiful pop flash from Device as well, and the one-for-one trade was perfect to set up the bait. Now it's all on Magisk, and it's all on Yugi.
Magisk got the perfect position to get a kill here. Oh no, Robs able to land a headshot. That's absurd. Good return from Yugi, and that may stabilize things a little bit. It was about to get out of control. Yugi dropping a bit low, 9 seconds, and the bomb is going to be planted here. Running in close, and one at a time. That's not quite what you want. Snappy will take down Frozen, and Rob's low on health, and a grenade will take care of him. Great job from Snappy. 3 kills on him. You say that was a beautiful play from Astralis, but I'm going to call that a rat play. Who does that? Who flashes someone in at the corner and has another guy hiding behind? Like, what kind of play is that? It worked. What rat plays often do.
Yeah. It did work. They had to have had the information. You don't commit that much manpower to that play if you don't know they're kind of creeping up towards long. So I really like that, because you're exactly right. You're never going to expect a second player in that corner. The player who pushes and peeks with that flashbang is usually that guy. This is the confusing one. Rob's able to win that battle against Magisk, who is usually rock solid in that. And a deep nade that actually wasn't even really on point. Actually kind of had the wrong location for that nade, but it still pans out.
Yeah, he was
5 to 3.
He was solo on health, wasn't he? The shrapnel did it. Did they upgrade some of the stair grenade problems that we used to have? I haven't seen any of those.
They did
bugs lately.
They did change it. Yeah, it's not as harsh as it used to be. There's not like one water bucket that's gonna take all the damage away.
Yeah, well, that's good news. I've noticed it less, but I don't know if it's actually happening less. I guess we'll have to pay attention even more. Device getting flashed and running back. They're coming for him. Almost catching him. Now, there's the headshot. Back of the head. And Snappy now wants to follow it up. The Molotov behind him. There's going to be a guy waiting there. That is so smart from Woxic. Now, he will get returned the bomb, but the bomb site. No, the bomb is back there. Oh, God, this round is just spun into complete chaos here.
It's all good. The timing is so messed up, and Rops is just surprising Dupree from behind. And it's all quickly down to Yugi. What a change of pace for Mousesports. You have to love that. But again, it's kind of sadly funny as Woxic being the one guarding the flank. But again, he's caught off guard by a third player in that location, and he's just got to be like, what is happening?
Yeah, every time he's counting in his head, like, how many people should realistically be here? It's like, just add one more Woxic at this point. They're obviously crazy.
I will say that entrance kill that Frozen gets on Device is so important that he does that before Device gets comfortable, because if Device is able to have maybe another second to really set his feet and get comfy after the retreat and after the flashbang, that op in that position on the staircase could have just shut all of that down, especially in Device's hands. So an all-important headshot right off the bat. Yugi's going to save his AWP, and the money is not looking good for Astralis either. So Mousesport's going to extend this lead. 4 players survive for them as well, so they're still flush with cash. And it just keeps getting more and more difficult for Astralis to hang on.
And that's an important frag from Frozen there. This is again, we've seen some stuff out of Astralis, but it's really, it's really stop and go, isn't it? Like they're never actually getting to sort of sprint anywhere. It's just all a little bit uphill at the moment. 10th round about to roll in. Mousesports with money to buy, obviously winning the round. Double up on Astralis. So again, that's sort of the benefit of them winning one of the previous rounds with no one going down where Mousesports was saving. So we'll see. Snappy currently top of the board for Astralis with 8 kills. And Rob's on the other side.
Yeah, well, it's Rob's on the other side for Mousesports.
Wow.
Yeah, 12 and 2 for him. He's having a fantastic game. which is good to see. We've talked a lot about how this team seemingly changes, the dynamic changes, the power of them changes when Woxic is playing well. Rops is another one of those players, obviously, who just can hold on and carry a team through stretches all by himself. So yeah, double up setup, and you can see Astralis. No reason not to fire around these two AWPs. They need to get back in this game. This might be their last chance to hold on to some presence in the first half. Mousesports is going to have a real opportunity to just wipe them off the map if they can win this.
Yugi falling back around the corner. He could have got caught. Well, he scratch it. He got caught. Just from Kerrigan coming up the stairs.
That's an internal clock missing for Yugi. He was obviously put under so much pressure. He was falling away from Frozen. Kerrigan have a different angle. That's awkward for Kerrigan. And the bomb is dropped way far back. So this aggression, all it's really doing at the moment, which is useful, is taking Molotovs away from the defense. What a great kill for Kerrigan.
Yeah, and Snappy had the MP9, so that was going to be a really bad fight for Snappy no matter what. Device out on long, going to get one kill. Deep grenade goes in, but just to try and set up a little bit. Dupree forced into the fight, and the Flames will catch him at the end, even if he got that kill. Magus is well aware that someone could be down here, and Robs is going to be careful. If he runs too much here, Magus heard that. He's going to turn around and be ready for the fight. So a 2-on-2, and the bomb is not planted yet, just now getting into position. Device sneaking around, and yeah, they're going for a smart bomb plant position here, not exposed to Device. But can they get out from this bomb site? Are they going to be stuck on it? Frozen and Woxic, if they can win this round, all of the money gone for Astralis, and a big chance all of a sudden for Mousesports to really cement this first half. Oh, peeking right in. I think he wanted to shoulder peek that, but Device rock steady, not showing himself and not firing that gun too early. And now Woxic in a 1 versus 2. Can he do this? No kills in the round yet. He's going to miss a shot there and actually bounces into the bank. And that's a bit awkward. 3 seconds on the defuse and a nice shot. 1 second. Oh! What a play coming out! That is magnificent.
After all the shots he missed, for him to get those two right at the end, that is phenomenal work from Woxic. I cannot believe it. Everything going wrong for Astralis. That retake looked rock solid. Mousesports almost gave up a round where they had such a massive advantage. This is a beautiful 2 versus 2 for Magus and Device, but a better 1 versus 2 from Woxic. And that had to have been right at the last moment.
Oh, I'm not laughing at Sonny, but some of the reactions are great. Oh, we got Mousesports phase cams. Wow, Chris J, president. That would be
having a hookah.
Yeah, he's ready. He's perfected his life. What a great time.
That was the best fan cam I've seen this entire week.
He's like, how do I set this up? If I can just get maybe some chicken nuggets, a hookah, and watch some Counter-Strike. Fair play.
I know. He's winning the game. It's beautiful. Here we go. Kerrigan gonna lead the way, and Monster, there's nobody at this B bomb site. Can we just get a picture-in-picture of that kid?
Yeah, let's get him full time. Now, here's another thing, though. I wonder what would happen if Chris J did run for president of you know, Netherlands, I guess, Holland, whatever you prefer. Probably gonna upset a lot of people.
I haven't spent much time. I haven't spent much time in the Netherlands, but I have to imagine someone who's known for starting his career by wearing pajama pants onto the big stages would be a perfect president for that part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, the Dutch are a bit crazy. I can see that working out.
I think Chris J has missed a real big branding opportunity with like his own line of pajama pants that we've just missed out on. And part of it's probably, you know, the increase of professionalism in professional Counter-Strike. But man, I feel like you could have had a very successful line of PJs.
Yeah, well, I mean, we say this a lot, right? But players do need more, you know, personal branding opportunities. There's stuff out there. I mean, JDM could have had like a whole line of mattresses, maybe just lying down on a mattress playing Counter-Strike, not even leaning anymore, just all the way back. Maybe I do wonder what would happen to the Counter-Strike space once someone makes the switch from professional player into politics. That's certainly going to be exciting. 12th round is coming up though, and it's 8-3 in favor of Mousesports, with Astralis, I mean, only really building a tiny bit of economy throughout this game and just continuously struggling. And those are some of the reasons why, and they might go for it. They've got 2 inside of the monster tunnel. Yugi gonna go and fight, but he goes down. That's probably the round done unless they can catch Frozen with the bomb, but wow. That's an easy round to win. 2 kills separately, no real response.
We've been seeing this whole half as well. Astralis, there are just some like gunfights that we normally would see them win, that they're just not winning it. It's not just the players, you know, Snappy and Yugi that haven't been part of the team. We've seen Device miss some op shots. We've seen Dupree miss some you know, fights where he's holding the angle. Obviously Megas has had a pretty tough time. So the entrances for Mouse Sports have just been very powerful throughout this half. And this is slipping far and away from Astralis.
You know, there was a very cool game that Astralis with the sort of let's say the original core played against Fnatic during the Road to Rio, and they played they played 3 of them, but one of them was on Overpass, and I've rewatched that game maybe 20 times because I was trying to do some content around it, and so I sort of familiarized myself a lot with both those teams, and even though this is not the same Astralis, just to say one of the key takeaway and highlights from watching that game was, I think in that game Astralis win like 3 or 4 rounds in the first half when they're on their CT side. Their T side was amazing against Fnatic, but their CT side was dreadful, and one of the problems that just kept recurring is, one, they kept getting picked apart one at a time when there could be no return, like there's no one nearby that could refrag anything. The other thing is, some of the successful rounds were the ones where they actually went aggressive, when they had like setups where they said, okay, we're going to flash our way into a fight, we're going to go and do something cool like that. See if they actually try and do it here. No, not quite. But anyway, those were some of the rounds that I really liked out of them versus Fnatic, so I'd love to see some more of that out of Astralis. This is a good start though. Same kind of fight for Kerrigan there, but this time Megas comes out on top.
Well, it started that as well, turning that corner into short sewer, and he got dinked by the spam from Snappy right through the wall. So he was already having a bad time before Megas puts him down. Still, it feels like they're lined up to really stick around this B bomb site because there's only one player over towards Party. Everyone else is lined up here, and the odds have just gotten worse for Astralis, and it makes sense. They're getting absolutely beaten up and bruised on this map. Molotov out. Megas is going to transfer over.
I actually thought the odds would be much worse than that. I was expecting even more of a drop in the stock.
Some residual faith in Astralis. That's a huge, huge kill from Frozen. Dupree, the timing not with him. He was just peeking into bathrooms to have some information. This is going to pull one defender away from the B bomb site, so Mouse Sports actually have an advantage no matter which side of the map they go to. It's just going to be Device here, eating a nade for his trouble. And he's the only one defending at the moment. There's still 2 players that are being cautious over at the B bomb site. Device at some point is going to have to take a risk.
They have 2 more smokes and a Molotov, so they can just keep smoking that all day. I don't even think they care. They're going to walk away. They've just realized that we just can't get through here.
Yeah, but I feel like, and again, with the scoreline, this is a very small criticism in a way, but this is Astralis being too much of Astralis. At some point, you are down 3-9, you are going to give this up and be down 3-10, and it feels like you have to take the risk to actually go for it. Like, the Device star player, for a long time, he had a one-on-one at that A bomb site. He could have moved in. Dupree hadn't seen anyone else other than Frozen. Go challenge that. Go see if you can keep your team in this round. You don't have the op. You don't have to worry about saving that powerful weapon.
I mean, I don't disagree at all, but you have to imagine that first they're going to have to build the sort of the core confidence in this team and some of the fundamentals, and then they'll start to get back into that level where they feel like that's going to be happening a bit more. So yeah, again, like, I mean, I kind of agree with
just,
go on.
Yeah. I just think at this stage, you're looking, when you're getting this beaten up, this destroyed, I know you're kind of in a team that's a bit discombobulated and disorganized, but you're also looking at, this is where your star players are supposed to be able to carry you through stretches of this turmoil. You're supposed to have, as the desk outlined as well, the system is gone, but you have guys like Megas and Device who are incredible individual talents. You have Dupree, who's been able to deliver on the big stages. Your stars at some point are going to have to carry you through a half here and there as things are figured out.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I think, a wonderful bonus. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would focus on if I was Astralis right now. If I would try and say, guys, you know, we're going to build the fundamentals in between tournaments and in practice and all the rest of it, so don't worry about it so much now. Just try and try and have a good time, try and make sure that this actually feels like a team and a unit more than anything else. But yeah, it's rough to do that in just a couple of days, I guess. We're certainly not seeing it just yet. 10-3 as the Mousesports try and go for the B bomb side. All of them coming through the monster tunnel. Frozen lurking on the other side. Rob's going down. The heavy hitter for Mousesports here, taken out of the fight early on. So that's an important kill from Yugi. And now surely calling in a little bit of teamwork or a little bit of backup here. Magus is holding the sewer tunnel, so he knows no one is coming through there. And that kind of all falls apart for Mousesports. They don't actually get anywhere.
Yeah, and Device saw Frozen get along that wall, so an easy pick for him. Astralis is going to get to a fourth, surely. It's a 2 versus 5. I really like the play Kerrigan was trying to make, jumping over the toxic barrels with the smoke there, but a tick of the Molotov gave the sound cue away, and Magus going to only get to 1. Bit of a scrappy fight. Chris J dropped by Dupree, trying to turn the angle. So Astralis returned the favor. 4 players survived. They'll have a full buy for the last and the final round of the half.
1 kill for Yugi, and then I think the fact that the smoke is up on that side and Snappy's in that position, I mean, there's not that many factors combining for a win, but it was just enough. Slight head tilt from Kerrigan, nothing extraordinary. Just a little bit of frustration, but 15th round is coming up. Let's see. Again, I just want to point this out. When they were playing Fnatic, and I know it's not the same team, they had something similar. They certainly didn't have more than 4 rounds. I think it was maybe even 3, and they almost made a comeback. They almost ended up, running it back on the T side. So I wouldn't underestimate Astralis, even though, again, could be worse this time. But definitely their CT sides on Overpass have been tested before. A little bit of a swing for Kerrigan, and again, a good opening. Magus burning, and he has to reveal his position over on that side, and Frozen will just be able to pick that kill up. Now it's a 2-on-2, good swing, and Dupree nearly getting a double kill. Device on the other side, he has an HE, that would do it. I'm not sure if he's got the confidence to try and throw it. A little bit too far away there, and if he knows how low Frozen is, pistol is going to be better than the AWP in this one.
Where's the Molotov going to go for Frozen? When does he deploy that? Device does have a smoke to put it on if it's on top of the bomb, but there might not be time for this. I think Device at this point just has to smoke off the bomb and go for it. Frozen wheels it perfectly. Instant headshot onto Device. The sound cues the whole way. That's something special. 13 kills for Rops, 11 rounds for Mousesports. They've got a massive lead going into the second half. We'll see if Astralis can come back right after the break. Stay tuned.
It's a bulldozer. We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Sip just trying to buy time, flanking around, punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I see every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple contest. Oh! The shutdown!
These Charlottes that I know.
Electronic in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies from oh no! A beautiful spray! Electron's hit! 16-14! Now we do it!
It was ready for Vitality versus Complexity. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we're going to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
The Navi storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Wow, no losers but Astralis. That's some timely video being played right there, Jason. I mean, there's the whole thing about history repeating itself and all that. Doesn't feel like it's too far away.
Are we allowed to call January history at this point? Like, I know technically that's true, but
Jason, this has been a long year. Like, just a long. Yes, we are allowed. January is ancient history at this point in time.
all right, fair play. Well, all 5 members of Astralis on the T side grouped up together on this T pistol round, much like the CT pistol round. They're going to head out towards long, and if you're doing this, I guess you're just hoping that you won't be spotted for some time, like maybe no one from Mouse Sports is watching this for a moment. And this is a nice way to get close without any information just yet, and it's finally spotted. Chris J, I think, sees it there. Now it's a little bit late. He's blind. He's falling back. This is high octane from Astralis.
Woxic, there's Chris with a headshot, and Woxic will continue. Oh, ho, ho!
Oh my
Taking
dear
out
God.
3 players, all of them single taps. That was a truly spectacular round from Woxic so far. And Snappy, they're even giving him a little bit of a, you know, gentleman's treatment. They're fighting him one at a time. They should do that. They should say, you know what, just one at a time, go fight him, give him a shot here. It's been a rough game for Astralis.
This was a rough pistol round for Astralis. They didn't even really get any clean fights on their own execute. There was, I think, a counter flash, I'm assuming, from Mouse Sports that blinded everyone. Snappy gets double peaked. 12-4 for Mouse Sports. Both pistol rounds won by Mouse Sports. And that feels like all she wrote for Astralis. I don't know how they're going to get back into this game, especially with Woxic hitting shots like this. What a nice triple kill.
Yeah, it's doubtful, isn't it? I actually think with that kind of a play where they're running out long, what they'd probably love more than anything is to catch, let's say, someone playing close restrooms on the long side. Like, they'd love to have a 5-man fight against 1 or 2 people there and then just, you know, charge the bomb side. I actually don't think they were expecting that Mouse Sports would be all the way back at the A side, just, you know, sniping away at them. We have got 5 smokes and armor and deagles here for Astralis. Maybe it's not that unusual, but it's a little bit.
It stinks of desperation, Anders, and it's just going from bad to worse as Dupree, with that $2,000 investment, gets killed through a wall, so he didn't get a chance to use it. Vegas wants that challenge. That's a clean fight for him. Good return onto Kerrigan. So we have the equalizer, still 4 smokes and 4 deagles on the board for Astralis. Device has been spotted halfway up bathroom, so that'll put the defense at A on notice, and back to B we go. I think there's a timing that Astralis need to hit here, while the A defense is still worried about bathrooms for the moment.
I'm upset that they don't have flashbangs. I mean, the original sort of Astralis lineup, one of the coolest things about their B execute is the ridiculous flashbangs they throw. They just hit everywhere. It's almost impossible to actually be inside a B and not get flashed by it. So, smokes, I'm not so sure I'm going to be as impressed. Good start here, though, from Device, and the follow-up, and Not really the smokes, but the Deagle's certainly doing a lot of work. And it helps that they can put the bomb down behind that. Sniper spot has been smoked off as well. Now they've taken a FAMAS and an MP9. And I don't know, good shot on the device at least. But still, this is going to be a very rough retake. They have a kit at least, but no grenades. We'll see. Moving their way in pretty quickly here. Half health on Woxic. So for the Deagles, he's not going to be much of a challenge. And well, neither will Chris. Well done.
What a shot from Magisk. That was filthy. He's going to get Woxic at the end as well. A quad kill for Magisk in the round. That pop flash defense towards Monster, we see it happen so frequently. The flashbang comes in so late. The coordination, even when he jumps over and spots one player deep in Monster, it takes another like 3 seconds for them to organize the pop flash from there, and at that point they're already turning the corner and they're past his crosshair. So bit of a miscue for the Mousesports defense at the B bomb site. Obviously still such a massive lead that they can recover, but even with a diminished Astralis, there's just no reason to give them a chance to get back into this game.
No, I agree. I mean, just I expect that T-side will be better, all things considered, even if there will have been a lot of changes. So yeah, I would say, I mean, still a comfortable lead, but don't give them the opportunity. A single flashbang on Carrigan and a lot of Deagles. Man, I hope they go fight at the birthday party and just, you know, try and lure Astralis into that open ground around the fountain. And then just pop it in. We'll see.
Okay, well, you might get your wish. You're getting 2 players pushing up along highway, 2 players pushing up long.
Where is he going to flash from? He's way on the other side, Carrigan. Could he throw it over the wall from down there? Surely not. Robs will get a kill regardless.
Oh, yeah, Device gets lured into that, but Robs is in some trouble from behind, and I don't think Magisk saw any of the long aggression either. There's a trap being set up right now that could be very effective for Mousesports. Any peek out towards long, Magisk is all on his own.
And if he gets the kill on Chris, is he going to expect Woxic to swing from behind that rock as well? Who knows? They're coming in for a little bit more, so now it's, you know, slightly favoring Astralis, I would say. There's the first challenge, the Deagle on the other side. Good shot from Woxic, but Yugi not even a little bit pressured there. Good handling with the AK-47, and now it's a 2-on-3. Bomb far back. Snappy is about to go and check out B and find it empty, but oh! That's a nice pick-off from Carrigan. He just had the perfect timing. I think the pre was just checking it, and now he can actually catch the bomb. This just got real awkward. Yugi, yeah, it's time to stop walking. Carrigan is right there with the Deagle, and he's not going to make that one work. So now it's on Frozen.
Yeah, but he's got an AK-47. He's got armor and a Molotov as well. If he can hustle into here and get an early one-on-one battle, he's just got to do it quietly is the problem. No sound made on the drop. Bomb planted. He has at least the idea of Yugi as the first player. Oh, and he spots him out, but Yugi gets behind cover just at the perfect moment. The Molotov, Frozen doesn't know where to deploy it. Yugi could have moved far back, and if he throws it behind the pillar, it just won't be effective, and I think that's the clutch. Frozen's just going to back away with the AK-47. He gave it the old college try, and now he gets to just save a rifle for the next round.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's still a pretty good round out of the Mousesports, and I think, you know, just in terms of their own confidence, not getting wiped, you know, completely in the beginning of this half, even if they've, you know, lost a couple of rounds here, still managing to put up a bit of a fight. Good round from Yugi. He's really, I mean, I'm kind of looking at Yugi and Snappy as the players that I want to see them find some confidence within the team. Like, the team as a whole has to find whatever the new level is, but I also want to know, like, how are they going to be feeling, right? Because I've seen some of the games where they are sort of some of the ones that are at the bottom of the scoreboard. Not that that's the only indication of what's going on, but it's just, I think it would feel good for them to have a couple of good games.
Deep nades. Woxic gonna challenge. Shoot, that one shot. Device is close up. He's gonna go down. Not even a chance for a follow-up shot. That's pretty desperate to begin with. Where's that AK-47 on Frozen? It's at this B bomb site. It's getting aggressive in short waters as well, looking for a door open. That's Yugi on the other side, and Frozen can't win it. He's done decent damage, but just off the mark.
It's a good idea, even if it doesn't really
work out. They should just throw that AK. They should throw that AK over the walls. You're not going to save it for the next round. Astralis is going to go for the hunt.
With 3 people alive. Robs has got a Zeus. He's ready to tase someone, but he's got caught already. Dupree, ruining all of our fun. I think you saw him out of the truck. And you may have been right, Jason, but I mean, I still think that's early to capitulate.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Would you have thrown it
free
over?
AK pass back over to Astralis.
If someone told
Probably not, but
no, you would have said, I'm going to do this.
It's a whole... Yeah, it's a whole do as I say, not as I do thing. So, here we are, 12-7, Anders. Are you feeling the comeback? Does it feel positive for you yet, or are you still going to wait to pass judgment?
No, but I think it's going to be closer than maybe people were expecting. I don't actually think Astralis will make the full comeback here, but I think it's going to be, you know, at least double digits for them. Like a 16-12 type affair, I can see. Kerrigan with a little bit of an attempted spray. Good follow-up from Frozen. Dangerous if they would have got the kill on him too. Now the bomb is on the wrong side of the monster tunnel for Astralis to try and really fall back. Maybe they could pick it up, but it's cost them a lot already. Good return. Oh, Magus, that's a nice double headshot. And that will clear the whole way through. Chris J and Woxic fighting to stay alive in the round, but that was the last chance they had right then and there. What a ridiculous comeback for a Magus.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty standard fight setup. You could see, I believe Frozen was probably calling for a flashbang like we saw them mistime previously in the second round. I think he was calling for that same flash, but Rops just didn't have any. Frozen actually had the only flashbang, and from there, that's a pretty weak setup, I think, if you don't have utility. Once Kerrigan went down and that Frozen bait occurred, it almost feels like they need to find a way to get passive. Not an easy call with sandbags being exposed. But still, without the utility, I mean, obviously Magus knew exactly what the follow-up peak was going to be. 12-8.
12-8. Not that much of a gap now, and Mousespots are running into the same kind of issue that Astralis were at the beginning of their CT side, which is, you know, the economy going down, not really being allowed to start off in any kind of a decent way. Do you see a double up future in the cards here for Mousespots?
It wouldn't surprise me too much. Chris J is doing this weird thing lately. I know some of the boys mentioned it to me from when it happened at EPL, and we saw it in one of the Mousespots matches in the group stage as well, and we just saw the previous round where Chris actually just goes down to it, just buys the Deagle with armor, even though he had 2,200 after his buy, right? So he could have gotten a FAMAS, could have gotten an SMG, maybe he could have even gotten an M4 with some light armor. But he's choosing to drop down to the Deagle, so that's put him at a ton of cash for the moment. So if he wants to buy a second op, it's going to be possible for him to do it in the next round.
Well, we'll see. I don't know how he can keep being accurate when he's spamming it that quickly, but he did. Frozen is in the sight with a 5-7. Chris showing back up again. Kerrigan will go down, but he was low on health already. And that they needed Frozen to stay alive there. Chris trying his best, but he's about to be out of bullets. So, a 9th round for Astralis. I like the fact, well, first of all, I like the fact that Robs actually tried to go aggressive with the AK to hunt them down, but I also love the fact that Astralis were aware of it and turned around, so that was just, you know, good play on either side, I think, for Robs to try and be playmaking, but also for Astralis to have a little bit of game awareness there. There's the double AWP.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, Mousespots, this needs to work. This needs to work immediately. Astralis is starting to gain, you know, that scary amount of money where you're going to have to win 3 in a row to break the economy of the T side, especially if they continually getting plants. They might not have to save if they have success getting into bomb sites. So Mousespots need a couple really comprehensive victories to start feeling more comfortable on this. That's a good start. Chris J with the opening pick. Double up setup already coming into play. Woxic has the other one, so both of them are at the A bomb site. Here's the attack. Dupree's leading the way. No one was watching sandbags. Kerrigan's gonna go down. So is Rops. Dupree has finally showed up on this map, and he's gonna get Astralis up to 10 because this cannot be a retake. These ops cannot be risked.
That was plainly absurd. He just swung all across the bomb site. He just hit nothing but headshots. Even the first entry was amazing when he just takes down the player at the monster tunnel, but he kept going. That looked like a Dupree that had just had enough.
That's wild, and that's going to be stressful for the Mousespots defense because whoever's playing Monster, I didn't even get the chance to see who it was. I'm assuming it was Frozen or Rops, but he's going to be real frustrated that he got taken off when someone runs that deep with no resistance whatsoever.
And that was like a reaction, right? Device goes down to Chris over on the other side, and Casastralas are already close to the B bomb, so they're like, let's go, look, right now. Yeah, Frozen down first, and then this is a good this
He's
shot.
even kind of looking for it, Frozen.
Yeah, he was. He was well aware.
That's pretty nasty. All right, well, this gets interesting. Mouse Sports doing the old classic here. Having a big lead, winning the pistol in the second half, and now dropping, what, 6 in a row? As Astralis makes a huge comeback, 12-10 in the favor of Mouse Sports. But this is no longer a comfortable situation. They have 2 AWPs. They actually could drop some rifles over if they wanted to go for it, but playing it safe.
I don't mind it. I mean, they still do have the lead. But given, again, I mean, they save the double orb is kind of a big deal too. This is starting to look like an Astralis that is definitely waking up a bit more. And again, those B executes from Astralis, it's hard to tell whether or not that last one had some good flashbangs, but I could tell you against Fnatic, they continuously set up flashbangs inside of that B bomb site that blinded 3 or 4 players whenever there was 4 players there. And I mean full blind. So it could be very, very hard to hold this site against them. There's
Dupree again. Yeah, well, if Woxic has the timing on this and can re-grab the angle with the AWP, that could put him down, but it looks like Frozen's going to be the first contact, and Woxic will peek on that. Oh, Dupree almost had it. He knew where the follow-up was going to be. Smoke, oh, leg shot through the smoke for Device. Molotov forces Woxic away. He's lucky to be alive. But that should make the pressure subside.
Yeah, well, they might just wait and go back at it again. Rops is in an interesting position all the way back here.
Sneaky bastard. You're talking about Rat.
Yeah, well, like we said, Rat plays do often pay off, so... Got some smokes coming in, 1 flashbang, but not going to do anything to Woxic. He's going to try and Molotov off the tunnel, but they're going to keep going, running right through Yugi and Kerrigan, right next to each other. Woxic finally goes down, but do they realize there's Yugi with the fight? Robs will take him down, and Kerrigan would have been there either way. 29 seconds, and a good chance here for Mouse Sports to bring it back. Chris with a shot on Device, and now it's Snappy. 1 versus 3, no bomb plant, and he's not going to have a chance. Nice shot from Robs. 13th round for Mouse Sports.
Nice job with the double off setup. Good early battles won by Woxic, trading off Frozen very, very well. But that flank from Rops is a thing of beauty. It happens so quick. It's an immediate 1D as well over towards Sandbags. Dupree goes down here. That is Mouse Sports setting up a nice little trap for Astralis, and it works perfectly. But man, they have to build upon this now. Still double AWP. Chris J and Woxic with those.
Don't they? Have to find a way out. You can see Chris and Woxic, their economy is actually so good because they managed to save the double orb and obviously bring it into the later rounds here. So that much is working. The rest of the team, not so much.
Yeah, but look at Astralis as well. They just fully bought everything. They had all 5 players had to rebuy into this round, and they still have so much money. They're sitting okay for the moment.
Looks like Chris is going to be joining Woxic, so both the orbs on the A-bomb side. It's not that that's completely crazy, but obviously if it was some sort of full smoke execute, could cause some trouble.
Yeah, these oppers though, they do like to be aggressive. Nice flashbang and peek. Chris J risking a little bit, running a line to get a new angle. And at least at this point, if they do run that smoke execute, Chris J is going to be in front of the smoke. Still, that's a pretty tough position to manage to get multi-kills with so many different choke points coming at you. Or a couple different choke points coming at you. So a lot of pressure on these ops, although we do have a third player. Rops is there with the M4.
No way, that position. 25 seconds as Chris goes down to Magisk, and that's a little bit of an issue. Rob's close. Can he stop this push coming in? He's going to get the one kill. 19 seconds on the clock, and now they're swinging from long as well. Woxic missing another chance. He's going to get that one on device, and that's a big kill. Yugi coming in with the bomb, but now the rotation is in. Mousesports are at the bomb side. Yugi overwhelming Woxic finally. They're not expecting Kerrigan 4 seconds. He's going to swing and spray it down. What a great double kill for Kerrigan and Mousesports. Yeah, I mean, just a couple of critical kills. They could have definitely lost that round.
Yeah, critical kills and just staying alive as long as possible. It wasn't even the double kill that was great from Kerrigan. It was the fact that he gets there and goes aggressive immediately upon arrival to that A bomb site. Then he knows the time is his ally. That is just a great heads-up play from Kerrigan to get into this site. He knows they can't fake the plant. They have to stick it, and that's well done. Mousesports just barely hold on to that round. Back down to a single op. Chris J has gone for the AUG.
2 rounds away, Mousesports, from finishing what they started so well here on Overpass. And Astralis, the money that you spoke of earlier, they had to dig into it even further. It's good that they were able to do that, but now they actually need the win here. It's Dupree again opening up into the site. What a great resource to have. Dupree and Magisk have been getting amazing entry kills down here. Chris showing up with the AUG. The man who could just use every weapon there is in the game. And he's going to continue. What a fantastic defense here. 2 on 2. Oh, the grenade! It landed right on top.
Oh, well, now Woxic gets put into play, but he has no idea Magisk on the other side of that smoke. A little bit of cover. Woxic has the right idea. Looking around the right side, he hasn't spotted Magisk just yet. This is as close as can be. What a peek from Magisk. No chance for a response from Woxic. And Astralis is still alive. 11 rounds to 14 for Mousesports. Just 3 rounds away, but there's plenty of cash for the defense to work with.
Oh, that bounced. That landed right in his eyebrow. That was incredible.
Yeah, that couldn't have been more perfect, actually. That's phenomenal work.
Helmet's not going to do anything at that point in time. Well, this was a bit of a setback for Mousesports. Now they're able to rebuy the double orb again, thanks to them saving it so much earlier in this half. So that's the good news, I think. But the bad news is this is almost all of their money, pretty much all of their money being spent in this round. And Astralis, I don't know, they're not done yet. So I'm so scared for Mousesports because of the entries that have been got here.
That B bomb site, the defense over there is looking very grim for Mousesports at the moment. They have not really been able to hold that B bomb site with any kind of consistency. I think it was, one good round from Woxic with the AWP there, but outside of that, Monster has been a nice take for Astralis. Dupree's been able to get quickly up sandbags and actually attack into the bomb site a couple times with very little resistance. So everything at that B bomb site, it feels like it needs to get sharpened up here for Mousesports down the stretch, because you're right, even with a 3-round lead, the economy in such a precarious position for Mousesports makes you feel very nervous. This round win for Astralis is going to close that gap quickly.
3-round gap, and look at what it's, well, the odds are actually still pretty heavily in favor of Mousesports. I thought maybe it would have swung back a little bit for Astralis, but that's where we're at here. Almost something like 3-1 there. 26th round. Deagle on Rops. 4 people in the bomb site. Woxic is jumping for information over at the A bomb site. And I mean, again, it's not a bad position to be in if you're him. He's actually on top of the box, just way exposed. See if he can find an early kill. That would really make it worth it. He sees one and takes down Dupree. Excellent early kill.
And the smoke as well into the main choke point of bathrooms right at the 49-second mark. That'll go disappear right around 32 seconds. But both ops now at the same bomb site. And previously, this defense held pretty strong. Oh, right through the smoke. Woxic has got to be furious. I'm actually kind of amazed Astralis hasn't pulled the trigger off of that. The rotation is coming over. Mousesports is going to be here in time, but again, so much on Woxic's shoulders. Over at the cart with that AWP, and he goes down as well. So does Rops. It crumbles like a house of cards, and Kerrigan going to try and stop this plant. No. Oh, he gives it up. He backs away.
Wow, look at those shallow fights being taken from Magisk. He's hardly showing himself. He's sort of shooting at the corner of the wall almost. You could tell Woxic is thinking like he surely has to move a bit more to actually fight me, but that's not the case.
14-11.
Well, I mean, that's just good fight selection from Magisk. Obviously not easy to pull off those shallow peaks, especially against top tier oppers. But every time they've gone to this A bomb site when Mousesports has money, it's been the double op setup. So Magisk obviously just pre-firing and shallow peeking every single angle.
Terrorists win. There's that 12th round being added, and they find Kerrigan. So that's a bit rough. Another rifle being lost that they can't really afford to buy. Wow, that was Chris going down. This is, again, powerful stuff coming out from Magisk.
Yeah, I'm so impressed that Astralis is staying in this game, that they're actually still fighting for this after the first half where they looked like they weren't even comfortable taking fights in general. This is a really good look for an Astralis team that has struggled to look good in the spring showdown so far. Flashbang out towards long. That's Rops with a scout that's going to be forced back.
3 grenades down in B. I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a lovely idea. Let's see where they put him.
That is obviously, I mean, that's the other component, isn't it? Buying them, yes. Now, where do you throw them? They're waiting for a queue, anything to give this away that they could maybe do.
Yeah, they're all at the B bomb site, so I'm assuming the plan is waiting for some indication or like utility usage and put 3 of those nades in towards monster tunnel or sandbags. This is a great boost. I'm actually I feel a little bit bad for Mousesports that it hasn't given them that kill.
And that scout over at long actually has pushed Astralis back. I think Device or Dupree or someone sort of spotted it out and said, you know what, let's not fight this. So they're going to come right for the 3 grenades. Again, let's see if we get the timing. Some of them have fallen back a bit, so you need to get those HEs back in here, Chris. Yeah, this would be the perfect time. He's going to wait for it, throws it down, and it does a tiny bit of, actually a lot of damage there on Snappy. Not so bad. Still have another few coming in, but they don't do nearly as much, so doesn't mean the round is over yet. Chris will go down, 24 seconds, and the bomb is being attempted. That boost getting caught. Yeah, that was, I think, a bit obvious at that point in time. Yugi with a good one, and they're going to clean it all up here. Kerrigan gets dropped, and nothing is saved. Quad kill for Device, and 13-14.
Oh, it's such a shame that nade stack shifted away right before the hit came in. And obviously, no one from Mousesports could get into that bomb site. They might have had the chance, just no one was really aggressive. Chris J was just stuck for way too long on his own, going for that boost instead of swinging into the site as well. I think the plan at some point was to try and save that M4, and obviously that just didn't happen. So a single op for this Mousesports defense. 14-13. Astralis has come all the way back. Woo, that's fast.
It's a good start, isn't it? The man who saved Astralis in the previous round, down already. Wallbang not going to do anything for Snappy, trying to see if he can shoot his way through. And the bomb site again, really heavily defended. They seem to sort of trust Woxic to maybe get a kill on A, but at the very least get the really advanced warning. So they've been relying on that a fair bit, Mousesports.
I think that's not a bad call at all. I think he's done a pretty damn good job of, we saw him find a pick out towards long in the previous round. He's at least been dynamic in finding, some early information for the team, still being aggressive towards highway at the moment. He is a second player with them now, but I think the critical thing to look at on this minimap, the bomb is still way far back behind B towards T spawn. So Astralis at 50 seconds, everyone is spread on the map, no one's being aggressive, no one can work together, and the bomb is far away from pretty much any selection, any final strategy that's being called. Even Dupree running right past it without picking it up.
I feel like that's almost a mistake from Dupree's point of view. Snappy's going to go back and get it. I guess maybe they do want Dupree making the entries. He's been pretty good at that, but look at the time. Oh god, this is incredibly disturbing. 25 seconds. There is a Molotov on Chris as well if he gets back here, but he's going to be far away. 22 seconds, pushing in, and there's another entry for Dupree. He just keeps doing it over and over again. 15 seconds on the clock. Frozen will take a kill, and in swings Dupree for more headshots. Woxic will get one in return. 10 seconds on the clock, and Robs is right next to them, but the bomb is being planted here, and Robs, he wants to go for the swing, but not going to be able to stop the bomb plant. He will go through. Still Snappy inside in a 1 versus 3, and I don't think he can make it out here. He's so exposed behind the pillar, and I'm kind of shocked he's still alive. I thought maybe the boost would have already caught him. Got the AK down here, and there's the final kill coming through. 15 rounds on the board for Mousesports.
That was sketchy, though. That did not feel comfortable at any point for Mousesports. They rotated a third player back to the A bomb site, so not putting faith in that early warning system, not putting faith in those deep angles at the A bomb site. And Kerrigan's been ruined by that same pop flash like 3 times already in this half. I think he's got to switch up his position, because that's been too easy for Mousesports to lose the entry battle in that fashion so frequently. Good job from Rops. Good job from Woxic as well with that boost. And yeah, a little stress coming out from Zodok. He's gotten his team back into this game so close. They still need 2 more rounds to force overtime. Mousesports have 2 chances to close out Astralis' map pick.
Yeah, this is the big opportunity. You don't want to give this one away. I mean, they have a little bit in the bank in case they lose, but really only Woxic and Frozen. Oh, Dupree! Get big double kill as they try and see if they can go aggressive, and that's a big way to throw it here. Robs trying to see if he can return it, but he ran out of bullets, and Snappy will take him down. Chris inside of the bomb site. Can he make one last heroic stand? He's up on top of the box here. Flash. Oh, and he's just unflashed as they are about to turn the corner. More Molotovs raining, and they're waiting, and he's seen that before from Chris, and he won't fall for it this time.
What a bold call to make in round 29 when you have no money in the bank. That takes some balls to try and pull that off through the smoke and Monster early on in the round when you have 3 players below $1,000 built up. This is going to be tough for Mousesports to recover from. They've just given Astralis a phenomenal chance to actually make overtime, especially if Device can find this kill. He's got knife out. Good shot from Woxic, now up to 23 kills in the game. Leading the entire server, Rops has 21 next to him, Dupree with 22, and Magisk with 21 as well. Those 2 on the Astralis side have been phenomenal on this offensive half. A missed opportunity for Woxic, and now he's going to get taken out from behind right at the last second. He can rebuy an op, but that's a gun he cannot pass over to a teammate. So Mousesports, they've got to do it the hard way.
I mean, I kind of appreciate what Mousesports were trying to do there, but the flash was just a bit off to catch Dupree, and they paid for that.
I hesitate to criticize Mousesports for that call, but that is one of the calls that you make that is going to be praised or criticized based off the outcome. Yeah. And obviously the outcome was an absolute disaster.
It wasn't great, was it? Again, completely similar setup, except Woxic being a little bit more forward in the defense before he falls back just about now. But a similar 4-man setup down here. And look at Dupree looking for another entry. He's been doing it all day, and he'll get it again on Frozen. They will get him down right afterwards, but still, it's got to be so frustrating for Mousesports. And look at how quickly they're trying to rotate Woxic. You know, they were at least thinking about it.
Yo, this position from Snappy, again, this B defense for Mousesports is not coordinated. It is not strong. They took their eyes off Monster for so long. Nobody had any information about what was coming. Not a single piece of intel. Good shot from Woxic. He remains dynamic at this A bomb site, and it looks like Astralis wants to go away from the AWP.
And they were actually bringing the bomb over. You see, he was there in preparation. If that would have been a kill on Woxic, they would have been ready to run in there. Now instead, they're going to go right at Kerrigan and Chris, who have no more grenades. They really have a lot to fight with here, so they're going to have to play clever, and maybe they can around the time that's left. 30 seconds. It's going to be another 10 at least before the bomb is even being attempted here from Yugi. And they're really slowing it down, Astralis, and that could be the end of them if they're just a little bit reckless. Meg is pushing in, and he's been great on the entries as well. Chris, all the way back there. He's already seen him, but he can't win the fight. Meg is again accurate, and that might have been just it. Kerrigan trying to get the kill for the smoke, and Woxic coming in with the AWP. No one behind the box just now. So Yugi and Snappy, every chance right here to bring this into overtime in the very first map. Yugi waiting by the pillar, and he's going to swing for it. Instant takedown of Kerrigan, and now Woxic in a new unwinnable position. 1 versus 2 with the AWP, and that bomb is ticking in front of him. He knows that there's going to be 2 people left, and he can't find either one of them. Yugi with a great double, and that is overtime.
That's wild. They had the perfect defense. The thing is, though, this Mousesports, since they've had so much trouble having success at B, their defense has gotten kind of predictable. Even Dupree, I think, was the first player coming off sandbags. He's actually peeking for the boost. He's actually aiming right for with all the different angles that someone could have been in that site. And Frozen all he had to do was stay ducked. He didn't have to commit to that fight. He had teammate at Toxic Barrels. He had one teammate in the site as well. They had 4 players at B. You had the initial contact. Let one of your other teammates clean up that battle. And I mean, that B defense failed them all through regulation, and it's so fitting that one last time to force OT, Astralis is able to punish it again.
Wow. Well, now they got some money to work with, so Mousesports back with a double up, Carrigan with the AUG. Maybe this is going to be the time where they can finally start to defend themselves against those early B hits. I mean, Dupree can just take someone down in B at will.
Well, here we go. MR3, 10K start money, just to get things outlined, because we've had some crazy overtime formats these days. Woxic gets pop flashed off the angle. Gotta be careful as he makes the run back through bathrooms. Again, 4 players at B for Mousesports defense. Woxic at A, but being forced back, he's gonna have to call somebody in rotation. It's Chris J to come by.
Not wanting to challenge that smoke. Don't really blame him for it. They're gonna put it up and start to fall
Remember,
back.
last time he challenged it, he got banged out by Device right through the smoke.
Yeah, fair point. He's just 2 seconds late. Maybe catch the next one, though. Yeah, they're going to come back without even checking. They weren't thinking about it. That's a nice idea from Woxic, but he doesn't get what he wanted. There's a lot of defense on this A side. Are they actually going to end up here? I mean, Yugi could just throw a fake and keep them here and then go for B.
Here we go. Snappy's going to throw this pop flash. And I mentioned it earlier. Kerrigan's been destroyed by this pop flash a couple times in this game already. Maybe not, actually. He's going to get a reprieve, but it works anyways. He gets blinded from a different angle. He looked elsewhere. But again, the B bomb site just feels free. Frozen with the ult is going to find the first kill. That's Dupree. Oh, right through the box. The nade combination. I don't think that's going to do it. Almost another spam, but instead it's Yugi.
Well, he sees that with the jump, but Megas will still take down Frozen, and I don't know, Robs and Chris in the MR3, he's going to have to be careful. They wanted to save that AWP, but that's going to be denied. And it's another round at the B site for Astralis. I mean, with a little bit of a different, build up into this round than previously, it worked so well.
I cannot believe that Astralis has just been able to march into this B bomb site every single time they've wanted. Mousesports really struggling, even sometimes with 4 players there, struggling to find the solution. 16 to 15. I think this is Astralis' first lead in the game.
Yeah, I think you might be right. This is just at this point kind of rough. They had, was it 11-4 in the first half? Mousesports, and then
they won the pistol in the second.
Then they won the pistol in the second, and they haven't been able to close it out. Megas at 24, Dupree at 23. Those two have been doing, I mean, it's not even just the amount of kills, it's how many of them have been entries into bomb sites, which traditionally is, I mean, worth a little bit more. Chris with the attempted pre-fire while he was flashed there, not able to quite connect. It must have been close though. This is this is like the most common T setup for any overpass T side. One outside B and the other 4 doing something else.
I'm waiting at some point. I haven't seen it yet. I'm like half waiting to see Astralis run a fake. Like send 2 players to the B bomb site just to find 1 entry. Like surely that is going to force a lot of rotation from Mousesports at this point. That's what I'm interested in seeing. Chris J with an op peering in towards bathrooms. They do have the double op setup. Woxic has his at B over towards the pillar, so changing the location of these ops from what Astralis saw in regulation. But Chris J is very committed.
Yeah, Yeah, Robs is at that corner, but again, any kind of a Molotov or smoke or something that could definitely separate them. Fires the orb a bit early, and now they're coming for him as well. He will pick up one kill. Nice shot, great double, and Robs is there to help out. The defense holds. They could have run him down, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. But Chris standing tall, that was a swift couple of kills.
Yeah, that is a spectacular performance from Chris J with that AWP. Holding on to that 8 bomb site, that's a risky position, and he plays it just perfectly. Good support as well from his teammates behind him. I believe it was Rops who got Yugi, stopped them from being able to wrap around Chris J, and Kerrigan being here as well. Got back just in time. All tied up again, 16-16, and Astralis takes their second timeout of the map. That's actually pretty crazy to think they made that comeback all the way, only taking one timeout in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, and especially, I think both these teams pretty well versed in actually using those timeouts. I mean, so I think Astralis maybe especially making use of them early in games, even when they were doing pretty well, just to calm everyone down. But 16-16, AKs all across the board for the Astralis side, and Mouse Sports. Well, Chris with that orb. I mean, that's a nice couple of kills, and it was so tempting for them, right? As soon as he fired that orb, you could just feel it. They were like, let's bring him down. All right.
Ooh, quick shot. Chris J is gonna back off. Doesn't land at all. Astralis going to, it looks like they want to at least do something pretty similar in taking control of bathrooms at the very least. So they're going at Chris J again, who had that spectacular round previously. But at least wanting to have some presence towards the A bomb site. Waxican frozen over at B. Kerrigan as well, deep, playing a passive angle. We haven't seen Mouse Sports, curiously enough, in their entire, standard regulation defensive half push towards short sewers at all. We haven't seen any of that aggression at that location, taking it over.
Ooh, that shot is a second too early. Now they're going to be close. He won't know it. This is so risky. He's going to back up, and they're right there. Yugi will take him down. Robs over at long will drop Snappy, but they've still lost the bomb site, and the bomb is going to be going down here. 4-on-4. This is actually going to be a very, very, very tricky retake.
Yeah, it is. Robs has a huge role to play. He's at least got to keep them honest on the flank, the wraparound of bathrooms, but if his teammates have no success coming in, it won't matter. Magisk is going to get burned out. Dupree is still close to the corner. Another Molotov. Dupree's running into flames all over the place, but the second one subsides. Good flash. And Kerrigan's going to lead the way in.
Robs went down over at long. They actually went to find him. Nice shot from Kerrigan. Dropping device, and now Yugi 1 versus 3, and that bomb is already being defused. He tries to swing for it. Not going to be successful, and that retake was amazing from Mouse. I did not see that coming. Absolutely thought they were going to lose that, so they go into the second half of overtime with a 1-round lead here.
It's a great utility usage, Anders. That was the power of it. The 2 Molotovs towards the truck, towards the corner as well. It burned one player to death, and it forced Dupree out of his position and took away a bunch of HP. So that's some very solid work with nades. Now we switch sides, Mouse Sports over to the T half, and remember, they had a huge advantage. They won, well, I mean, both teams won 11-4, obviously, on their T sides. Looking for 19 is the winning number.
Yes, it is, and Mouse Sports T side was obviously very good, so this could be a chance for them to sort of start to bring that back. It's been a little while since they played there. I mean, they've just had a fair few rounds on the CT side. Double up immediately from Astralis.
If you remember, though, I mean, both teams had like similar points of success on their T side. Was entries were just so much more powerful. Like everyone on defense just really struggled to win any of those opening fights. Mouse Sports as well was able to just kind of walk up, towards sandbags, especially when Astralis was playing in connector, able to find that kill down the stairs as well. So I'm interested to see if Astralis is going to maintain that aggressive defense to get in towards the danger stairs, get in towards connector. And indeed they do, at least for this first round of OT.
Quick Kerrigan there, but Frozen coming in second in line will be found by Device, who's swiftly going to be falling back and all the way back to Priest, now sneaking up from the stairs. Not going to be challenging too much more. That is aggressive from Kerrigan. He finds the kill. He wants to keep fighting, and he takes down Snappy. That is an incredibly powerful play. Dupree, though, is still holding the center of the map. This is not done.
Yeah, and no one else from Mouse Sports is in position to take advantage of this. I think he even heard some footsteps behind him. This is weird, and Kerrigan, oh my god, he did expect the angle. They've spotted him out. Dupree's in trouble, and he knows he's being wrapped upon, but he's going to get aggressive. He might think it's only one player, but instead it's three. Dupree goes down. They do have to retake this A bomb site, but they can slow play it. The entire map is now available to Mouse Sports.
Wow, man, that might be... I mean, you're right. Kerrigan turning around to see it and calling it out to his teammates. That is huge. He's finally going to be going down, but the bomb and the round here should be for Mouse Sports. 2 versus 1, 35 seconds, and they're going to fall back. Why not make it difficult? They have 2 smokes. They can smoke off the sniper spot when they get down there, and then what is Yugi going to do? They can smoke both positions. Yeah, there's the smoke.
At least he's reading it. Going to go timing shot, not there.
Saving, I don't know, I mean, they have money anyway. Might as well just try and see if you could do this. Talked about this earlier from Astralis. Sometimes you just have to try and see if you can clutch it, even if it's low percentage. He's walked up close with the AWP, but Rob's inside of the smoke as it fades. And that is 18 rounds here. That was all Kerrigan.
Yeah, that really was. Those were incredible shots. I think even Device was aware of the possibility. Maybe even knows that Kerrigan's shenanigans. Good first shot from Device, but this is way better. The peak comes in, the follow-up battle as well as spray control, maintaining the bomb site, and the big thing was even spotting Dupree coming up the stairs as well. That put Dupree in a really impossible situation, and I mean, if he doesn't expect that to come, if he's not looking for it, Kerrigan likely just goes down for free. Mouse Sports, 2 chances again. This will be chance number 3 and 4 for them to close out this map.
Yeah, it's going to start to be really taxing if you continuously can't, you know, put Astralis away. If you have to keep sort of going back, if you end up playing double overtime and you have to keep doing this, it's going to wear on them as well. Rob's playing very close and alone, so there's no one here to refrag it if anything goes wrong. Meg has gone the other side. Not happening so far. Could have maybe been flashed in, but wait for it. Good kill for Dupree, and he wants to make it back again, just trying to play this one safely.
For all of Kerrigan's brilliance in the previous round, he did not look like he was prepared for any fight whatsoever. That was just a very lazy flash and peek with it. Easy kill for Dupree, and he backs off.
Okay. Would have been wild if he could have got that shot.
Yeah, if he'd gotten that shot, we might have had to just log out of the game. Call it a day.
Yeah, I say that's it. No more Counter-Strike for Boxing. Good return, Frozen. They'll even it up, and they're congregating outside of the B-bomb side. Inside of it, Magus and Yugi are waiting. And, I don't know, they have a Molotov there on Yugi. It's going to be Magus to open it up. Can he get it out in time? No, he's going to be going down, and now, oh, Woxic peeking again and dropping both. Man, he was so exposed. If he misses that shot, he's dead. Device and Snappy now, 2 on 3. And can they retake? Can they continue it into double OT? That's the big question here. Device with the AWP on one side. It's really awkward for him to have to try and lead this one, so probably Snappy, but he's ready here as well. Woxic, a little bit early on that shot. Relocates to try and look for Device, who's now sneaking in with the AWP. There's a good kill, but he goes down, and now Snappy's in a lot of trouble here. No chance against Robs. 19-16 as Mouse Sports finally find a way to defeat Astralis on overpass.
Yeah, but you can see there's no celebration from the Mouse Sports player. That's everyone with a deep, thankful sigh. The breath leaves them as they finally take this map. It was way too close of an affair. Good comeback from Astralis. Way to hold on for Mouse Sports. We're going to head to a break, and then we've got the desk who's going to talk us through that first map. Stay tuned. much more straightforward for Mouse Sports, a map that they've wanted to play, that they've actually still looked pretty damn good on, even despite the fact Towards the mid, here's the footsteps, gets caught in an awkward fight. Good shots from Chris J and Frozen and Kerrigan. They finally turn it right at the snap of a finger. So again, Mousesport's going to win the second half this run already with a big lead. And we'll see if this time they can close it out much easier.
Man, it felt so a knife kill as well on Maze. That's just to make things even worse. I love it, Warpstick. Not the first time he's knifed someone here at Blast Premier on Train. I was getting really nervous when I saw Frozen wide swing behind the E-box to fight with that USP, and there was like 3 people there.
Yes.
But it still worked, and he lived. I don't even know how he stayed alive.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought that was certainly going to be his death when he started aiming at the jumping player. I thought that would expose him way too much. I think it was Chris J who just kind of saved his life just at the perfect moment. No second round investment, Anders. This is new.
No second round investment. Well, I guess without the bomb plant, I mean, maybe they just don't want to do it. Not feeling it.
Oh my god, he's got an AWP.
Yeah, he's got an AWP.
Back away, young man.
And they're coming for a nice enough kill, and he's called in the FAMAS, and they don't have a lot of chance to fight that. Good triple spray down, and a good 12-5 lead here. So next round is going to be the bye for Astralis, but yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
I wonder if they didn't buy because of the knife and they figured, oh, he's going to have an AWP, there's no point for us getting deagles. And then if they just said, let's attack him with Glocks and see if we can get the AWP on the ground and maybe some craziness ensues where they can't recover it. I would wonder if Astralis was thinking that deep.
Could have definitely been, yeah.
Wouldn't put it past him. Yeah. 12-5, big lead for Mousesports, 7 rounds ahead. They just need 4 to close out Astralis. And remember, Astralis started their year at Blast Premier losing to Complexity, being upset 2-0 by the Juggernauts, and then losing to Na'Vi, being eliminated from the initial blast. This is their last chance to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I mean, that Complexity upset was just bizarre. They're very cool in a bunch of ways. This is not the start they were looking for. They get
this is
swiped.
not a good look. Yeah, this is an awful look. Oh dear. You hate to see it. 1 versus 5 for Yugi. Poor Yugi.
Well, he's hoping to cause some damage. Gotta keep your head in the game, I guess, and just keep thinking that there'll be an opening. So, yeah, building a little bit as he's gonna be taking down Kerrigan. A lot of people looking at this corner. It's too many, and it drops again, of course. Another double kill for him, landing him at 22-5, which again is just completely absurd.
Well, while we have this opportunity, because it's probably going to be it's looking like it's going to be another save round or light buy, or during freeze time, Andrew. So what other games we're going to do? Vitality versus Dig next. So we have the second half of the day, the NA matches. Gen G versus Triumph, MIBR versus Cloud9. Which one of those, tickles your fancy?
I think I picked Cloud9, I want to say. I can't remember what I picked for the other one. Ooh. A little bit of damage. What was the second or third, I guess, game? The NA game?
Gen G versus Triumph. You picked Gen G and Cloud9. I'm just wondering if either of those got you excited. Because I think the Triumph team is surprising a lot of people. I didn't know much about them, and I've seen them cause some upsets here, so I think that's cool to see them in the playoffs at all.
Yeah, I think that actually is really exciting, and I'm not super confident in Gen G. That actually was one of the pictures. I was like, maybe this is how I get some of my prediction points back, but I don't know. Cloud9, I'm kind of waiting for them to do even more. I feel like they've got some decent players there that could do more, and again, under the Cloud9 organization leadership, I'm also thinking like there should be some synergy there. So that's sort of half my reasoning. 14-5, Jason. I think you picked the same teams, didn't you?
Yes. I too was a bit uncomfortable with that Gen G pick, which is weird going up against Triumph, but I still feel Gen G needs a little bit more time to feel less dysfunctional, I guess. I still think that team, my expectations for that team, I almost, maybe I'm the one who's in the wrong, but my expectations for that team are very, very high with that roster. Fast pace from Astralis, 1-for-1 trade. And Chris J now steps up to the plate at E-Box. Dupree knows it. Ooh, what a pre-fire into the re-peak.
Now look at Woxic, he's got an AWP, but he's walking in here with a deagle. What is the matter with him? Yeah, he deserved every bit of that.
I like this. I like this so much, Chris. He's got to press the issue. He's got it. And a quick flank, and Astralis is now trapped.
What? That is Mousesports saying, sit down. That's incredibly aggressive. Rob's 24-5. They're playing an insane. Well, he is playing an insane game, but the rest of them are too. Slight craziness from Woxic, but then this from Chris's. I mean, I think he must have had a heart attack there, Snappy.
Yeah, I like that look out of Chris and even Woxic. The Woxic one is crazy, and 99% of the time I'll hate that, but I love that they're up 14-5 and they're still being hyper aggressive and still just looking to close this out.
Chance for Device, maybe could have seen someone. Chris will shut down another one, and this is just, I mean, like every one of these last rounds, it's a complete spiral for Astralis. There's nothing to stop the tide here. And that's going to be it. In a matter of seconds, they take them out 16-5. No hesitation, no doubt in Mousesports this time. They get rid of Astralis in a 2-0 fashion, and yeah, they don't even know what hit them.
Yeah, that look from Device, that was the I'm smiling so I just don't start crying type look. Oh man, two very rough maps for Astralis, even forcing overtime on Overpass. That was still looked haggard for most of it. This one was a stomping, a beatdown. Good for Mousesports. They're going to move on. They wipe Astralis out, and Astralis
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show, where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIPs.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an internet cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Alish, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Isa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Isa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manso at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team. So, holding my fingers crossed.
Monza, I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you meet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time I lost, I actually insulted him in the game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
So actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh, man.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and scoring. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to London? Oh, he's back. He's back. That's fine. You're not.
That's all you needed, man. Alright, see you, dude.
That game on Dust 2 against Saw yesterday, to me those are one of the losses that you guys just shouldn't be letting happen, and especially for a team as good as you are. What did you make of it all? Because there was a lot of crazy force buys and great individual plays from these guys.
Well, yeah, obviously they played super well. There is nothing to say about that. The team was really good, but there is a bad thing about us that we don't play those games. I mean, those games that matters because of for the seed, but as we were still kind of qualified, yeah, we still losing those, and I don't know why, and it's happened for a long time now. So I was really mad at ourselves yesterday because yeah, we didn't show up and we didn't play as we used to lately. So I was really mad, and yes, today is gonna be different.
I look forward to seeing it, mate. Now, this game versus Dignitas, you beat them in the Road to Rio real recently, but how much of a threat do you think they really are?
Well, those players are really big legends, to be honest, so anything can happen against them. I'm pretty sure of that, so we're gonna give our best. And if we play good as we did on a few matches we did before, I'm quite sure we will win this game.
Alright, quite sure. I think that's some French politeness coming out. I mean, Vitality have a pretty good shot at doing this, I reckon. Dig definitely with their own struggles, and that's just going to be playing now in the best of 3. Jason, who did you pick for this one?
I have Vitality for this one, and I think Apex needs to be a little bit kinder to himself. He's also a legend. He called the Swedish guys legends, but he didn't include himself in that. He's been around. He's been competing in finals against these guys for years. So I think Vitality has a huge upper hand in this matchup, and if Dig can pull off this upset, that would be probably the most impressive victory this lineup will have had to this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I keep seeing like cool stuff out of this lineup, stuff that makes me hopeful and excited, and makes me think that they could actually go somewhere with it. But there are definitely some mistakes being made and a couple of issues that have been their end more than a couple of times. We'll see how they do better this time around. It's on Nuke, starting on the T side, Dig and Vitality on the CT side.
Alright, aggressive pistol round. Shocks rushing ramp room from the CT side. Look how close he is. Oh my lord. I can't believe it exists. Just turns. Pulls out utility. That's a huge disaster. And this hit from Dig is naturally going to be just discombobulated. Everyone getting picked off one by one. What an electric start.
They got no kills. I love the fact that Gerard just tried to run for the bomb plant and said, you know what, screw it, might as well just try and do it. But he got caught halfway through, so no chance at all there. No kills, and yeah, decent start for Vitality.
Shocks being a bit of a psychopath, or if that was like something in the research and the preparation that they had where they said, okay, pistol rounds, Dig doesn't like to come ramp room. We haven't, you know, maybe they looked into like 4 pistol rounds and never saw anyone from Dig head in that direction whatsoever.
They eat some grenade damage right off the bat here, and Apex and Cyber will be able to pick that up pretty easily. A little bit annoying for Shocks getting overrun and giving up the M4. That probably wasn't necessary, but now they just need, yeah, that's a good shot. Need to make sure that it doesn't sort of spiral from here. Don't think the Glock 86 should be able to do much.
No, not at that range, not against RPK with an M4. So 2-0 for Vitality. And due to the second round full save, we should be seeing a buy come in for Dig. Indeed, AKs will be picked up. I hope we get that assertive Shocks that we had in the pistol round throughout most of this game. I hope we see that on a consistent basis. I'd love to see, this would be quite a time for Shocks to have a revitalized performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting harder and harder to outshine some of these young stars, right? Like, Masuta's been great, Saibu's obviously, you know, already made a huge name for himself, so I think it would be harder for Shocks to do that, but I would